una persona.
Bueno, sí, puede ser, porque hay diversos usos horarios. ¿Mm?
All right, people, let me, there was something wrong with my program. I think nobody heard me so far, right?
We can hear you right now.
Right now. Okay, let's start. Estimados colegas, bienvenidos a todos. همکاران عزیز به همه شما خوش آمدید. دلی مثل داشتم هپینیز خوش geldeniz. Dear colleagues, a warm welcome to you all. I'm Anthony Shakir Antun, or Assad, as many of you also know me. I've organized a symposium with my colleague, Professor Amilcar Cruz. First and foremost, I'd like to express our heartfelt thanks to Professor Jose Antonio Pacheco and the Department of Aesthetics and History of Philosophy at the University of Sevilla for sponsoring this event. Professor Pacheco is a renowned historian of philosophy and a man of great culture. He's been collaborating with us almost from the beginning, and we're truly honored to have him with us. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll probably agree with me that there have been shamefully few gatherings devoted to the two philosophical traditions together that we'll be exploring here. So our sponsorship by the University of Sevilla has been a double blessing. First of all, this is an outstanding educational institution, but it's been a blessing also because of the historical significance of this city, as you know. Signora Karen, would you please translate a few words I'd like to make? I don't know if Signora Karen is with us. She's Amilcar's wife, but it's not important. I think everybody understands English here, so I'll just go on. As you know, this is an international gathering, so we'll be offering some translation wherever feasible, especially during the question period following each lecture. Otherwise, you can download the English or Spanish translations of the papers presented. These translations will be posted on the margin of your screen as PDF files. So please keep in mind that these are only rough translations and in no way official. But I think they'll serve their purpose in allowing those of you who don't speak the language well to follow the speakers. Anyways, I think Signora Karen is still not with us. By the way, I know that some of you live on the other side of the planet and have made a special effort to be here. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome, in particular, to our friends and colleagues in Indonesia, Malaysia, and neighboring countries. Finally, I believe I speak for everyone when I say how much we must keep the people of Palestine in our hearts. They faced nothing less than a genocide, one that began well before 1948. Let us pray for the innocent everywhere. Without further ado, let me now give the floor to the co-organizer, my dear friend and colleague, Professor Amilcar Aldama Cruz, with whom I've enjoyed many good conversations and worked on a number of projects. Dr. Cruz is a professor of Islamic thought at the Rafael Cepeda Higher Institute of Religious Sciences in Havana, and presently teaches at the Department of Languages at Al Mustafa International University in Iran. He's also the editor of Sadra, a journal of Islamic philosophy that he helped establish in 2020. Professor Pacheco will say a few words after him if he can join us. Then I'll get back to you with a statement to open our discussion and to put you in the right frame of mind. Incidentally, Professor Cruz's wife, Signora Karen, will accompany us during this symposium. She has kindly offered to assist in translation. Dr. Cruz, ahora tiene el micrófono.
Muchas gracias, thank you. Buenos días, buenas tardes. En el año en 1903, en la introducción del texto bosquejo de un diccionario técnico de la filosofía y teología musulmana, el padre y arabista español Miguel Asín Palacios realizó un análisis del estado de su tiempo en cuanto al linaje de los estudios hispano-musulmanes en el contexto español.
In 1933, in the introduction of the next outline of the Technical Dictionary of Muslim Philosophy and Theology, the Spanish Arabist Miguel de Asín Palacios carried out an analysis of the state of his time regarding the lineage of Spanish Muslim studies in the Spanish context.
Decía al respecto: me refiero a los estudios sobre la historia filosófica y teológica de los musulmanes españoles, porque advirtiéndose bien que no puede explicarse tamaño olvido en lo que hemos dejado desde hace siglos tales estudios, alejado de su exiguo valor e importancia dentro de la historia general de las ideas, cabalmente, si alguna gloria indiscutible se nos ha reconocido por todos los pueblos y casi por todos los siglos, ha sido la de nuestros pensadores, en especial los árabes y judíos. Hoy, ya nadie que de discreto se precie se atreverá a negar que ellos o a ellos debió el siglo XIII los copiosos materiales científicos que integraron la síntesis escolástica.
He said about it, I am referring to studies on the philosophical theological history of Spanish Muslims, because it should be well noted that the neglect in which we have left such studies for centuries cannot be explained, alleging their meager value and importance within the general history of ideas. Precisely, if any indisputable glory has been recognized by all peoples, and in almost all centuries, it has been that of our thinkers, and especially the Arabs and Jews. Today, no one who claims to be discreet will dare to deny that the 13th century owed the copious scientific material that made up the scholastic synthesis to them.
Posteriormente, en el contexto iberoamericano, se ha logrado un significativo número de investigaciones, traducciones y aportes en este campo. A finales del siglo pasado, la labor de muchos investigadores, como la de la profesora Luce López-Baralt, a la que tenemos el placer de tener entre nosotros, el profesor Ramón Guerrero, los profesores Miguel Cruz Hernández y Joaquín Lomba Fuentes, que desgraciadamente no están entre nosotros, los profesores Gómez Nogales, Luis Montana, Martínez Lorca, Antón Pacheco, Francisco Relic, Pablo Benito, Luis Xavier López Fagiat, entre otros, ayudaron a afianzar la importancia de los estudios sobre el pensamiento filosófico islámico en idioma español, un camino que de cierto modo fue pautado por autores como Asín Palacios y Manuel Alonso Alonso.
Subsequently, in the Ibero-American context, a significant number of research, translations, and contributions to his file have been issued. At the end of the last century, the work of many researchers, such as that of Professor Luce López-Baralt, whom we are honored to have present in this symposium, Professor Ramón Guerrero, Professor Miguel Cruz Hernández, Joaquín Lomba Fuentes, who are no longer among us, Professors Gómez Nogales, Puig Montana, Martínez Lorca, Antón Pacheco, Francisco Relic, Pablo Benito, Luis Javier López Fagiat, among others, helped to strengthen the importance of studies of thought Islamic philosophical in the Spanish language, a path in a certain way guided by the work of authors such as Asín Palacios and Manuel Alonso Alonso.
En la actualidad, el interés por los estudios de la filosofía islámica, por la filosofía árabo-islámica o hikmat, así como el pensamiento místico del mismo contexto, se ha asumido por un grupo de investigadores hispanoamericanos o latinoamericanos.
Currently, interest in the study of Islamic philosophy, Arabic Islamic, hikmah, as well as mysticism of thought in the same context has been assumed by a group of researchers from Hispanic America or Latin America.
A pesar de ello, en dicho contexto, estos estudios aún son vistos, mejor dicho, con cierta extrañeza. Un ejemplo que puedo dar es la referida a la Academia Filosófica Cubana, en donde la única investigación sobre filosofía islámica fue la realizada por el profesor Jorge Daniel Chirino en el año 2009 bajo el título de El problema de la relación entre la filosofía y la religión en la obra no comentarística de Averroes, que ha sido hasta cierto punto tolerada por la posición que tiene Averroes para ciertas aristas del marxismo.
Despite this, in this context, these studies are still viewed with some strangeness. An example that I can give is the reference to the Cuban Philosophical Academy, where the only research on Islamic philosophy was carried out by Professor Jorge Daniel Chirino in 2009, under the title, The Problem of the Relationship Between Philosophy and Religion in the Work Non-Commentary of Averroes, has been to a certain extent tolerated due to the position that Averroes has for a certain age of Marxism.
Yo recuerdo que en el Diccionario Filosófico Soviético de 1939, los autores Rosenthal y Eudin, que de gran uso tuvo este diccionario, prestaban ilustraciones a aquellos pensadores marxistas o a los que los mismos autores o la institución soviética daban como protomarxistas. De esta manera, las imágenes de Demócrito, las imágenes de Averroes, de Spinoza, interactuaban al mismo tiempo con las de Lenin y Stalin. Otros autores de la tradición filosófica islámica fueron realmente alienados, y sobre esa base se encaminó la academia. De una forma u otra, con otros enfoques filosóficos, esto ha seguido aconteciendo en otros contextos académicos de la región.
I remember that the Soviet Philosophical Dictionary, 1939, by Rosenthal and Eudin, widely used in Cuba, present illustrations of these Marxist thinkers or those who, for the authors or rather the institution, were something like proto-Marxist. For this reason, the images of Democritus, Averroes, and Spinoza interacted with those of Lenin and Stalin. Other authors of Islamic philosophical tradition were truly alienated, and the academy was guided on the basis. In one way or another, with other philosophical approach, this has continued to happen in other academic contexts in the region.
Esta situación de la cierta extrañeza que provoca la filosofía islámica en varias academias del contexto latinoamericano tiene varios motivos. La fundamental sigue siendo el enfoque doxográfico hegeliano, que aún, por desgracia, persiste en muchos autores. Otro pudiera ser el no haberse dado un punto de diálogo entre la tradición filosófica islámica y la tradición filosófica latinoamericana. En la obra del filósofo recientemente fallecido, Enrique Dussel, hay un franco intento de esto. Él mismo tuvo un contacto con la obra y el pensamiento del filósofo marroquí Mohamed Ahmed Al-Jabri. También desde la literatura, en el caso de la profesora Luce López-Baralt, con su estudio sobre el poeta nicaragüense Ernesto Cardenal y su vínculo con la poesía mística islámica.
This situation of certain strangeness that Islamic philosophy caused in various academies in the Latin American context has several reasons. The fundamental one continues to be that Hegelian doxographic approach is still alive. Unfortunately, in many authors, another could be the failure to find a point of dialogue between the Islamic philosophical tradition and the philosophical tradition in Latin America. In the work of the recently deceased philosopher Enrique Dussel, there is a frank attempt at this. He himself had contact with the work and ideas of the Moroccan philosopher Mohamed Ahmed Al-Jabri. Also from literature, there is the case of Professor Luce López-Baralt, with her study of the Nicaraguan poet Ernesto Cardenal and her link with Islamic mystical poetry.
Otra arista de este mismo problema se puede ver en el contexto islámico. En Irán, en idioma persa, existen traducciones de autores hispanoamericanos como Jorge Luis Borges, García Márquez u Octavio Paz. Pero todavía no hay una plena divulgación en el contexto académico y tradicional de Irán sobre los pensadores de Hispanoamérica por medio de figuras tan altas como la de Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz, Andrés Bello, Juan Bautista Alberdi, José Martí, José Vasconcelos, Francisco Miró Quesada, por tan solo mencionar estos. Aunque es justo decir que en los espacios universitarios iraníes ha existido un acercamiento tenue a algunos pensadores hispanoamericanos, esto no se debe reducir a solamente esta rica tradición, no debe reducirse a figuras como la de Simón Bolívar y Ernesto Che Guevara.
Another aspect of this same problem is seen in the current Islamic context. In Iran, there are some translations of Latin American authors such as Jorge Luis Borges, Gabriel García Márquez, or Octavio Paz in the Persian language. But there is still not a full disclosure in the academic and traditional context about the thinkers of Latin America through figures such as Sor Juan Inés de la Cruz, Andrés Bello, Juan Bautista Alberdi, José Martí, José Vasconcelos, Francisco Miró Quesada, for only mention this. Although it is fair to say that in Iranian university space, there has been a rapprochement with some Latin American thinkers, this rich tradition should not be reduced to a few figures such as Bolívar and Che Guevara.
En ambos contextos se han dado pasos de mutuo conocimiento, pero aún así este diálogo puede aspirar a una mayor o un mayor espacio de reciprocidad. Esta es la aspiración de este simposio que hoy damos apertura, que ha sido una idea forjada por parte del profesor Anthony Sharker y a la cual nos hemos sumado un grupo de investigadores de diferentes continentes, idiomas y escuelas de pensamiento, con el apoyo de la Universidad de Sevilla. Por lo pronto, agradecemos la presencia de todos en este espacio de diálogo entre tradiciones filosóficas, esperando que de él surjan ideas y proyectos que afiancen más nuestra inherente búsqueda del saber.
In both contexts, steps have been taken towards this mutual knowledge, but even so, this dialogue can aspire to a greater space for reciprocity. This is the aspiration of this symposium that we are opening today, an idea forged by Professor Anthony Sharker, and to which a group of researchers from different continents, languages, and a school of thought have joined, with the support of the University of Sevilla. For now, we thank everyone for their presence in this space for dialogue between philosophical traditions, hoping that the ideas and projects will emerge from it that further strengthen our inherent search for knowledge.
Bienvenidos, welcome, Hosh Hamadi, Os Gaudin, Ahla wa Salam. Bien, en este momento está el profesor Antón Pacheco de la Universidad de Sevilla, que tiene la presencia y agradecemos su presencia ante nosotros y cedemos la palabra al profesor Pacheco para sus breves palabras de apertura. Profesor Pacheco.
Hola Amilcar, hola Anthony Shecker, hola Luce López-Baralt y a todas las personas que estéis presentes. Bueno, ante todo agradeceros la invitación tan amable y espero poder responder la misma medida o por lo menos en alguna medida a vuestra amabilidad. Bien, pues simplemente voy a ser muy breve, ¿no? Como luego voy a intervenir. Simplemente quiero decir que desde un principio me pareció muy interesante este planteamiento de esta reunión, este congreso, porque se aunaban dos ámbitos del pensamiento que para mí son, en fin, muy cercanos. Por un lado, autores del ámbito iberoamericano o hispanoamericano, ¿no? Autores que de alguna manera de los cuales yo soy deudor, ¿no? Como son algunos de los que yo voy a tratar más tarde. Y luego también la confluencia de esos autores con un argumento de orden espiritual, de orden oriental, digámoslo así, que forma parte de mi dedicación universitaria, académica, filosófica, pues prácticamente de toda mi vida, ¿no? Aunar estas dos tendencias, estos dos bloques de contenido, pues me pareció muy interesante, me pareció realmente un reto, porque al principio puede parecer algo forzado, no lo es en absoluto, y bueno, y modestamente espero haber aportado algo a esta temática tan interesante. Así que nada más por mi parte. Gracias de nuevo a todos los organizadores y bueno, pues nos veremos, ¿no? A las 7:30, donde daré mi pequeña charla. Un saludo a todos.
Muchas gracias, profesor. Professor Shaker? Professor Shaker? Please.
You are mute, Anthony.
Anthony, you are muted. Unmute yourself.
Profesor Pacheco, es un honor tenerte con nosotros.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
So let me now move on. Let us move on. I'd like to make an opening statement, as I promised. Until recently, dialogue across cultural boundaries in philosophy meant dialogue either with or centered on Western philosophers. So it gives me great satisfaction to know that a group of academics from Latin America, the Islamic world, and elsewhere has taken the time to think and to speak about the themes covered by this symposium. There's no doubt that various aspects of Western thinking have been prominent in both of these cultural spheres, and they'll no doubt come up I'm sorry, I have to admit some people are coming in. So there's these, Western thinking, aspects of Western thinking will come up in the course of our conversations. But I think at this point in history, we can begin to look beyond the intellectual strictures of the last century and a half towards the kind of dialogue that used to come naturally to our ancestors over the millennia. Before we begin the lectures, therefore, allow me to give some context to what we're trying to achieve here. While doing this, I'll be mentioning some of the very fine scholars who will be speaking. However, I only have time to cover those whose topics happen to coincide with the points I wish to underline. But I also promised myself to pay tribute to the great city of Sevilla with a bit of historical background. Some of you are aware that Sevilla, or Ishbiliya, its old name in Arabic, was originally called Hisba'al by the Phoenicians in the late Bronze Age. Baal, which in the Phoenician language meant Lord, was used as a title, and sometimes it referred to a particular god. It is said that Amilcar, a legendary figure who headed the pantheon of the city of Tyre and represented the monarchy, sailed through the Strait of Gibraltar to the Atlantic and founded the trading posts of Cadiz and Hisba'al. At that time, the Guadalquivir Valley, where these trading posts were located, was inhabited by the indigenous pre-Roman people of Tartessos. This early connection with Eastern civilization, I want to stress, is emblematic of Iberia's experience down through the ages. Later in the Islamic era, Sevilla became an important scholarly center. By the 12th century, when urban concentrations of any size were still unheard of in Western Europe, the city boasted a mostly Visigoth population of 80,000. These inhabitants consisted of both Muslims and people who retained their older affiliation to a branch of Christianity that was actually of Eastern inspiration. The Visigoths, regardless of their religious affiliations, played a crucial role in the cosmopolitan society that took root all over the Iberian Peninsula. This role began in earnest in the 8th century with Tariq's campaign against Roderick, the newly coronated Roman Catholic king. Roderick had given himself the mission of cleansing the peninsula of its heretics, including the new Muslims, whom the Inquisition conflated with the indigenous Arian Christianity of the Visigoths. The Arians were inspired by Arius, the priest and ascetic who died in the year 336. When Tariq defeated the new king, Archbishop Opas of Sevilla, the Archbishop of Toledo, and many of their peers greeted his forces with open arms. So intense were the dissension and the open revolts before that moment that Tariq's soldiery included a number of the Arian Christian Visigoths. His famous general, Musa bin Nusayr, who descended from a Visigoth count himself, made a point of incorporating them into his largely Muslim army. During its 800-year history, the vibrant Andalusian society that emerged experienced a cultural convergence that resembled in many ways what was occurring throughout the Islamic world. Convergence was pretty much the pattern in Greater Syria, Palestine, the Persian heartland, Central Asia, the Indian subcontinent, Southeastern Europe, Confucian China, and the densely populated South Pacific Islands. Momento. But as I was saying, but just as each region had its character, Andalus had its had her conviviencia, a state of cultural intermingling, crowned with artistic, philosophical, and scientific creativity. As most historians know, the philosophy and science of the Islamic world were a crucial factor in alleviating the barbarian conditions under which the former Roman provinces of Western Europe had existed. But one mustn't forget economics, especially the breakthroughs in Andalusian technology, agricultural techniques, and the domestication of edible plants that we now take for granted, especially those in the citrus family. I have to stop intermittently, unfortunately, because I have to admit people into the audience. Anyways, these breakthroughs were essential to the capital accumulation witnessed later on in Occitania. Without them, the feudal Western Europe probably would not have overcome its geographical isolation and chronic backwardness. On the other side of the cultural divide, Andalusian philosophy exhibited great originality and developed in various directions. The famous Orientalist Miguel Asín Palacios believed that one facet of this philosophy was traceable to the affinity existing between Ibn Masara and the teachings of Prisciliano de Ávila, the bishop of Roman Hispania. Prisciliano was inspired by the teachings of Arius and lived in the 4th century. Ibn Masara was of capital importance to Ibn Arabi, and he happened also to be of mostly Visigoth extraction. Just saying. Some of the lectures you'll be hearing deal directly with the themes of ghayriyya, or otherness, and alienation. Others offer historical examples of how otherness has played out ideationally and or socially. For example, Professor Luce López-Baralt, whose work is widely admired, will focus on the last Iberian Muslims. The so-called Moriscos, in their indomitable spirit, look beyond their imposed collective estrangement, which was so severe one is hard-pressed to find a precedent. We're fortunate also to have Professor Hilal Altoun. She will talk about one instance of modern cultural otherness, or if you will, cultural self-alienation, that of Turkey. Her extensive linguistic research and proficiency in several languages have given her exceptional insight into language reforms of that country. I purposely use the word otherness or ghayriyya in these specific subject areas because ghayriyya doesn't depend exclusively on the narrow psychological or moral meanings associated with the modern notion of alienation. In sociology, anomie, one variety of alienation has to do with the loss of belongingness and other emotive or social features of contemporary society. Neither it nor alienation was explored in Ilm al-Hikmah in the maudlin style of, say, the French existentialists. So let me quickly describe what is meant by Ilm al-Hikmah, the name given to the discipline or science of philosophy, in case some of you are not quite familiar with this term. My real expertise actually lies there. The Arabic word falsafa is derived from Filosofía in ancient Greek, which literally means love of wisdom. It carries a more restricted sense than Ilm al-Hikmah, the most common name that mature philosophy has given itself in the Islamicate world. But just to be clear, the word hikmah by itself is a regular noun that means wisdom, simply wisdom, though it too can refer to philosophy in a broad sense. The question is, what purpose did philosophers attach to the activities activities they undertook within the parameters of Ilm al-Hikmah? To begin with, the philosopher's devotion to hikmah or wisdom obviously had to do with knowledge, but the pursuit of knowledge entailed learning how to pose wisely rather than simply posing questions. Learning how to pose questions wisely, that's the posing, just simply posing questions, I suppose any child can do. Posing questions wisely entailed giving due consideration both to the possible consequences of thinking and to the preservation of one's ability to probe further. This meant that a philosopher was not content merely to probe into things in isolation from each other. Otherwise, he would lose his mobility in the face of the knowing and the existing, which had first been explored jointly by the pre-Socratics. But the relation of knowing and existing intended by long-standing philosophical tradition covers much more than what philosophers are accustomed to these days. The human being was said to be central to this relation. Consequently, the theoretical philosopher or Nadhr was not indifferent to the human being. This centrality was critical in part because it was inseparable from what I mentioned earlier, that merely posing questions was insufficient. In the pursuit of knowledge, the questioning had to be purposeful at a level comprehensible or fruitful in some important respect to the human being. However, this matter was approached in a way that reaffirmed the centrality of the human being in a radically different sense from what he is purported to be in contemporary thought. I want to mention another crucial dimension of this centrality. If we accept that the person posing questions has to ask wisely, then we have to assume a certain level of prior experience. Knowledge and its confirmation do not arise out of the blue. This is why Aristotle placed experience at the beginning of the general process of knowing. But there's another condition or experience that was just as important, one that was refined to an exquisite degree in Ilm al-Hikmah. The knower must also, at some point, experience and taste for him or herself a category of experience called dhawq, or tasting. It's a philosophical term, a very important one, central one to Ilm al-Hikmah. In learning, inference is one type of confirmation. confirmation in Arabic is tahakkuk or tahqiq. It helps verify and represent our reasoning. However, the devices of inference are said to be incomplete and incapable alone of satisfying the second condition of experience. Similarly, while the reception of knowledge from another person suggests that one may have understood this knowledge as in taqlid, commonly translated as imitation or reception of knowledge from a person of authority, this reception of knowledge does not automatically imply his or her understanding. Doesn't mean that the person receiving this knowledge quite understands, or at least in its full depth, what knowledge this person receives. Experience has further repercussions on the problem of knowledge, though, which in the end reaffirm the centrality of man in the knowing and being. Where all knowledge, including the knowledge of God, must be accessible to man, or else it's idle or imaginary. I'll touch on them later, but on knowing and being. But I should quickly add that accessibility does not imply that man is single-handedly manufacturing what's genuine in knowledge. Ilm al-Hikmah held that theoretical knowledge is capable of perfection and completion additionally through the practice of wisdom, just as in itself it is capable of perfecting the human being. Agha Mirza Hassan Lahiji, who died in 1708, an important philosopher in the line of Mullah Sadra and a student of his, notes that before any consideration of the intellectual sciences and theoretical fields, hikmah, or wisdom, entails the execution of practical actions congruently with their usefulness and benefit. This implies that the wise person, or hakim, must act wisely, being cognizant of the realities of things and the subtleties of their benefits. On the one side, someone who acts with wisdom in every respect is ipso facto cognizant of both the realities of things and the subtlety of the benefits that accrue from his own actions as a wise person. On the other side, those who master the sciences and the theoretical disciplines and who are able to tie hikmah to the cognizance of the realities of things, or haqa'iq al-ashya. It's a technical term common in the Arabic language, but at least in a learned language of Arabic, but it acquired a particular technical sense in philosophy. So those who are able to tie hikmah to the cognizance of the reality of the things do so insofar as the intellect comprehends the conditions under which the realities of things, their principles and implications, can be presented based on proof and the process of thinking, or fikr. These two sides are a technical way of expressing how man, insan, not the biological male, perfects himself and finds completion on one end of the knowledge scale. Therefore, man perfects himself by seeking to perfect a theoretically derived wisdom through the practice of wisdom in every endeavor, not just in science. He reaches these realities, whatever they may be, at some level that belongs to them and to him. Fundamentally, however, the level proper to the theoretical philosopher finds its deepest root in the primordial divine and transcendental grounding of these realities, from whence all other considerations come to light. Lower down, these considerations include even those of the everyday. So what falls within the philosopher's purview is not divorced from the world, even though the philosopher does not reflect on the world in the same casual manner of another person or as a physical scientist would. I should point out that a hakika or reality does not mean existent or mawjood, something that exists, something existing. It refers to what is real about a thing besides its specific and variable properties. What is real can even be said of a concept. Technically, a reality refers neither to an empirical object nor to an observable property that an empirical object might have. Therefore, realities are casually related to each other differently from how empirical things are to each other. The causality in the sensory world is not the causality between realities. In fact, the philosophers considered it vital for the wise person to grasp how the realities were interrelated in thought if he or she was to view the consequences of a course of thinking or action at all. In philosophy, the soundness of thinking and action is clearly at stake when endeavors to think through things. While this soundness is amenable to logic, it is not logic that determines the existence of things or how they exist, why they exist, or how they're related to each other. That is not that's not to say that please mute all your microphones, ladies and gentlemen, so we won't have any noise. Anyways, that's not to say that a good portion of Ilm al-Hikmah did not consist of analyzing concepts, including their linguistic aspects. It's typical of the literature. One has only to read a few pages of Farabi, Ibn Sina, Surawardi, Ibn Arabi, Kunawi, Mulla Sadr, and so on before encountering it. None of these figures, however, took philosophical reasoning as consisting of pure conceptual analysis in the manner of the modern-day analytic thinkers. They insisted on clarity of purpose, above all, with a view to the consequence of thought, including consequences that pertain to the practice of life. This is about another one coming in. This is all that I'll say on the subject of philosophy as a discipline. How Ilm al-Kalima was conducted in the two traditions we are concerned with should become clearer in the course of this symposium. I'll leave it to others to expound how Latin philosophers have viewed matters. Now, I'd like to portray as succinctly as I can the peculiar historical moment in which we find ourselves as we look forward to a learned dialogue across traditions. This is a time like no other, awash with unheard of levels of nihilism, moral chaos, collective pathologies, excuse me, and of course, mass violence on a horrifying scale. As glaring as these malignancies are, I have no desire to paint the whole of humanity with the same brush. Let me point to two main areas of concern that the experts have been closely monitoring ever since I can remember. One area has to do with what is internal to the social formation typical of the so-called West. By West, I mean England, France, and the United States, leaving aside for now the satellites that mimic them. Let's not beat around the bush. Something is not quite right in these societies. The other area is international, where the Western hegemony, now coming apart, is giving way decisively to a return to the multipolar world of cultures that existed for more than a millennium before our time. I regard the Western domination of the world as an aberration, one that has lasted about a century and a half, all told, a mere instant in the historical time, preceded by 2 centuries of plunder. It precipitated the near extinction of a whole galaxy of peoples, languages, and cultures in the Americas, among other calamities around the world. But let us for a moment consider the shorter part of this period where the so-called West actually dominated. This is probably there's probably no clear measure of its impact on our living environment. Scientists have for decades been amassing data on millions of years of environmental changes. These data furnish us with a detailed picture of the extent and speed at which human beings have recently been turning this jewel of a planet into ash. Pretend as we may to stand above nature as its proud conquerors or its saviors, let me assure you that no scientific expert I know of has seriously claimed that the Earth's average temperatures before our time fluctuated in precise tandem with human activity. On a geographical timescale, we honestly don't measure up to much. Over the millennia, the periodic swings in temperatures indicate no direct correlation with human activity at all. All this began to change abruptly around 1850, exactly when Western Europe began truly to dominate the world. From this date onward, the two histories, man's and Earth's, converged in a single trajectory unlike any witnessed in the entire history of humankind on this planet. All the data charts show an abrupt, almost vertical spike in world temperatures, contrary to the normal temperature variations of the less populated yet still very active medieval period. Something has clearly gone wrong because this spike coincides perfectly with a curious historical anomaly where a tiny handful of predatory states managed somehow to dismember the old world's vast interconnected economy before going on to subjugate nearly the whole planet. In drawing your attention to this coincidence, I'm not suggesting that what casually passes for modernity is the product of any single historical actor, given Western Europe's wholesale borrowing of every facet of civilized life from outside. This borrowing became imperative once the Carolingians, who succeeded the Merovingian dynasty, turned northwestern Europe into what Henri Pirenne called a bottleneck. The Occitanian offspring of the Carolingians crave nothing more than to escape their self-imposed bottleneck by trying to slay the dragon of Islam. It is generally accepted that Western Europe fashioned its self-identity specifically in opposition to the ambient Islamicate world. There are many empirical reasons for regarding, as historians also do, the year 1850 as the date by which the so-called West finally subdued the rest of the world. The geographical roots of what we call the West are traceable to the former Roman provinces that later made up the Occitanian territories, namely the westernmost corner of subcontinental Europe and northwestern Italy. The end result of this domination has been to cement Western Europe's succession from the rest of humanity. But what historians see as a historical anomaly, others recognize as the harbinger of societal decline, a decadence so profound that Baudelaire, who died in 1867, the poet of Paris and one of the earliest to imbibe this bewitching moment of history, could only portray it with the striking imagery of the devil. As we try to approach the Latin American and Islamic traditions, it seems to me important, nevertheless, that we step back from the raging insanities around us. We ought to use this rational moment in a way that enables us and the young people we teach to relearn how to speak philosophically and consequentially. I don't know about you, but I don't find it satisfactory at all to describe and dissect the traditions of humankind according to Western models of explanation, certainly not in the manner of the Orientalists. Moreover, much of what nowadays passes for philosophy is as monotonal as the worldview many of us have been taught since childhood. But my point is that endlessly criticizing it on paper will not change the underlying reality we all face. Coming to grips with how thinking relates philosophically to both the reality and the existentiality of things requires something more than mental contrariness. Insisting on mental contraries in the face of life's deepest challenges leaves the door open to a large variety of moralizing manipulators. This perhaps is why many classical Latin American novelists were adept at depicting not only the logic behind the fictional protagonist's negative relation to the fragmented and dehumanized world of the 1920s and 30s, for example, but also the consequences of the very rage that engulfs the protagonist. The fictional consequences often took a tragic turn when this protagonist failed to recognize the humanization inherent in his or her uncontrolled response. The Argentinian novelist Roberto Arlt wrote two novels, one called Los Siete Locos, the Seven Madmen, about a group of characters planning to destroy the capitalist world. The characters, led by one named Erdosain, decide to take what they learned about self-destructive capitalist society in the grip of industrial interests. It took this capitalist society to its absurd logical conclusions. Art was attacking capitalist society everywhere, not just in Argentina, but he skillfully depicted how its advocates and opponents alike shared in the destructiveness. Opposites often join in this way, perhaps because human beings are carried forward existentially by the force of circumstances faster than they can compose their thinking. Their awareness is always at least one step behind the chain of events they unwittingly unleash before becoming aware of them a posteriori. There's always a time lag. This is why I concur in what Murasadra said about the importance of foresight with respect to the consequences of one's thinking and actions. He argued repeatedly that the purpose of philosophy is to guide the human being with a view precisely to those consequences. I mention the idea of temporal lag because it ought to be of particular interest to thoughtful people who take the time to consider carefully the post-Western multipolar world that we have already entered. This world came upon us only a short while before we became aware of it. One way or another, we as teachers, scholars, and philosophers will have to come to grips with its historical reality. And this entails that we refrain from referring constantly and unthinkingly to Western intellectual gurus, whether we accept or oppose their patterns of thinking, their standards for what is true and what is real, and so on. There are other possible time-tested avenues for philosophers to take that have yielded greater fruits and are more stable. The old world has definitely vanished, and there are new paths to explore. But we have inherited something from our ancestors that is quite worth keeping and exploring under our circumstances. Learned people and lovers of wisdom have the opportunity to teach and speak to each other more independently, but also with a deeper appreciation of the common inheritance that has served humanity since the dawn of history, in fact. The lectures you're about to hear range from the pre-Columbian philosophy of the Nahuatl or the Aztecs, in more popular jargon, up to both the 1400-year-old Islamicate tradition of philosophy and the precious experience encoded in the thought of Latin America. Professor James Maffei will enlighten us on the Nahua philosophy. In short, plenty of light rays from this broad collective inheritance have survived to enable us to contemplate a resumption, basically, of our human journey. Therefore, I'm of the opinion, as some of my colleagues know, that we must shed artificial designations like global north and global south, the bizarre white and non-white labels attached to them, and all other fanciful labels of exclusion, which don't correspond even to basic geography. Excuse me. Contrary to any version of the Western worldview, the planet has never been neatly divided into halves of any kind. Today, the only divide I see lies between the sea of humanity and the frozen drop of it that pretends to be an ocean unto itself. There's a faceless stranger in our midst, bent on restoring a lost moment of glory. He foments chaos everywhere. But he also has many faces. Here, the benign Silicon Valley transhumanist claiming to save the world, and there, the obscene glutton doing commerce with an openly genocidal race colony in Palestine, inspired by a pseudo-biblical hoax. One day he's a petulant conservative, another a spineless liberal. His idea of world history is a self-worshipping fiction according to which nothing of worth existed before the blessing of his arrival. Inflating a cultural mutation into a universal, this strange narcissist seeks to re-engineer humanity in his own image. The society in which he thrives is dominated by moralizing propagandists, one seeking sinking into the bottomless pit of human decadence, as we can all see. I'm not telling you anything new. I don't even have a radical temperament, certainly not at my age. Countless writers, including historians, political scientists, social psychologists, not just philosophers, have been warning about this strange narcissistic personality ever since my youth. Thankfully, the world has survived him, because before his unwarranted intrusion, the foundations of human civilization had already been laid on every continent, and they bore unprecedented fruits everywhere. In short, the modern world is not the product of only one actor, but many. This is why it's absolutely clear to me that the present world belongs to humanity, though you have to admit it is somewhat odd that we should still have to remind ourselves of this basic undeniable reality. Now, this symposium came naturally to mind because Latin America and the sprawling Islamicate world have been connected in more ways than many people imagine. To begin with, many in Latin America are descended from those who were indentured or enslaved before and after the fall of Granada. Between the 16th and 18th centuries, their ancestors were exported to the colonies for their architectural skills and, of course, for menial work. But this is only one chapter. There are medieval documents in Arabic indicating that Muslims from Iberia and West Africa may have arrived in America centuries before Columbus. Abu al-Hasan Ali bin al-Hussein al-Mas'udi was a historian and a geographer who recorded Muslim navigator Kashkash bin Sa'id al-Aswad as having crossed the Atlantic Ocean as far back as the year 889. Al-Aswad had lived in Cordoba at the time of Andalusian caliph named Abdullah bin Muhammad, who died in 912. Please turn off your microphones. It hasn't. Anyways, this hasn't been established that he ever completed the voyage, or if other Muslims built a settlement on the other side of the ocean. Some records seem to indicate this. whatever happened, we know that it was thanks mainly to the Muslim astronomers such as Ahmad bin Majid that Portuguese voyagers like Vasco da Gama were able to navigate from the west coast of Africa. Moreover, Columbus could not have made Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile an offer they couldn't refuse without first laying his hands on what the Muslim cartographers, geographers, and astronomers knew. One of the most striking pieces of evidence about any awareness of the Americans is the complete map of the world that was unearthed only in 1929. It belonged to the prominent Ottoman navigator and admiral Piri Muhyiddin Rais at the time of Salim I and Suleiman the Magnificent. The first known version of this map outlines the entire Southern American landmasses with surprising accuracy. Only a shrunken mass of North America was drawn on it, but what it shows could not have been borrowed from any firsthand knowledge that Columbus might have acquired on his own, because he never rounded the foot of South America, much less hugged the entire length of its western coast or its north. The sources of the Ottomans' knowledge of the Americans likely included known Muslim geographers who were attached to the royal court in China before Columbus, since they had access to the sailing experience of their compatriots. It is more than a coincidence that the plunder of the Americans began after the fall of Grenada in 1492. The Inquisition instituted during the Crusader Wars on Palestine finally claimed the whole Iberian Peninsula after 800 years. One of Latin America's most insightful philosophers, the Mexican Leopoldo Zea, for whom historical memory, both indigenous and non-indigenous, was so primordial, wrote the following about the conquerors of the Americas. Excuse me. He wrote, they came with a concept of the world and of existence in which there was no place for the concept of the world and existence possessed by the native peoples they met. This world, instead of being understood, was condemned and sacrificed to the so-called universalism which the European had accorded to his own culture, existence, and concept of the world. Zia countered in his words a real world like the newly discovered one could not be denied as easily as that. American man, the result of this union, is a man who has become aware of his dual reality, and with it aware of his own incontrovertible right to universality as an expression of the human. Latin America today is not as slavish or backward as it was frequently portrayed in my younger days. Its collective consciousness has outlived ITT and the United Fruit Company. And in any case, Latin America has always been a rich mosaic of cultures and languages. And today it boasts highly educated populations, strong industrial bases, and boundless talent and creativity. Above all, it has not cast aside its millennial past. To find parallels for the predatory designs of the mercantile empires the designs of these empires on the centers of Native American civilization, one would have to look as far back as what Arnold Toynbee called the suicidal militaristicism of Ashur in Mesopotamia, or Assyria in a modern deformation of the word Ashur, with no connection to the name Syria. Like Ashur, the new mercantile empire in the Iberian Peninsula quickly collapsed under the weight of its booty, the gold and silver pilfered from the native peoples. It went bankrupt because no economy can run solely on predation, nor even partly on it, given how severely the monarchist French regime suffered the economic distortions caused by the intrusion of stolen riches. When the ends and means no longer match, things of practical value begin to break down. This is observable to us today, as just as it was to the Maghribi Ibn Khaldun, whom Western historians have crowned the father of the human sciences and the study of civilization. According to him, man pursued his ends both within the environment most natural to him, namely society, based on the complementarity of labor, production, and trade, and within a natural environment that envelopes and penetrates his social life. Analytically distinguishable, but existentially intermeshed, these two environments define the general world within which a question of otherness is said in the Hikmah tradition to arise from the human being in relation both to God and to fellow beings. The philosophical question of otherness arises most fundamentally in relation to God, because God is inconceivable as a being comparable to other beings, which exist both individually in their own right and in relation to each other. All otherness is said to be a function of the root singular oneness originally imparted by God to the individual who is engaged in the act of living with his or her every breath. With respect to knowledge, if the human being is neither God nor even the mere abstraction he has of himself, but fully a living mortal being, then his or her panel of vision of the realities of things is necessarily limited. Realities of things is a common expression in the literature, as I mentioned, and man himself is a reality means that he's not just an individual or a bundle of properties, but is also understood in summation as the centermost point at which all realities are apt to reveal themselves to him through the divine self-manifestation. This distinction is a function of two mental polarities: unconditionality, itlaq, and the limitedness, taqayyud, otherwise known as contingency. They also apply to the knowable God. Beyond his knowability, there is only the negative reference to his hiddenness, that is to say, God's. In any case, since Ibn Sina, it has been roundly agreed that man perceives, thinks, understands, and acts upon his thing objects, be they realities, physical entities, relations, or his Lord, according to those two conceptually distinct polarities: what stands on its own in its unconditionality, and what is limited from it according to properties or relations to other things. But these are only mental polarities, beyond which all elaborations remain to be worked out in the knowing and existing. I won't burden you with other polarities like exteriority and interiority and so on, which are commonly mentioned by the philosophers. Unconditionality and delimitedness are fundamental because they are considered necessary for knowledge to be accessible for the sake of man at his level. What lies beyond them is said to be the prerogative of God. Without this accessibility, there cannot even be any knowledge of God, but only perplexity or hayra in the jargon, since man is not privy to God's knowledge of himself as he is in himself for himself. Hence, what knowledge man has of God as God is in himself signifies the unconditional in this equation. Insofar as it is an unconditional knowledge for God's other, man, it is a knowledge for the sake of man and his welfare. It is in this way that man is said to have access to the unity of knowledge and existence, which unity or junction bears only a likeness to God's by mirroring God's hidden knowledge of all things. It only mirrors it. Unity here means that knowledge and existence are reconcilable only in that unique hiddenness where God is himself. Knowledge is reconcilable with itself at levels where knower, knowledge, and the known are at the root united, but united under another aspect besides the absolute divine oneness from whence all onennesses, all other onnesses emanate. The reasoning behind all that is vastly different from the binary logic of the either or, and it gets much more complicated, not just because life itself is complicated, but also because Ilm al-Hikmah seeks to manage the complexity of its own technical language with what the reasoning process is designed to accomplish through the distinctions and unities intrinsic to the act of to every act of reasoning. These complexities are unavoidable if among other things, the philosopher is to take account of the consequences of his or her thinking, both theoretically and practically. This is all the more true if, as Ilm al-Hikmah holds, thinking, not just calculating, is to proceed elusively rather than literally, as one would in everyday speech. If thinking philosophically is to serve as a guide, it cannot claim to be in the business of adducing literal or causal explanations based only on empirical evidence. It seems plain to me that if one opted solely for literalism and materialism in contemporary style, it would not be possible to pursue any but the most menial tasks like processing information. But where is human felicity in that nothing, including ends, can generate itself out of its own matter, for example, its properties, has until only recently been a truism in philosophy. Materiality, like that of the body, signified merely the means by which human beings satisfied their needs. Therefore, neither earthly pleasure nor the afterlife is exhausted for human beings by the base needs they share with other living organisms. In his otherness, otherness from God, man's conduct is consequential for precisely this reason. But because his relation to his divine source or root is not causal in any material sense, it can appear paradoxical and lead to perplexity, haira again, as I mentioned. If the mind fails to reverse the order by which it perceives the world through the senses, in other words. One good example of this reversal, widely recognized in the literature, but also by Hegel, is the Lord-servant relation, which is patently oppressive when the Lord and servant are human, but liberating when the relation is with God. Excuse me. The literal positivism prevalent in the West seems to me out of sync with the methodical approach of Ilm al-Hikmah, which views both words and thinking elusively and as a guidance. That is, this positivism is out of sync is not surprising given how often philosophers of the analytic persuasion in particular have declared their intention to sever links with all previous traditions. But I have to admit that nowhere has the peculiar cultural otherness of the West been more obvious than to the intellectuals and artists of Latin America, which in many ways epitomizes the dimension of estrangement in otherness. It's hard to overlook the eloquence with which Latin American art has given expression to this estrangement. The same goes for the philosophers there, who are deeply troubled about their own discourses' perceived lack of authenticity. Against the imitative colonial mindset of earlier times, which looked down on everything indigenous and local, many of them have tried to own up to the philosophy as such ought to be, how it ought to be. In earlier times, a good number of them could only adopt ideas from abroad, including the positivism of Auguste Comte and the social Darwinism of Herbert Spencer. These are the same two figures who came into vogue among reformers or Islahis like Muhammad Abdu in British-dominated Egypt. Positivism in Egypt may at first have appeared revolutionary, but it served as an ideological prop for militaristic elites, not much different from the cliques behind President Diaz in pre-revolutionary Mexico. In both countries, the ideas of French thinker Henri Bergson succeeded positivism and acted as a counterweight of sorts. After the Mexican Revolution that began in 1910 and culminated only in 1920, the colonial sense of superiority that tainted the literature quickly receded, to be replaced by more circumspect views about the causes of backwardness. Indeed, there was a general desire for liberation about which Professor Angel Molina will speak about more knowledgeably than I can in relation to an important but little investigated philosopher, Rudolfo Kusch. The idea of liberation was expressed in several forms. One form was Arialism, which borrowed heavily from Western Europe. It contained strong elements from avant-garde art, some defenders of which put a premium on the wholeness of experience. Its advocates distinguished Ariel, the personality, as the spirit of the new philosophy and of Latin America, distinguished this character from Caliban, representing technology, instrumental rationality, and materiality. In short, both philosophical positivism and Anglo-Saxon America. However, Arialism remained largely intellectual and therefore fell short of the burning issues of economic relations and oppression to which the idea of liberation inexorably led. Nevertheless, the generation of Latin American intellectuals and writers that followed somehow learned to keep at bay the crass materialism that disguised as pragmatism that was associated with the United States. Professor Cruz has written an important paper on some surprising aspects of José Martí, one of the earliest thinkers and quite a unique one whose independent thinking helped give birth to this current of Arialism. Over time, the private anguish over social and economic injustice, which was versified early on by the poets, gave way to other forms of expression. The onset of the machine age that so fascinated the Italian futurists in Latin America led to what historian Jean Franco described as an assertion of human solidarity in suffering. The new breed of Marxists looked upon the machine age with an intense sense of alienation, oppression, but also hope. Some of the most powerful poetry on this theme was written by the Peruvian Marxist Cesar Vallejo, who died in 1938. Aspiring to what transcended individual limitation and therefore transcended death and suffering, as Franco put it. He used imagery drawn from religion and other sources Franco noted that Vallejo's imagery threw, in her words, threw into relief the faithless loneliness of modern man, the pathetic hope of human solidarity as a bulwark against death, just as it did man's lack of dignity, accentuated by economic crisis. In many respects, Vallejo's poetry echoes the mystical tone of Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz. To many who searched for an authentic independent voice, Arialism was attractive because central to it was a symbol derived from Shakespeare that helped counter the strange marriage of Puritanism and hedonism typical of culture in the United States. The thinker José Enrique Rodó of Uruguay, died in 1917, for example, used the symbol of Ariel to represent the noble and winged part of the spirit. The longing for integrity, especially oneness, was powerfully expressed in poetry written in the style of the platonically minded Colombian José Asuncion Silvia, died back in 1896. In this yearning for union, I must say none quite equal the personality of Juana de Esbaje, died in 1695, or Sor Sister Juana Inés de la Cruz, long before the agitations that later stalked the modern soul. She wrote the following verses. My love, my Lord, with thine eyes hear me, thou whose ears are so removed from my pen murmuring the groaning woes of absence. And since my rude voice cannot come to thee, deafly hear me who mutely mourn. Born in San Miguel, Nepantla, in what is today Mexico, she was surely heir to the Iberian Peninsula's Sufi legacy, central to which, of course, was Ibn Masara and Ibn Arabi. Professor López-Baralt will not be talking about Sor Juana, but she has written very eloquently about her, among other subjects. There are some, these are just some of the earlier milestones of what can only be described as a Latin American voice in literature. I'm no expert here, but philosophy aside, let me quickly note that some of the most authentic imagery was conveyed through literary writing, painting, sculpture, and music. This is not to say that one cannot also find an authentic philosophical attitude there. Also, despite the foreign borrowing in philosophy as a discipline. Anyway, I strongly recommend both Luce's work and the late Jean Franco's landmark book on Latin American culture. Many years ago, I found Franco's erudition a class of its own and a soulful guide. Along the way, certain moments of liberation have impinged on artistic expressions and philosophy alike, such as the Mexican Revolution and, of course, the Cuban Revolution that overthrew the Batistas. Pregnant with promise, revolution can herald a new beginning, like Latin America, the Islamicate world was gripped with an inferiority complex that favored the rawest forms of cultural and economic westernization. This is still reflected in its literature, which often exhibits some tragic sentimentalism found in the late Soviet world. Too many Muslim intellectuals are enthralled, not quite by the unparalleled achievements of the Islamicate past they harp about, but by how magnificently it coheres with the progressiveness they imagine in the West. It was the Islamicate world, after all, that laid the foundations of the philosophy and sciences we take for granted today. That said, there are bright lights bright rays of light. One has only to consider the long line of enlightened scholars in Iran and the learned figures of Turkey, Indonesia, and the Arabic-speaking world. But I think we can agree with the historians that the Islamic Revolution in Iran has proved a pivotal event in West Asia, triggering a long and deep introspection in the Islamic world, including many Eastern Christians. I can't help seeing in a similar light no less a figure than Muhammad al-Lish, Sheikh of Al-Azhar, who resembled in turn another man about whom one of our lectures will learn, the learned Sheikh Ahmad Mustafa al-Alawi. We're very fortunate to have Professor Omneya Ayad, who will present his philosophy, a renowned authority on Ibn Arabi and one of the most interesting early counter figures. Al-Alawi lived during the French colonial occupation of Algeria. He had the patient wisdom and strength to resist the foreign cultural onslaught on his people. His late life, as well as his philosophy, acted like an antidote to the mood of desperation, mood of desperate collaborationism that infected the new class of westernized intellectuals. Whatever the historical reasons for these intellectuals' adulation of the West, it was typical of the self-styled reformists who have emerged around the world in the last 150 years. See, needless to say, the human being needs more than empty promises of a utopian universalism cobbled together from examples of presumed Western material success. A dubious inductive argument from Western universalism based on material success can only be a sleight of the hand. Let me give you a glimpse of this misapplication of this bit of inductive logic, if I may call it that, because it bears upon the question of otherness and alienation. Maybe we can learn something from the exercise. In Ilm al-Hikmah, Giorgiani defines the statement like that of a a fundament or a rule as a universal proposition that applies to all its particulars. This and similar kinds of statements can be viewed under the aspect of their universality, separately from their particular exemplifications. For example, the concept of horse relative to this horse. In logic, a universal premise on its own does not yet manifest all the details necessary for a complete proof. Moreover, premises must be verified in some manner, whether by other arguments or by gustation or zoke. Universals and their exemplifications were normally used merely as a bare model for more complex patterns of reasoning in philosophy, and the shortcomings of inductive logic were well known. In philosophy proper, a universal attributed to a thing entailed certain kinds of relation. Besides universality and particularity, for instance, the operation of qualifying, naming, and describing things, as Sadruddin Kunawi said, involved various pairings like complexity and simplicity, exteriority and concealment, perception and perceptedness, being perceived. It also involves subordination and superordination, taba'iyya and matbu'iyya, which are drawn from grammar to indicate that the function of a certain part of a sentence is subordinate to another part. Subordination becomes important when one considers that no mental path is equal to the reality of the thing manifesting itself to us, let alone the hidden reality of God, who is said to manifest for the sake of the human being. Anyway, thinking cannot but function through the intermediaries between a knower and what is known, which are said to begin through their unity and must ultimately be reconciled into oneness under another aspect of unity. All this is only a small taste of the kind of philosophical reasoning that existed before our time. The point I was originally trying to make has to do with the juxtaposition of universal and particular in a false logical argument, or more grandiosely, the supplanting of the one by the other. This sort of argument was as familiar to al-Hikmah as it was to Marxist theorists, namely the argument that imparted a universal status to a particular. Some prominent contemporary philosophers discern it even in the field of international relations. For example, they argue that the US-led Atlantic Alliance in 1990 sought to instrumentalize the United Nations for particular policy interests through an ideology designed to promote a so-called new world order in the wake of the first Iraq war. Just an example. According to one renowned political scientist, the objective was to renew and more effectively secure a claim of hegemony propagated by the slogan of a new, more just order. Faced with a waning post-war order, the Atlantic Alliance has sought to bolster its familiar ideological claim to be the voice of humanity by universalizing its own particular interests to new levels on the grounds that it somehow represented the general will of the so-called international community. It seems to me that this reification of an imaginary general will also qualifies as a form of human alienation, based on a classical definition of alienation as a subservience to one's other. In this case, the all in quotation marks of a general will. Hegel argued that the human being becomes subservient to an anonymous collective will, not just to another person. The techniques of generalization are generally perfectly legitimate in empirical science, but when a generalization is turned into moralism, where the true consequences of a supposed truth are deliberately obscured in the name of a self-centered morality, it becomes something else altogether. It doesn't take long before a particular that is fraudulently parading itself as a universal attribute demands submission from anyone, from everyone. In fact, this is what we find in the world of diplomacy, economics, and indeed philosophy. Marxist philosophers have been especially wary about mixing the particular with the universal. One well-known Hungarian expositor of Marx's theory of alienation, named István Mészáros, explained this conceptual fallacy in connection with the technical question of an actual or practical transcendence of alienation. Since the practical objective of Marxist theory has been to overcome the social conditions that produce alienation, an absolute conception of human activity, the locus of alienation, cannot occur at the practical level or nor in the historically specific form of activity that is required in the first place for the practical transcendence of alienation, at least as Marx envisioned it. Marx preferred to work out the differentiated concrete entailments of labor, which is alienated under capitalism, but not according to any absolute assumed about activity. The Logic behind this has long been familiar to philosophers in Islamic tradition. I don't pretend to accept Marx's preconceived restriction of anything solely to its concreteness, even in the case of human activity, nor do I accept the young Marxist rather peremptory attempt to unravel the riddle of alienation. I simply wanted to use this example to draw your attention first to the mismatch that commonly exists between conceptions of what is absolute or universal and what is particular, and second, to note the connection of this mismatch with the question of alienation. This is the mismatch, I believe, that more broadly pervades Western thinking, its worldview, and its entire culture. On that second point, I think that behind Hikmah's own concept of otherness, there is a desire to avoid the determinism of a Greek tragedy, so to speak, one that leaves philosophy an impotent bystander wallowing in sentimentality and nihilism. But let me quickly note that Marx also said what he said about the sciences of Islam, because it seems aligned at least superficially with ghayriyya or otherness, without which I also believe there can be no science. I'll speak about ghayriyya more fully in the paper I plan to present on Monday. Marx looked forward to the transformation of the sciences prevailing in the 19th century because he disdained their speculative character of all. And in his posthumous economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1884, he begins very generally by pointing out the element of alienation that permeates the arguments and terminologies of various branches of knowledge. In a famous passage, he writes, "The political economy of ethics is the opulence of a good conscience, of virtue, etc. But how can I live," in his words, "virtually if I do not live? And how can I have a good conscience if I'm not conscious of anything?" It seems from the very nature of estrangement that each sphere applies to me a different and opposite yardstick. Ethics, one, and political economy, another. For each is a specific estrangement of many and focuses attention on a particular round of estranged essential activity, and each stands in an estranged relation to the other. This has to do with, epistemology and disciplines. But here, Marx is noting something important about the discipline's artificiality, which tends to obscure reality. More importantly still, as Mazaros explains, Marx viewed philosophy and the natural sciences as manifestations of the same estrangement. Therefore, he pitted his own ideal of a human science against both speculative philosophy and abstractly material, idealistic, natural science. To him, the authentic human science implied instead a science of concrete synthesis integrated with a real life taken from the standpoint of the ideal form of a non-alienated man whose actual human needs determine the line of research in every particular field. Human here stands in opposition to what he construed as that which is speculatively invented, practically dehumanized and only abstractly material. Whether or not such a science is feasible, it was adapted to his conception of human history, the goal of which he pictured as the imminence of human development, as opposed to the a priori transcendentalism of theological teleology. By developmental, he meant specifically the realization of the human essence in the Hegelian jargon, In other words, the realization of humanness and what is the specifically human element. He also meant the realization of the universality and freedom of man, and so forth. Their realization was possible only through man's establishment of himself through practical activity, first in an alienated form and later supposedly in a positive, self-sustaining form of life activity established as an inner need. As you can see, the practical sphere appears front and center in Marx as commendable as his emphasis on a practical sphere, practical resolution of alienation may be, however, it remains doubtful that material practicality alone can raise the human beings above the level of cogs in a well-oiled machine conveniently called human. This indeed is the vision from which many Latin American philosophers struggled to distance themselves in 1920s and 30s, despite the attraction of Marxism. The crux of the problem, I believe, is Marx's immanentism, which, like Hegel's pronouncements about the realization of the Geist, his immanentist interpretation is akin to secular incarnationism that lacks the Godhead upheld, at least in the Christian Holy Trinity. In the case of Marx's immanentism, one cannot but ask the following question: how could every third factor in a sublation or Abhebung in German be the same as the previous one or the same as what it sublates, given that the endless series of practical activities is not transcended by a prototype that grounds them all. I don't mean that such an imminent series must arbitrarily stop at some point as one possibility. However, practical activity has to begin somewhere and end somewhere. Indeed, this is why it is said to be practical and not a mere item in an infinite arithmetic series. Although my initial point was about the logical speciousness of taking the particular for universal, I find it worthwhile to consider the problems that emerge when philosophical reasoning is applied to historical questions. The Western worldview makes a particular something universal by the ploy of assigning material success, whether moral or technological, to the attribute of being Western. This is not how Marxist theory or Hilm al-Hikmah have demonstrated that. This is precisely how Marxist theory and Hilm al-Hikmah have demonstrated that alienation or otherness can be overcome. That alienation or otherness is not insurmountable, though should not require that man's essence be absorbed into any immanence in the Marxist manner or on account of the practical nature of human activity. On this score,
Defend him?
yes? Please mute your microphone. On this score, Ilm al-Hikmah even regards the path trodden in otherness from God as part of God's mercies, to the point where the otherness of the mortal creature is a necessary precondition for the reconciliation of love. Despite this major difference, we must content ourselves with an acknowledgement that the philosophers of both Ilm al-Hikmah and Marxist theory at least aspire to the dignity of human beings. And now, given the obvious dissolution of Western hegemony, there is an important historical reality to ponder. How can humanity's inheritance and civilization guide us back to a more natural course of humanity? Sadly, I have found little interest in this question among Marxist theorists. I didn't say guide to some golden past or future utopia To return to Latin American literature, the Mexican writer Alfonso Reyes argued that Latin America was in a special and perhaps privileged position precisely because of its eclecticism and the experience of its history, and due to the fact that there is already in Latin America a practice of international living that Western Europe does not possess. There's a degree of compensation, he said, in having arrived late at so-called Western civilization. These are his words. And this conferred upon Latin America a position of making a synthesis without being limited to narrow cultural spheres. He concluded, as Jean Franco noted in her discussion of him, that Europe finds it more difficult to have an international vision precisely because it is more difficult to see beyond national boundaries. This brings me to some specific remarks I'd like to make about philosophy before finishing. There's been a lot of intense questioning about philosophy in Latin America, what it is generally and what it ought to be for Latin Americans specifically. Many of those engaged in this questioning tend to search for its nativeness through something called metaphilosophy. And I have to say that Professor Walter Mignolo has been at the center of this debate. A few years ago, he wrote, in his words, instead of assuming that there is something like philosophy, that the Greeks invented it and that therefore the rest of the planet had to deal with it, we should first ask what was the thing that the Greeks called philosophy. Second, we should ask why, once the Greeks invented it, philosophy was appropriated by the West, since the Arabs were first to translate and pursue it, and then converted into a point of reference to establish borders between philosophy and its difference. Well, I'm arguing, he says, that philosophy and its difference became an issue in the 16th century, and that the issue was the making of the colonial difference. I think you'll be hard-pressed to find anyone more incisive and insightful on philosophy, the philosophy of Latin America, than Professor Mignolo. Without trying to capture his thinking, let me just say that what he calls the colonial difference underlies the totality of modern philosophy conceived according to the Eurocentric worldview. But let me throw in the following three remarks. First, going back to basics, as he does in the quotation above, sounds to me like wholesome advice to serious philosophers everywhere who aspire to speak in an authentic voice. This advice does not concern only the historians of philosophy, the most knowledgeable of whom recognize that Islamicate tradition had thoroughly transformed whatever existed in Western Europe. And my second point is that it's now hard not to notice the rest of the world's effort to separate itself from the separatist model flouted by the West. A case in point is the debate over how to define philosophy in Latin America separately from that of Western Europe. One can hardly ignore the fact that, in Professor Mignolo's words, the colonial difference came into being during the so-called conquest of America, which constitutes, in a different macro narrative, the emergence of the Atlantic commercial circuit and the modern colonial world. While many of Latin America's roots do come from the outside, this is, to me, merely implies that philosophy there took root at a different point from that of Western Europe. It says nothing about the actual range of its lived experiences and roots. I'll stop here because being no expert in the philosophy of Latin America, I prefer to let him, Professor Mignolo, and our other esteemed lecturers speak about its unique characteristics. Ladies and gentlemen, I was able to mention only a handful of our distinguished lecturers. I urge you to listen closely to them and all of them, and feel free to ask what you wish. We're here to learn from each other, and in the process, perhaps relearn some of our inalienable human inheritance. Above all, if I may, we must relearn how to speak in the voice of humanity, not irreverently in its name. I apologize for taking so long. This was supposed to be an opening statement, but I really wanted to put you in the spirit of things, so to speak. Let me now introduce. We should go to Professor Pacheco. Let me give the floor to Professor Pacheco, who will speak on behalf of his department. Profesor, es un honor tenerte con nosotros. Te doy el micrófono. I don't know if he's there. Let's hope. Professor Pacheco. Pacheco. No? Okay. Let's go on to Professor Mignolo. And let me say, all right, Professor Mignolo, the microphone is all yours if you'd like to speak now. Professor Pacheco, are you there? Profesor Pacheco, te doy el micrófono.
Sí, vale. Voy yo entonces con mi conferencia. Empiezo yo. ¿Me escucha?
Would you? I believe you already spoke, so let's go on to Professor Mignolo. I thought you had something more to say. Thank you very much. Let's go on. I don't know if Professor Mignolo is here.
Bien, pues entonces voy yo. Me toca a mí exponer mi conferencia.
Yes, thank you. I thought you wanted to say something more. I'm sorry. Now we'd like to reach Professor Mignolo.
Muy bien. Bueno, pues entonces, buenas tardes a todos y voy a proceder a la charla que me corresponde, que como...
Yes, thank you.
Sí,
Thank you. Professor Amilcar, we don't have Professor Mignolo online. Has he must have he seems to have vanished. Maybe we should take a 10-minute break, and we'll try to rectify this confusion. All right, thank you. We'll take, in any case, it was in the program. We were about to take 5 to 10 minutes. So let's take a 10-minute break, folks. Thank you.
Sí, profesor Pacheco, ¿no?
sí, hola, Amilcar. Voy yo entonces, ¿no?
Estamos
Entiendo
esperando
que...
al profesor Minoro que se va a incorporar. Entonces, si es
vale,
posible,
vale. Sí, entonces esperamos. No voy yo.
disculpe la molestia.
No, de nada. Era para asegurarme.
Thank you. I thought he wanted to say something more. Amilcar, where is Professor Mignolo?
No, professor, I don't know.
All right, let's take a 15-minute break. Right now I have 20 to 12 noon, so let's join back around noon, 12 o'clock Montreal time in 15 minutes. All right, thank you very much.
Right.
Professor Amilcar,
Yes.
could you stay online, please? Or
Yes.
so let me see how we can.
Sí,
All right. So we're breaking for 15 minutes, but I'd like to let's Amilcar and myself will stay on and wait for Professor Mignolo. All right. I'm gonna take a break, little break myself.
No tengo la comunicación conmigo. No.
Let's just wait for him.
Professor Charker,
Yes?
do you have the contact of Professor Mignolo?
No, I don't. I don't have a. I don't know where he went. So we're taking a 15-minute break,
Okay.
and we'll come back at my time, noon. Let's just take a 15-minute break. But I'd like you and Amilcar to stay online. So
Yeah,
let me.
yeah.
All right.
Profesor. Profesor Pacheco,
Sí, dime, Almircar,
¿cómo
dime.
está? No
Bien, bien.
tuve el
Me,
placer de
me
conocer,
escucha,
de saludarlo.
me escuchas
Sí, cómo
bien,
no,
¿no?
cómo no. ¿Cómo está usted?
Pues nada, bien. ¿Y tú cómo estás?
Acá, en los calores,
Bien, ¿no?
grandes
Parece que
calores.
hemos resuelto los problemas técnicos, ¿no? Al
Sí, era
final.
lo que más temía, era lo que más temía. Realmente lo que más temo en este tipo de cosas es lo técnico, porque
Sí, siempre falla algo. La verdad es que mi experiencia es
siempre falla.
que siempre hay algo, bueno, pero en fin,
Y a
también
mí
se
la
puede
destreza tecnológica tampoco me acompaña, así que
al
es complicado.
final lo hemos arreglado. ¿Qué pasa
José
con este
Antonio,
profesor?
¿me escucha, José Antonio? Es Luce.
Hola, Luce, sí, te
Hola,
escucho.
te
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo
mandé,
estás?
le pedí a Cristín que te dieran una
Sí,
mano.
sí. Bueno, que la pobre, fíjate. Bueno, al final mi mujer ha podido resolverlo, que
Ah, muy bien, sí.
sabe de técnica mucho más que yo.
Ah,
De
bueno.
todas maneras, hay también un alumno está asistiendo al congreso que también se ha ofrecido para ayudarnos si hay algún problema técnico, porque
Nah,
él
siempre
también
siempre hay que tener ayuda. Sí, claro
Sí,
que sí.
bueno, pues te veo muy bien, Luce,
Gracias a Dios,
está muy
gracias a
bien.
Dios. Y a ti muy bien también.
Sí, yo sé de ti, bueno, sobre todo a través de Cristín, ¿no?
Claro,
¿Eh?
claro.
En
Ahora
fin,
vive en Puerto Rico, de manera que estamos muy, muy cerca, muy cerca. Yo la quiero
muy bien.
muchísimo, como tú sabes,
Sí,
José.
sí.
Es un gran
Estupendo.
hermano.
Y con Pablo, ¿hace tiempo que no hablas? ¿Con
Oh,
Pablo
sí,
Benito?
estuve con él en Madrid hace un mes. Fue
Ah,
presidente. Y con Ángel García Galeano, no sé si ubicas a Ángel.
¿a quién?
No, Ángel García Galeano. También
No,
estuve con él en Madrid.
no sé quién es,
Los
no sé
cuatro,
quién
los
es.
cuatro nos juntamos y fue muy lindo. Y con Pablito, yo le digo Pablito, siempre estoy en contacto. Yo lo adoro.
Sí.
Ser
Hombre,
muy,
hace bien.
muy
Sí.
especial.
Pues yo seguramente lo veré después del verano en el tribunal de una tesis doctoral de una alumna suya,
Ya veo. Ah,
¿eh?
pues,
Una de
sí.
Virginia.
Estupendo. Pues ya te escucharé cuando lleguemos los turnos. Creo que nos debemos ir porque hay unos minutos de descanso para aquellos.
No, pero sí, bueno, si lo desean se pueden quedar, no hay problema. Yo,
No
muy
te
bueno que
preocupes,
estén ustedes
primero
dos.
no,
Yo
toma un
lo
poquito
voy
de
a
agua.
dejar,
Y,
yo voy
y
a dejarlo tal cual, pues no vaya a pasar algo y luego no pueda.
quédate
O
ahí.
sea, yo
Tú
lo
no,
dejo así.
tú te quedas. Bueno, yo voy a apagar mi teléfono,
Sí,
Ok.
mi
yo lo
micrófono.
dejo.
Entonces,
Sí,
¿cómo hacemos, Amílcar?
Sí,
Después,
15 minutos para
ya lo sé, ya lo
tomarse
sé.
un descanso.
Entonces,
15
para
minutos de
tenerlo claro,
descanso, ¿no?
va a hablar
Vale, muy
Miñol.
bien.
Va a hablar
Sí,
Pues
Miñol.
yo,
Se supone que
si
después,
acaso, si acaso el profesor no apareciese,
sí.
profesor Pacheco, entonces podría usted tomar su lugar. No
Ya.
voy a
Vale, de
hacer
Yo te
acuerdo.
quería
un problema con el
decir una
profesor.
cosa, Amilcar,
Sí,
esto me importa mucho. Yo sigo enseguida, después.
sí, cómo no. Usted
Después de
sigue en
100,
el
diría yo.
programa.
O sea, entonces, si no hay posibilidad de conectar con el Miñolo, voy yo, ¿no?
Sí,
No,
para que
vale, de
si
acuerdo.
hay
Pues,
si existe
Sí,
ese problema con el profesor
sí,
vale,
Minolo.
después.
pues dentro de un cuarto de hora vuelvo a entrar,
De todas
¿vale?
formas, la profesora Luce tiene según el programa, como sin ninguna variación.
Ya. Bueno,
Vale.
pues
O
entonces,
sea,
algo
va ella antes que yo o yo voy
No, no,
después
no,
o
no,
yo
no.
voy
No, vendría el profesor Minolo. Si no viene, usted
voy yo.
tomaría su lugar.
y si
En
Vale,
el
viene
vale.
caso que
Miñolo,
venga, entonces, que le continúa es la profesora Lucy y usted sería después de la profesora
Muy
Lucy,
bien, vale. Pues
en
entonces
ese caso.
dentro de 10 minutos, un cuarto de hora.
en
Exacto,
10 minutos nos vemos.
exacto.
En 10
Muy bien,
minutitos nos
En
vemos.
10
Muy
minutos
bien.
entonces.
vale, de
Disculpen
acuerdo.
todas las fallas de tecnología y demás. Disculpen.
Volvemos
Lo
en 10
mejor que
minutitos,
tal
¿ok?
cual.
Bueno,
No toco
Vale.
nada.
Cerrar, que tienes ahí en el fondo. Mírate, mírate.
ahí, eso fue mal.
Then.
Yes, Professor. Yes, yes, yes.
No, it's
Can you-
okay.
Can you
I
hear
was-
me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So
How are
how are
you?
you? I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see, you know. I like the conference so far.
Did you come in? Just come in?
No, I was here since the morning, you know.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Pregúntale si no lo- si no apareció. Pregúntale si no lo apareció. Sí,
We're just.
sí, sí.
Professor Charker.
Yes.
Okay, Professor Mignolo, writing or say something?
No,
Because
I'm
it's not
waiting.
here in
I
the-
just wrote him. I'm waiting for him.
He stayed in your conference, but is go out. Don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
So how are you, Hussein?
I'm okay.
Yes.
Doing a
You're
lot of
working?
work. Well, doing a lot of renovation at home, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's the home has changed completely, you know. But
Good.
I'm worried about what's happening in South Lebanon, you know. Our village was bombarded, you know that.
Already. Hmm.
Yeah, it was bombarded. Yeah, they dropped 1-ton bomb you know, on some houses, you know. Yeah, but you know, the resistance is giving them a good lesson, you know. Yeah. Yes. How is Francois?
Just a minute, Hussein. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, we're fine. Yeah,
She's fine. She's okay.
Very busy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
No travels, luckily. Amilcar,
Yes.
I want to present to you a very old and close friend, Hussein Marei, just on the side here. Hussein, this is Professor Amilcar Cruz.
Yes, hi, Amilcar. Yes,
Yeah.
hi.
Hi. Just
We've been working together for, quite a while. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to present to them. Yeah, Professor Marei he teaches sociology
Yeah.
at Concordia University, and he's yes.
It's unfortunate I haven't been able to participate, you know, in this conference because I have a lot of preoccupations this summer, you know. But hopefully next year it will be different, you know. I will have, you know, more time to contribute to this conference.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Profesor, pregúntenle entonces para cambiar el tema de Pacheco, entonces, caso que no aparezca.
Professor Charker, sorry.
Yes.
Because Luce she's asking how is the order if the Professor Mignolo is not here?
Yes.
Where is the next speakers?
Well, at as we said, at 12 o'clock or 12:05, I think she can speak in his place.
She continue?
Yes.
Yes,
Profesora
Luz.
Primero Pacheco, después Profesor Luz.
No.
¿No?
Is first the Professor Luce? He first, and next
Yes.
Professor Pacheco?
Yes, if
what
we
do you-
don't, that's right. I mean, if we don't have, because we want, if Professor Mignolo doesn't appear, I think we can go on with Professor Pacheco. Let's unless we keep,
Pacheco.
yeah, because
Yeah.
And next with the Professor.
the problem is
Yes.
I don't know if Professor Mignolo will be able to stick around because he has some travel plans or some sort. I'm not sure. So that's why I said maybe before Professor Pacheco, we can have Mignolo, but I mean we'll see how it goes. I think Luce can now can present do her
Yeah.
presentation before well, in a few minutes. Let's say 12:05.
At 12.
Professor,
Yes.
Sí, dime, Luce.
Sí, es que ¿cuál viene ahora? Es que no sé.
ok.
Creo que voy yo, creo que voy yo.
Sorry, it's my profesora, yo soy la esposa del profesor Amilcar, estoy asistiéndolo y tenemos los dos teléfonos conectados, perdone, el de mi esposo se acaba de desconectar, parece el internet.
Perfecto. No, pero vamos, Pacheco,
Dice el
yo-
profesor Shaker
Yes.
que
Sí,
si el profesor Mignolo no se incorpora, que entonces le demos el turno, la palabra al profesor Pacheco
muy bien.
y después le seguiría usted.
Muy bien, pero vamos a hacerlo
Obviamente.
ahora porque si no se nos extiende demasiado. Que vamos a decir a las 12 empieza quien sea, el que esté.
Exacto.
Sí, para no tardarnos tanto. Sí, sí.
Ya mi esposo está aquí. Perdón. Sí, así, profesora.
Muy bien, pues ya estamos listos todos.
Sí, para no demorarnos, es cierto lo que usted dice.
¿Estamos todos, eh?
Sí, ya está pronto.
¿Estamos todos conectados? Déjenme ver.
Sí.
El profesor Pacheco está ahí también.
Bueno,
So Luce, are you okay doing your presentation in a few minutes?
Yes, right. Just tell me.
bueno. Creo que el profesor Pacheco se encuentra.
Sí, me encuentro aquí. ¿Me escuchas?
Bueno, creo que en este caso sería menester ya presentar su conferencia.
Vale, pues
Profesor Pacheco,
empiezo.
de la Universidad de Sevilla, un gran estudioso de la filosofía islámica, también investigador del el campo de la iranología. Y hoy vamos a tener el placer de tener su conferencia que va a versar sobre este mismo eje temático que hemos hablado y que en la presentación hemos dado por claro en el día de hoy. Sin nada más, profesor Pacheco, por favor, tiene la palabra.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias, Amilcar, y voy ya sin más dilación a empezar mi charla. Bueno, como vosotros ya todos sabréis, lleva por título La transformación espiritual en algunos filósofos argentinos, Ismael Quiles, Astivera, Vicente Fatone, Francisco García Bazán, a propósito del concepto de jisma. Haré una referencia al concepto de jisma, sabiduría, como bien sabemos, en relación con la noción de falsafa, filosofía en árabe. Mostraremos cómo no existe contradicción, o queremos mostrar cómo no existe contradicción entre ambos términos, sino más bien complementariedad. De hecho, filósofos musulmanes han utilizado indistintamente ambas palabras para designar su filosofía. Así, Al-Kindi, Avicena, Averroes, Sorabardi o Mullah Sadra Shirazi. Con ello queremos poner de manifiesto que el pensamiento filosófico no solo afecta a una dimensión conceptual, racional o lógica, sino que al mismo tiempo puede abarcar dimensiones propias de la espiritualidad o de la mística. Es decir, existe un pensar en el que vivencia y concepto no van separados, sino que forman parte de una misma experiencia especulativa que implica un conocimiento transformativo de la conciencia. Aunque jisma y falsafa son dos términos árabes y son utilizados fundamentalmente en la filosofía musulmana, creo, sin embargo, que pueden ser utilizados como categorías universales y, por tanto, pueden ser extrapolados a otros ámbitos del pensamiento. Es importante recalcar que la jisma puede designar a sí mismo a la falsafa, como dijimos antes, ¿no? Y poníamos como ejemplo que los clásicos de la falsafa sí lo han hecho. es decir, a la filosofía en lengua árabe proveniente del mundo griego, fundamentalmente Aristóteles y Plotino. En todos los autores anteriormente citados, estos dos términos son perfectamente intercambiables. Se desmiente de esta manera la idea de que himma se opone a falsafa, en el sentido de que esta última representa el ámbito de lo conceptual y la himma el ámbito de lo espiritual. Es cierto que en algunos lugares la himma implica ideas que sobrepasan lo que es la falsafa, pero no oponiéndose a ella, sino integrándola en un contexto más amplio. Así define Avicena la himma: la perfección del alma humana cuando comprende el significado conceptual de una cosa y es capaz es capaz de captar la verdad tanto a través de su mente como de su acción. Cierro comillas. Eso es precisamente lo que intentaremos hacer en esta charla, mostrar de qué manera estas dos nociones pueden ser aplicadas a algunos pensadores hispanoamericanos, argentinos en este caso, que responden perfectamente a este género de pensar en el que un desarrollo filosófico conceptual debe ir acompañado de una vivencia interior y espiritual, es decir, cómo se produce una reconciliación entre sabiduría y filosofía o entre concepto y vivencia espiritual. Se da el caso interesante y digno de tener en cuenta de que los pensadores que vamos a ver, muy someramente, claro está, se han educado en medios académicos que responden a los presupuestos clásicos y convencionales del pensamiento occidental. Y sin embargo han sabido tener la inteligencia y la sensibilidad suficientes como para abrirse a otras dimensiones del conocimiento, que sin duda han enriquecido su labor intelectual. Es decir, han sabido aunar himma y falsafa. Podemos añadir a todo este discurso como un apoyo, ¿no?, la idea muy utilizada por Pierre Hadot, un investigador del neoplatonismo y del cristianismo primitivo, de filosofía como ejercicio espiritual, ¿no? Yo creo que podría muy bien definir esto que aquí yo ahora estoy intentando mostrar. Filosofía como ejercicio espiritual. Bien, vamos entonces ya a ir entrando en materia. El primer autor al que nos vamos a referir es Ismael Quiles, jesuita, nacido en España en 1906 y trasladado muy joven a Argentina, donde desarrolló toda su labor académica y filosófica. Fue profesor de Historia de la Filosofía y de la Metafísica en el Colegio Máximo de San Miguel, en la provincia de Buenos Aires. Está el Colegio Máximo de San Miguel, era un poco la sede, ¿no?, la sede principal de la Compañía de Jesús en el estilo universitario en Argentina. Y fue fundador de la Escuela de Estudios Orientales de la Universidad El Salvador, también de los jesuitas, en Buenos Aires, universidad de la que fue rector. Ismael Quiles es fundamentalmente un gran divulgador. Muchas generaciones nos hemos educado filosóficamente leyendo a Quiles y sus trabajos de alta divulgación. Ahora no voy a ser exhaustivo en la bibliografía de los autores, simplemente me quiero remitir a aquellos libros que son más significativos para lo que nosotros estamos viendo ahora. Hago una pequeña antología, ¿no?, de sus textos. Tiene, por ejemplo, una selección de la Suma Teológica de Santo Tomás, otro libro, San Isidoro de Sevilla, Biografía, Escrito y Doctrina, una filosofía de la religión, Sartre y su existencialismo. Vemos, por lo tanto, cómo el campo de interés de Quiles era amplio. Una introducción a la metafísica de Suárez, otro libro también de gran difusión entre los estudiantes de filosofía de mi generación. Una metafísica general y sibeontología, la esencia de la filosofía atomista, etc. Como podemos comprobar, se trata de, por un lado, libros divulgativos, de alta divulgación, de filosofía occidental, de filosofía clásica, de filosofía escolástica, pero también muy profundos. Es decir, no se rehúye, desde luego, es decir, ahondar en los grandes temas de la metafísica. Como decíamos, como puede comprobarse, se trata de una obra de difusión filosófica y, por otro lado, una obra dentro de los cauces de la más estricta filosofía aristotélico-tomista. Ahora bien, es altamente interesante comprobar cómo Ismael Quile se interesó profundamente por el pensamiento de la India. De hecho, escribió una filosofía budista y un libro que se llamaba ¿Qué es el yoga? Y hay una frase muy significativa que algunos alumnos de Quile me han confesado, que él dijo en algún momento: el yoga me salvó la vida. El yoga me salvó la vida. No sé si lo decía en un sentido biológico, ¿no? O en un sentido también espiritual, pero bueno, no deja de ser significativo, ¿no? Que un autor educado en la escolástica aristotélico-tomista, avezado en las grandes tradiciones de la sociedad occidental, diga: el yoga me salvó la vida. También tiene un estudio comparativo, fijaos qué interesante, entre Aurobindo y Teilhard de Chardin. Quiles quiso integrar la filosofía india dentro de su sistema propio que él denominaba insistencial. Efectivamente, él nombra su filosofía particular, su pensamiento particular, como filosofía insistencial. Pues bien, uno de los temas que él injertó, y esto a mí me parece enormemente interesante, dentro de ese sistema, pues que era una especie de síntesis entre su propia tradición tomista, pero junto con fenomenología, junto con existencialismo. Pues bien, a esas corrientes él introduce también la filosofía india como, diríamos, lo operativo, lo práctico, no solamente lo teórico, también lo vivencial, lo existencial. Podemos preguntarnos, ¿qué es lo que ha llevado a este planteamiento asimilador? Sin duda alguna, la necesidad de incorporar un pensamiento que no se quede en lo meramente teórico, sino que incorpore de modo esencial la experiencia vivida, la realización efectiva como un componente fundamental de la misma experiencia filosófica. Es decir, hay constancia por parte de Ismael Quile de que la formulación exclusivamente conceptual no sacia las ansias de completitud metafísica, sino que también son necesarias las vías de transformación interior, que es lo que más para él otorgaba la filosofía de la India. Siguiente autor al que nos vamos a referir es Armando Astivera, ¿no? Nacido en Buenos Aires en 1914 y muerto en 1972. Pensador que yo considero como especial por muchos sentidos. Armando Astivera tiene una destacada obra, adelantada en muchos sentidos, de metodología científica, epistemología y lógica. Por lo tanto, estamos ahora en un autor cuyo bagaje intelectual, cuya formación es de filosofía de la ciencia. Yo creo que esto es muy interesante, es muy importante recalcar. Él escribe Fundamentos de la filosofía de la ciencia o Metodología de la ciencia. Son dos libros distintos, que son en nuestra lengua clásicos de esta materia, libros de una gran difusión universitaria y que han formado a una enorme cantidad de investigadores en la metodología de la ciencia y en la filosofía de la ciencia. Pero al mismo tiempo, Astivera fue director del Centro de Estudios de Filosofía Oriental y de la Fundación de Estudios de Filosofía y Religiones del Oriente de la Universidad de Buenos Aires, de donde fue profesor, además. Es patente, pues, que en Astivera no hay contradicción ninguna entre una dedicación al campo de las teorías y metodologías científicas y la dedicación también al estudio del pensamiento oriental en sus aspectos espirituales y filosóficos. Esto ya nos indica una extraordinaria apertura de mente por parte de Astivera y una ausencia de actitud dogmática o cerrada. De hecho, Astivera incorpora a sus estudios de metodología y fundamentos científicos disciplinas como la cosmología tradicional, la alquimia y la astrología. Pero existe una circunstancia que hace de Astivera un filósofo especialmente querido por mí. Me estoy refiriendo al prólogo que él escribe, René Guénon, el último metafísico de Occidente, para la edición en español del libro de Guénon, Símbolos fundamentales de la ciencia sagrada, publicado en Buenos Aires en 1969 con una traducción de Juan Balmar. Este libro y su prólogo supusieron para mí el descubrimiento de Guénon, autor que yo conocía solo de referencias. En este sentido, Armando Astivera ha desempeñado un papel fundamental en mi conocimiento del pensamiento guénoniano y en mi propia formación filosófica y en muchas otras personas de mi generación y posteriores. Así pues, Astivera es un ejemplo paradigmático de cómo aunar ciencia y espiritualidad, rigor conceptual y experiencia metafísica. Una vez más, podemos aplicar aquí la inseparabilidad entre lo que hemos llamado gimma y falsafa. Y hay un aspecto de este prólogo del que luego ha sido reeditado en Sevilla, aparte, el libro aparte, de este prólogo a la obra de Guénon, y es una idea que a mí me parece enormemente fructífera, y es una comparación con Heidegger, donde Astivera pone el acento en las enormes similitudes que existen entre el francés y el alemán. Pasamos ahora a Vicente Fatone, Buenos Aires, 1903-1962. Otro interesantísimo y otro, en fin, un autor, un intelectual de una extraordinaria altura. Fue profesor en lógica, gnoseología y metafísica en la Universidad del Litoral, profesor de historia de las religiones en la Universidad Nacional de La Plata, profesor de ética en la Universidad de Buenos Aires. Se le concede en 1936 una beca para estudiar en la India, país con el que tendría relaciones estrechas, tanto en el aspecto personal, en el aspecto intelectual, como institucional, pues en 1957 es nombrado embajador de Argentina en la India. Se codeó en su labor de estudioso de filosofía de la religión y pensamiento indio con personalidades como Giuseppe Tucci, Etienne Lamotte o Raimundo Panikkar. Y su obra en gran medida puede ser perfectamente comparada a la de Mircea Eliade. En este pensador se aunan de forma ejemplar el rigor lógico, la profundidad metafísica, la inquietud religiosa y mística, el reconocimiento del valor de la filosofía oriental y la sensibilidad estética. En todos estos campos, Vicente Fatone fue un maestro, adelantándose muchas veces a su tiempo. Un breve recorrido por su obra nos dará pistas y ecos de esto que estamos diciendo. Fatone escribió una lógica y teoría del conocimiento, obra estrictamente epistemológica. Hay, por lo tanto, como también en Fatone existe, como en Astivera, esta dimensión propia del pensador cercano, allegado a la ciencia, ¿no? Y a la lógica. Es de reseñar, por ejemplo, que en esta lógica y teoría del conocimiento, que además él la escribe como un manual, la escribe como un manual tanto para profesores como alumnos de lógica. Pues digo que es muy interesante reseñar que en este manual de lógica y teoría del conocimiento, él introduce un capítulo dedicado a la lógica del Nyaya, que es la lógica de la India. Con lo cual, bueno, eso indica ya, como decíamos antes, su apertura mental, ¿no? El horizonte, el amplio horizonte de sus intereses intelectuales. Escribe también una introducción al existencialismo, una estupenda monografía sobre los principales filósofos existencialistas. Pero como es habitual en él, eso es algo muy propio de él, haciéndolo no desde un punto de vista academicista y distante y frío, sino dialogando con ellos. Algo que también sucede con el hombre y Dios y temas de mística. Es otro ámbito, ¿no? El ámbito de lo religioso que a él le interesó y le preocupó mucho. Aquí, como en ningún otro sitio, se pone de manifiesto cómo un tratamiento exclusivamente formal es insuficiente, pues al rigor expositivo hay que añadir la propia experiencia religiosa. Con respecto a la estética o filosofía del arte, tenemos que reseñar sobre todo Filosofía y Poesía, libro fundamental en su producción y que recoge muy bien el tema de fondo que nos trae, la necesaria conciliación entre concepto y representación, entre filosofía e impulso vital, una conciliación que ciertamente no siempre es fácil, pero que sin embargo proyecta a la filosofía a querer ser poesía y a la poesía a configurarse como filosofía. Dejamos para lo último la referencia a las obras dedicadas al pensamiento de la India. En este sentido, hay que considerar a Fatone como un auténtico adalid en nuestra lengua, en muchos aspectos también a nivel internacional, de los estudios de filosofía y religiones comparadas. Dentro de una amplia producción destacamos Sacrificio y Gracia de los Upanishad al Mahayana, Introducción al conocimiento de la filosofía en la India, que yo creo que es una auténtica, una obra altamente recomendable para quien se quiera introducir en el pensamiento de la India. Y de manera especial el budismo nihilista, una obra capital sobre Nagarjuna, traducida en la India al inglés, y a la que personalmente debo mucho, pues fue clave para mi comprensión del budismo. Fue también el libro que me dio a conocer a Fatone. Como sucede en toda la producción de este autor, su obra sobre Oriente no es una recopilación de nombres, fechas y datos, no es una descripción desapasionada del objeto de su estudio, no es él un orientalista al uso. Se trata de un diálogo, de una compenetración con el tema, a veces también de una crítica, pero siempre implicándose existencialmente con aquello que está tratando. Eso es lo que hace de Vicente Fatone un adelantado y un maestro en los estudios comparatistas de filosofía, religión y mística. Todas sus obras están escritas en un español traslúcido, diáfano y deslumbrante que hacen de Vicente Fatone uno de los principales ensayistas del siglo XX en nuestra lengua. Vamos ahora con Francisco García Bazán, nacido en España, en Málaga, emigra a Argentina siendo niño y es en Argentina donde lleva a cabo su amplia y fructífera actividad intelectual y académica. Podemos afirmar que de alguna manera los tres filósofos anteriormente citados han ejercido de maestros suyos, al menos en lo que la filosofía tiene de motivación y a Estivera los ha prologado. García Bazán siempre ha defendido que la investigación debe ser inseparable de la actividad filosófica especulativa. Y esto es algo que se cumple paladinamente en su obra. Francisco García Bazán es uno de los grandes especialistas mundiales de gnosticismo, neoplatonismo y cristianismo primitivo. Ha escrito estudios determinantes sobre pitagorismo, plotino, jámblico, sobre todo los neoplatónicos en general, tanto paganos como cristianos, aunque tal vez su aportación definitiva sea sobre los gnósticos. Ha traducido del copto, junto con los investigadores españoles Antonio Piñero y Josep Montserrat Torrens, la biblioteca de Nag Hammadi, el documento gnóstico más importante. Podemos decir que él es el creador de una escuela de investigadores sobre la antigüedad tardía en Argentina y en líneas generales también en cualquier aspecto de hispanohablante. También, y esto es importante reseñarlo, ¿no? Ha trabajado con absoluta solvencia a Shankara y el Vedanta, sobre el que tiene una estupenda monografía, y a René Guénon, sobre el que tiene 2 libros, entre otros. Y esto nos da la tónica de lo que es su labor intelectual, una actividad ocupada por el rigor filosófico y académico y al mismo tiempo por iniciativas y preocupaciones de índole espiritual. Es curioso e interesante ver cómo estos 3 autores han percibido la importancia de René Guénon, ¿no? Un autor, como bien sabemos, muy marginal, muy maldito en algunos ambientes, pero bueno, que supone realmente un hito, ¿no? Sobre estudios del mundo oriental en general, mundo musulmán, ¿no? Mundo tradicional. Y también es interesante cómo ninguno de los 3 o 4 es propiamente un orientalista en el sentido académico de la palabra, ¿no? O por lo menos su formación es la de orientalista. Creo sintetizar correctamente la inmensa labor investigadora de García Bazán si digo que toda su actividad va dirigida a rastrear la presencia de un uno trascendente y supremo que se articula fundamentalmente de forma triádica. Esta trascendencia suprema produce varios desarrollos temáticos. El lenguaje y los símbolos como forma de expresión de esta realidad inefable. El desarrollo de la tríada Trinidad y sus confluencias. De manera especial hay que mencionar el gnosticismo, que García Bazán muestra como una tradición genuinamente cristiana y neoplatónica. La aportación de Francisco García Bazán al conocimiento del pitagorismo, neoplatonismo y gnosticismo radica en que se trata de sabidurías que no discriminan la especulación conceptual de la experiencia espiritual e incluso mística. Incluyamos en todo este trabajo de una vida una conspicua interpretación de René Guénon, autor al que García Bazán, como decíamos antes, ha dedicado 2 sólidos libros. René Guénon, La tradición viviente, y René Guénon y el ocaso de la metafísica. Y que además no ha dejado de ser una inspiración permanente para su propia actividad vital y académica. No quiero terminar mi intervención sin hacer una referencia a la escritora y pensadora María Zambrano, nacida en 1904 y 1991. Los motivos son los siguientes. Esta autora ha desarrollado una parte importante de su actividad en Hispanoamérica, donde se exilia después de la Guerra Civil Española del 36. Ella es, ya sabéis, española, es paisana, además de García Bazán, porque ella es también de Málaga, y después de la guerra, pues se exilió primero México, después Cuba y Puerto Rico. El impulso vital que motiva su pensamiento es muy similar al que ha impulsado a los autores argentinos que hemos visto. Y además también escribe en español como ellos, ¿eh? En un español magnífico, porque a ellas se le concedió el premio Cervantes, ¿no? Como el máximo premio de las letras en lengua española. María Zambrano es alumna destacada de José Ortega y Gasset, y esto quiere decir presencia del pensamiento raciovitalista y racionalista de corte alemán, que es el que, pues de alguna manera podemos decir, introduce Ortega y Gasset en España. Sin embargo, aun reconociendo el magisterio de Ortega y Gasset, va la eficiencia, vale decir, un pensamiento planteado solo a través de categorías racionalistas o conceptuales. Nuestra autora, dicho, experimenta cómo existe un ámbito de la realidad, más en concreto de la interioridad humana, que escapa al control de la sistematicidad que representaba la filosofía de Ortega y Gasset. María Zambrano habla de razón poética. Con este nombre alude a todo aquello que caiga fuera del logos racionalizador. El sueño, lo divino, lo poético, el delirio, lo místico. Jesús Moreno Sanz, el editor de la obra completa de la malagueña y autor de muchas monografías sobre María Zambrano, lo llama el logos oscuro. ¿No? Es decir, todo aquello que, siendo logos, cuidado, siendo logos, sin embargo, no pertenece a ese otro ámbito de la racionalidad, en fin, de lo conceptual, etc. Pero lo más interesante es que María Zambrano, a partir de un determinado momento de su vida, va a acercarse como fuente de argumentación y de magisterio a una serie de autores que precisamente han profundizado en estos territorios que quedaban inexplorados para toda una línea preponderante del pensamiento occidental moderno. Me estoy refiriendo a autores como Miguel Asín Palacio, que le descubre a Benarabi y el sufismo, a René Guénon, a Henri Corbet, con el que compartirá publicación en un libro sobre los sueños, a Luis Massignon, con el que tiene una gran amistad, a Emile Zola. Es decir, trata conocimiento como una tendencia de pensamiento que le abre el horizonte de expectativas para cubrir las lagunas que presentaba la filosofía vinculada a Ortega y Gasset. Una tesis doctoral leída en la Universidad Complutense de Madrid en 2021, en la que precisamente Luce López-Baralt estaba conmigo de tribunal, La concepción del amor en árabe y María Zambrano, de David Fernández Nava, describe de manera muy clara estas implicaciones de la filosofía zambraniana. María Zambrano y el resto de pensadores que hemos tratado escuetamente nos pueden servir de paradigma de aquello que hablábamos al principio. Esto es la jisma, la sabiduría que afecta a la comprensión de los modos más profundos del alma humana y de la trascendencia, no puede estar en oposición a la falsafa, el pensamiento del concepto, como no eran tampoco contradictorios filosofía y poesía o mito y logos. Más bien, todos estos autores aludidos muestran la necesaria complementariedad entre los dos ámbitos del ser humano y de su experiencia vital. En ningún momento hemos querido utilizar la oposición racionalidad-irracionalidad, porque nos parece completamente inadecuada. Lo demuestra el hecho de que todos los pensadores mencionados responden a una formación estrictamente académica, universitaria y científica, y todos ellos demuestran precisamente que ese otro segmento de lo real al que nos referimos con jisma no es irracional, sino que forma una complementariedad inseparable con el logos de la razón. Bueno, pues aquí mi intervención. Pues muchas gracias por vuestra atención y bueno, pues doy paso, si os parece, a Luce López-Baralt, ¿no? Que creo que es la que a continuación va a intervenir.
Muchas gracias, profesor. Muchas gracias por su disertación. Antes me gustaría brevemente una pregunta, si es posible.
Sí, por supuesto, claro, estoy abierto a todas las preguntas que queráis.
Luego damos paso a la conferencia de la profesora Luce. Profesor, he visto que muchos de los profesores que usted cita de Argentina tienen una preferencia hacia la obra de Guénon, en este caso. Ahora, en el caso de Henry Corbin, actualmente hay una etiqueta que se denomina como la corbanofilia y la corbanofobia. O sea, aquellos que siguen, digamos, de una manera muy fiel toda la obra de Henry Corbin y aquellos que son unos pocos detractores a la obra de Corbin.
Sí.
Yo noto en Argentina una especie de complicación con Corbin. Entonces mi pregunta es la siguiente: ¿cuál sería la posición de estos profesores con respecto a Henry Corbin?
Sí. Bien,
voy a hacer la pregunta en inglés para que puedan tenerlo, no sé.
Vale, sí, de acuerdo.
In Argentina, they have a tendency of in relation to the work of Guénon. And the question is, what is the Henry Corbin's position in Argentina?
Sí, por favor.
Sí, bien. Bueno, en primer lugar, yo quiero dejar claro que ninguno de los autores que yo he citado, Astivera, Fatone y García Bazán, son, digamos, guénonianos de estricta observancia. Es decir, ellos pues, valoran en lo que hay que valorar la obra de Guénon, porque es valorable en muchos aspectos y en otros aspectos, bueno, pues puede ser criticable, ¿no? Bien. Luego lo de Corbin, bien, efectivamente esa dualidad que tú has reseñado, sí, efectivamente existe, ¿no? Bien, yo diría en el caso de, porque claro, no sé si realmente si Fatone y Astivera llegaron a conocer la obra de Corbin. Me da la impresión de que no, por cuestiones cronológicas, pero tampoco estoy segura. Sí la conoce, por supuesto, Francisco García Bazán, y yo, en fin, mi respuesta a tu pregunta sería que García Bazán no es que sea tampoco un corbiniano, en fin, acérrimo, pero sin embargo hay una muy alta valoración de la obra de Corbin, ¿eh? Eso creo que, y esto además yo lo haría también extensible pues a gran parte de podemos denominar su escuela, ¿no? De los autores que más o menos actualmente en Argentina están alrededor de la figura de Francisco García Bazán. Me viene ahora a la memoria en concreto Bernardo Nante, ¿no? El decano, no sé si es rector o decano de El Salvador, pero él sí, él es un hombre como muy junguiano, muy junguiano, pero y tal vez por eso también muy sensible a la obra de Corbin. Eso es por lo que yo creo saber de lo que actualmente al respecto, ¿no? Lo que me preguntabas hay en Argentina.
Muchísimas gracias, profesor. De todas formas, habrán preguntas para el día final, que es la mesa, digamos, redonda, para algún tipo de pregunta que quede pendiente. Y entonces yo creo que su conferencia amerita muchas preguntas, muchas más. Pero bueno, tenemos la agenda un poco apretada con cuestión de tiempo, así que agradecemos nuevamente su presencia, su colaboración y un inmenso honor tenerlo acá en este simposio.
Gracias a vosotros.
Bueno, para proseguir la conferencia del simposio, vamos a dar paso a la profesora Luce López-Baralt. No hay presentación que pueda hacerse que abarque todo tipo de, digamos, de toda la trayectoria de la profesora Baralt. O sea, en lo personal, le comuniqué a ella, fui un gran lector en Cuba de su obra. Me enseñó la gran relación que hay entre los escritores místicos como San Juan de la Cruz con respecto a los grandes místicos inárabes. Y hoy vamos a tener el placer de tener la conferencia de la profesora Baralt. Y bueno, profesora, un inmenso placer que esté con nosotros acá este día. Cedemos su conferencia.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias a todos. En primer lugar, al profesor Shaker, a todos, estupendo haber escuchado a mi amigo Antón Pacheco. Tengo preguntas para ti, pero las vamos a dejar para el momento del coloquio final. I'm going to switch to English now. I'm going to speak about the secret literature of the last Muslims of Spain. I'm beginning by time of tears. We are not in times of grace, but of tears, quote unquote. The third statement was uttered by a 16th century Spanish crypto-Muslim by the name of Baray de Remillo, and it sums up the emotional situation of the last Muslims of Spain prior to their final expulsion in 1609. Remillo's words are echoed once and again in the cryptic literature of these hybrid Spaniards who transliterated their Spanish language with the Arabic script of their native tongue. To their regret, most of them had forgotten the Quran's language of revelation. Another Morisco or Moorish author who chose to hide his real identity and went by the name of Mancebo de Arévalo, or Young Man of Arévalo, depicts a vanquished community which is again reduced to tears. The Mora de Úbeda, an old Muslim woman, shares her tragic personal story with the Young Man of Arévalo while, I quote, weeping at the fate of the Muslims. What the Mora tells the Mancebo in dramatic detail is how she lost all her relatives and possessions during the siege of Granada back in 1492. The world of the old crypto-Muslim woman is coming apart before her eyes, and in another passage of the Mancebo's Breve Compendio, or Compendium, she grieves at the destruction of the holy books of Islam. I quote, "I saw the exalted heavenly book in the hands of a merchant who tore it to pieces for children to play, and I picked up these folded folios to my great sadness." End of quote. The plaintive testimonies extant in the folios of these secret Morisco manuscripts, many still in the process of being published, surprise the modern reader. We relive again and again the acíbar doloroso, or painful bitterness of the times. I'm quoting again the Mancebo, when we witness the parting of the Morisco author with Josep Anegas, a sage from Granada, and his daughter. They gave the Mancebo as a farewell present a ring and a pearl, excusing themselves for the meagerness of the gift, for they had lost everything in Granada. And I quote, "And when I bid both the father and the daughter goodbye, there was weeping on all sides." End of quote. I'm quoting the Mancebo. The flow of tears we find in clandestine Morisco literature is overwhelming. No wonder the Mancebo sums up the symbolic identity of his fellow crypto-Muslims by saying that they are the lloradores, or weepers. Why such extreme grief? Rendering the soul and being forced to cultural assimilation has never been an easy experience. And this is precisely what Morisco literature is all about. It constitutes a collective effort, not devoid, as we shall soon see, of literary creativity and even humor, to preserve against all odds the community's Islamic identity. But doing so in the midst of inquisitorial Spain was indeed difficult. For all the remnants of Muslim culture, religious ceremonies, language, personal names, personal apparel, even the festive dance of the Zambra had been strictly forbidden by the succession of official edicts enacted throughout the 16th century. In the Edict of 1567, the use of written and spoken Arabic was prohibited, as was the possession of any kind of book written in Arabic. When Cervantes states in El Quijote that the Quijote was written by Sidiamete Berengeli in Arabic, he's implying that the reader is dealing with a forbidden, illegal book. As could be expected, the prohibitions had an immediate impact on the Islamic community. Many Moriscos fled to Muslim countries, while those who chose to stay in Spain were forcibly baptized, quite often, of course, with our true religious conviction. But some of the most adamant Muslims, now officially Catholic, went underground. As crypto-Muslims, they represented the epitome of the Islamic resistance of Renaissance Spain, and precisely out of their midst came the sorrowful authors I have been quoting so far. These 16th century crypto-Muslims, descendants of the highly sophisticated Muslims from the once flourishing Al-Andalus, that veritable ornament of the world, to use Maria Rosa Menocal's words, were in spite of their cultural and religious resistance, gradually becoming Spaniards. Thus, the secret literature of the Moriscos, for all its tears and all its outrage, is a lasting monument to the hybridness and polyculturalism that was the new minorities' lot. We must remember that the same word Morisco, or little Moor, was a pejorative term of the Christians gave the Spanish Muslims, who call themselves Muslimes, that is to say, Muslims. We are about to browse through the folios of a literature which was indeed unique, not only because of its hybrid linguistic fabric, but because the historic and cultural experiences it explores depict the decline of Iberian Islam. As we shall see, Spanish Morisco literature belongs both to the East and to the West, but is confined to neither. But precisely out of the crypto-Muslims' troubled identity came an unexpected literary creativity. The underground Moriscos took to the task of urgently trying to preserve from oblivion their rich cultural heritage, and in the very process of rewriting their classical literature, del Arabi en al-Hami, that is to say, from Arabic to Spanish in the Arabic script, they ended up reinventing themselves as literary authors. Moreover, they slowly began to be knowledgeable of Spanish literature, which they fused with their own Islamic heritage. The end result of this long process of literary reforging implied a profound innovation of both the Arabic belles lettres the Moriscos had inherited from their ancestors, and also that Spanish literature they protested despising, but secretly loved. The sophisticated Muslims from Al-Andalus, the Moriscos' ancestors, had lived side by side in the peninsula with Christians and Hebrews during the Middle Ages in a state of relative tolerance in spite of the so-called War of Reconquest, understood by both Muslims and Catholics as a sort of jihad or sacred war. For historical, political, and economic reasons, which we cannot explore here, the medieval coexistence of these three nations was broken. In the 15th and 16th centuries, especially after the expulsion of the Jews and the capture of Granada in 1492, the Spanish Semitic cultures, Arab and Hebrew, began to decline, and their forced absorption into Western Christianity began. Each nation or group or caste integrated itself differently. This so has been much discussed by historians and has generated polemic. In this study, we are going to be concerned, however, only with the final annihilation of the last Muslims of Spain. As we shall see through their secret testimonies, this group kept alive a sense of their identity and cohesion as a people, in spite of the forced baptisms they were subjected to
Woman.
the Reconquest.
Lopez.
Yes? Yes?
Go on, Luce. It
Sí.
was just an interference.
Yeah. Shall I continue?
Yes, yes.
All right. As we shall see through their secret testimonies, this group, the Moriscos, kept alive a sense of their identity and cohesion as a people, in spite of the forced baptisms they were subjected to after the Reconquest, until their final expulsion from Spain in 1609. This sense of identity could not be squashed, neither by their defeat in the Alpujarras War, nor by the mass deportations, that was called the removal or saca, of the Andalusian Moors to the north of Spain, by which King Philip II attempted to accelerate the process of their political and cultural assimilation. But the Moors, by now Moriscos, in the midst of their collective misfortune as a strangled minority, or perhaps because of it, produced what we call today Aljamiado literature. This fascinating literature is perhaps the first eloquent example of Al-Andalus' immensely rich afterlife, which Cristina Sivantos explores all the way to modern times. Aljamiado comes from the Arabic ghayriyya, meaning that which is not Arabic, contrary to al-Arabiyya. The Morisco, who had, as I said, already forgotten their Arabic, wrote their Spanish in the Arabic script as a last sign of loyalty to the sacred language of the Quran. The Arab characters in which the Moriscos wrote their Spanish were, with some exceptions, the full extent of the knowledge of the Holy Tongue. Otmar Hedji rightly observes that the clandestine Aljamiado authors hung to their Arabic characters less from considerations of secrecy than for the religious dignity that the Arabic characters held for them. Morisco literature's hybridity is so baffling that when the first manuscripts were discovered in the 18th century, scholars didn't know what to make of them. Arabists like Silvestre de Sacy thought they must have been written in some of the languages spoken in Africa, perhaps in Madagascar. Other scholars took the manuscripts for Persian or Turkish until it finally dawned on them that they were Spanish texts written in the Arabic script. Here we have the Tafsira from the Mancebo de Arévalo. At first glance, the 16th century Aljamiado manuscripts seems to be written in Arabic. We begin by the benediction, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad, etc. Perfect blessing in Arabic. But then we go down and we read Spanish. Big surprise. Era un día de los 7 del año. 25 de Dulqíada, his quote in the Islamic calendar. Fueron ayuntados en Zaragoza una compañía de honrados muslimes, a donde se hallaban más de 20 muslimes, etc. This is very interesting because it's completely hybrid, both Spanish and Arabic. The Aljamiado corpus, written by the underground Moriscos during the 16th and 17th centuries, the most turbulent period of the Spanish Inquisition, began to be recovered in the 19th century. Sometimes the manuscripts were stuffed in the pillars of old houses, and even whole libraries were discovered hidden in false ceilings in Aragon. We are still in the process of decoding and publishing what is left of this huge material. Sad to say, most of the Morisco manuscripts have been lost. Yet in the past decades, new texts have been discovered, so we can still expect new findings. Thanks to these clandestine codex, we have a chance to understand what became of the Arabs of Spain after the fall of Al-Andalus. At long last, we can hear directly, and not through secondary sources like the archives of the Inquisition, what the marginalized Morisco community had to say about their historical plight and final demise. The Moriscos' conflicts were not solved when they arrived in Muslim countries after the 1609 general expulsion, as we can see from their candid testimonies of their experience as exiles. They were offered political protections in countries like Tunisia, Morocco, and Algiers, but were ironically also viewed with suspicion and considered quote-unquote Europeans and even Christians by some of their new fellow countrymen. Although the coined technical term Aljamiado has been generally applied to the totality of the secret literary corpus of the 16th century Moriscos, written in Spanish with the Arabic script, it must be acknowledged that a few clandestine authors also wrote directly in Arabic, or at least copied Arabic originals. Curiously enough, Once the Moriscos took refuge in Islamic lands, they abandoned the Alhamiado script and wrote their Spanish texts directly in Latin script. A case of nostalgia à l'envers, now for their lost Spain? Whatever the case, the truth is that the Moriscos' hybridity is so fluid that Gerard Vigers refers to their literature as Islamic Spanish literature. The Alhamiado secret codex, in which the embattled community searches for its own identity and strives to understand itself, offer a dramatic example of a case of double conscience. In Spain, the Moriscos considered themselves Muslims and outsiders, but later on, when in exile, in spite of their sincerity of their Islamic faith, it dawned on them that they were also, in more than one way, Spaniards. The fluctuating identity of the Moriscos' double conscience is evident in their hybrid texts. They wrote mostly in Spanish, but with the Arabic script. They quoted Islamic authorities like Al-Ghazali and Ahmad Zarruq, alongside Spanish classics like Lope de Vega and Góngora. They translated the Quran and Arabic legends, but also imitated Cervantes' novels and Quevedo's satirical prose. Ironically, the author's constant code switching seems somehow contemporary. Hybrid texts, as we all know, are difficult to interpret. Homi Bhabha considers that a shifting hybrid and open textual space, like that of the post-colonial literature, tends to create a third space where the monolithic national concepts dissolve in intercrossed spaces, fissures, and uncertain frontiers. The literary fusion of two different cultures produced something new, a third space that does not correspond fully to either culture. Alhamiado literature is both Spanish and Arabic at the same time, yet it also constitutes the third space of the violent clash of both cultures, and simultaneously of its possible harmonization. Each reader would have to decide for himself or herself how they react to the Moriscos' mercurial texts. The profound hybridization and the creativity with which these authors give testimony of their plight makes for a vibrant, tangled, unique literature that was, curiously enough, written alongside the most compelling European classics, from Shakespeare's Hamlet to Cervantes' Don Quixote. In my attempt to give the Morisco community its own voice again, I have researched for decades their Alhamiado manuscripts extant in Spanish, European, and Near Eastern libraries that deal with the most varied subjects: magical and astrological treatises, dream interpretation, books on medicine, prophecies, and poems. The Morisco's novels, written in the style of Cincio, Bandello, and Cervantes, offer a sharp contrast with the Arabic legends in which they rewrite the literary fantasies of the 1001 Nights and Samarkand's Tanbih al-Ghafilin, and even the vibrant recontations of the Qisas al-Anbiya, or tales of the prophets. In this vibrant material, we encounter our islands of saffron, flying wooden horses, birds of paradise with a head of gold and an emerald neck, angels with feet of fire, and houris so celestial that if one of them were to look upon the ocean, it will immediately turn sweet. But the Alhamiado corpus is also quite practical. It includes itineraries that explains how to flee secretly from Spain, instructions preparing the soul for death, as well as medical remedies for blindness and even for breast cancer. The Moriscos' personal testimonies are perhaps the most moving of all. They wrote about the fall of Granada and the experience of life, of exile in Tunisia, as well as about how it felt to be a victim of the Inquisition. One anonymous author even wrote a curious Spanish Kama Sutra, or nuptial treatise, that is very explicit, but at the same time very spiritual, for it teaches the pious Muslims that sex in the context of marriage is sacred and can lead to the ultimate contemplation of God. Thus, the couple should say Quranic surahs and pious prayers, which the author surprisingly mingles with sonnets by Lope de Vega. I was very lucky to discover a Puerto underground Morisco who was denounced in court by Ponce de León II in 16th century Spain. Thus, can you imagine a true Latin American Morisco? The Ayamiado texts bear thus the burden of the collective experience of the last Muslims of Spain, unknown until now. Their conflictive yet creative Morisco authors strive to narrate their own cultural history and to come to terms with their historical misfortune. I feel it is time that we hear directly what they have to say to posterity. Now, I'm going to deal with how the Morisco authors reacted to their cultural hybridity. Let us begin by exploring what the secret authors admit about their own hybridity. An anonymous author reacts to being forced to use Spanish instead of Arabic to teach religion to his clandestine community. His indignant tone is startling, I quote, "Not one of our brothers knows the Arabic in which our Holy Quran was revealed, nor understands the truth of the faith, unless these things are revealed to them in a foreign tongue, such as that of these Christian dogs, our tyrants and oppressors, may Allah confound them." Another anonymous Morisco who took to the task of translating the Quran into Spanish is quite unhappy over the fact that he has to use the letters of the Christians. He begs for his readers' understanding. I quote, "For it is true that the Prophet Muhammad, grace be upon him, said that the best language was the one that could be understood." A high-ranking Sharif, Ibn al-Rafi al-Andalusi, describes how his father taught him the Arabic alphabet and the first notions of Islam when he was just 6 years old. His father approached him one day with a wooden slate in his hand and started to write the letters of the Christians. The father went over the letters with his son, and every time the child repeated one of the foreign signs, the Spanish, he patiently showed him the corresponding Arabic signs. "Ours are like this," he whispered. Al-Andalusi ends up having to memorize a double alphabet, neatly inscribed in a double column. As a child, he understands immediately that he is in the midst of a dangerous academic task. He must keep his father's teachings strictly to himself. Not even his mother should know. Suddenly, she bursts into the room and scolds him. "What was your father teaching you?" "Nothing," muttered the child, starting his life of duplicity as a crypto-Muslim. Yet, for all their distressing linguistic difficulties, the crypto-Muslims refused to forget their Arabic, and they did against all historical odds. In 1492, the fall of Granada and the expulsion of the Jews permitted the nationalization of Spanish territory, while the discovery of the New World opened the Iberian culture to unexpected horizons. But 1492 was also an important year because Antonio de Nebrija published the first Gramática de la Lengua Castellana, or Spanish grammar. This great humanist thought that his Spanish Gramática would be of service for the unity of his recently founded nation, which quickly proclaimed Castilian, or Spanish, as the official tongue. But in a few years, the underground Moriscos were in turn translating the famous Arabic grammar they called the Jurrumiyya, that is to say, the Muqaddimah of Muhammad ibn al-Jurum from Fez. It is not exaggerated to suspect that the clandestine manual was the Morisco's fierce answer to Nebrija's grammar. One can only wonder how many crypto-Islamic children used it secretly in their struggle to remain bilingual. Curiously enough, the Yurumia was also used as a grammar text at the University of Salamanca during the 16th century. Not without the professor's risk, however. Professor Cantalapiedra, professor of Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic, ended up imprisoned by the Inquisition for suspicion of heresy regarding his teaching of these languages, so controversial at the time. The literary references of the Morisco's texts were as openly conflicted as their linguistic hybridity. In their fierce cultural resistance, they must have felt that they should not identify too closely with their oppressors' literature. Yet, they did. The Mancebo of Arévalo casually quotes from Islamic authorities like Al-Ghazali, Ibn Rushd, Ibn Arabi. But he hides the names of authors he's even more familiar with. Gregorio Fonseca demonstrates that the young scholar randomly attributes to Islamic authorities bits of wisdom belonging to Kempis Imitatio Christi, imitation of Christ. Thus, it is not surprising to come across another passage, this time from the Tafsira, in which the Mancebo usurps a Spanish text, nonetheless that Fernando de Rojas' 15th century La Celestina, and pretends some passages are his own. Maria Teresa Narváez observes that despite his pro-Islamic commitment, the Mancebo is identifying with Rojas' agnostic prologue, in which he ponders about the senselessness and cruelty of the universe. These most uneasy quotations forces us to wonder if the Mancebo had not become slightly agnostic, just as Rojas, the author of La Celestina, a converso of Jewish origin, had been. Another crypto-Muslim called Juan Perez, while in Spain, and Taibili once in Tunisia, describes his shopping spree in Alcalá de Henares libraries. He bought books by Pedro Mejía and Antonio de Guevara and confesses his delight in books of chivalry and even in Cervantes' Don Quixote. So the Moriscos read Don Quixote, of recent publication then. One wonders how Taibili reacted when reading Cervantes' masterpiece and realizing that it had been written, quote unquote, by Sidi Ahmed de Benengeli, a Moorish sage, and translated by a Morisco Aljamiado, one of his very own. But the Morisco texts were not only hybrid. One of the greatest surprises that awaits the modern reader of Aljamiado literature is that it rethinks Spain à l'envers, from the Islamic point of view. It is impossible to come across these old folios without being disoriented. 5 centuries of historical oblivion have left us ill-prepared for the task of reading this clandestine literature in its own terms. The texts are written, as the Spanish saying goes, al revés de los cristianos, inverting Christianity. The Moriscos' sonnets praise Muhammad instead of a fair-haired beauty. Islam is a true religion instead of Catholicism. You had to prepare for death not through confession, but appeasing the death angels Nakir and Murkar. Puris, instead of Christ, await us in paradise. The fall of Granada was not to be celebrated, but despised and denounced. The propositions of these mestizo texts force us to get acquainted with a concept of Spain that is very difficult to recognize because its fundamental cultural and religious values have been inverted. Now let's go to the Aljamiado author's personal testimonies. The underground Morisco writers, on the other hand, give us a priceless testimonies of their collective experience during this most difficult time of Iberian Islam. At long last, the victims of the fall of Granada have a chance to speak about the personal disaster that the national unification of the peninsula meant for them. This is a historical first. The only documents we had regarding the last days of Spanish Islam were official sources who limited themselves to the conqueror's point of view. We are in for a surprise now. The Mancebo de Arévalo, this Moorish author of some of the most important treatises of Aljamiado literature, interviews quite a few of these shocked survivors. He keeps interviewing his fellow Moriscos again and again, and his mother attitude reminds Maria Teresa Narváez, the editor of the Tafsira, of a modern journalist. The Mancebo describes vividly Muslim sage from Granada, who was already 100 years old and infirm. The Mancebo went to his house with a company of 2 Morisco friends and was quite impressed when he heard Sarmiento formally lecture the newcomers from a homemade pulpit or al-mimbar. And I quote, the Mancebo, and with the very same tunic he used to wear when he greeted the kings of Granada during festive occasions, he began preaching. Sarmiento's attachment to the old Islamic ways must have seemed heroic, yet at the same time pathetic, to the newcomer from Arévalo to the Morisco Mancebo Aljamiado. Our chronicle remained optimistic over the possibility of returning Islam to Spain, for he assures in the prologue of his Tafsira that he will write yet another Tafsira. Tafsira comes from Tafsir, commentary. And he said, I'll write another one when this land is free. That is to say, when Spain is liberated from the Christians. But deep inside, however, the crypto-Islamic writer must have felt the pangs of doubt. Almost all the fellow Moriscos he meets in Granada had the feeling that the worst was yet to come. The Mancebo stays for 2 months with Luce Vanegas, another sage, to learn from him. The old scholar had an important role in the city's final capitulations when Granada was lost. As an eyewitness of these events, he saw how the women were sold as slaves in the town square when the city surrendered. And I quote him, "Do not doubt my telling thee, for I saw with my eyes all the noble ladies, both widows and married women, being humiliated. And I saw sold in public auction more than 300 maidens." Luce Vanegas, who was a witness, tells the Mancebo, who being from Avila, was ignorant of the event of Granada, of his emotional reaction to the final collapse of his nation. At long last, the muted voices of the vanquished Islamic community describe the historical events from their own point of view. And I quote Luce Vanegas, "My son," he's talking to the Mancebo de Arévalo, "my son, I know that of the things of Granada, your understanding is void, and you should not be frightened when I tell you of them, because there is no moment when they do not echo within my heart. My son, I do not weep for the past, but I weep for what you will see if you stay in Spain. With our religion so scorned, the people will say, where did our preaching go? What has happened to the religion of our fathers? And all will be bitterness. And what most hurts us is that the Muslims will imitate the Christians and will not refuse their dress nor spurn their food. They will be assimilated. You will clearly see that I said all this passionately. Pray to God that my saying be far-fetched, for I did not desire to come to such weeping. For if now, in such a short space, we sustain ourselves by confrontation, what will there be when the last autumns, the last days come? If the fathers defame the religion, How will the great-great-great-grandchildren praise it if the king of the conquest, King Ferdinand the Catholic, does not keep his word, but awaits us from his successors? Luce Vanegas was painfully right in his historical prophecy. The Catholic monarch, Fernando el Católico, quickly went back on his generous capitulations on the occasion of the fall of Granada, and what his successor did with the vanquished Moorish minority is history. La Mora de Úbeda, who lost her family in the fall of Granada, wept with the mancebo de Arévalo at the collapse of her nation. I quote, crying over the fall of the Muslims, she said to me, "Pray to God, my son, that this event shall not pain us for as long as I foresee." To make matters even more difficult, the mancebo records for posterity the fact that both Ali Sarmiento and Luce Vanegas, a descendant from the illustrious Venegas family, were provided by the Catholic monarchs a salvoconducto, a safe conduct, providing them a secure social status and the right to practice Islam. L.P. Harvey suspects that the price for such unheard of generosity must have been high. These Moriscos may well have served as informants for the Christian monarchs. The mancebo dealt with such probable double-crossers during his fact-finding tour of southern Spain, yet they helped him to deepen his knowledge of underground Islam, thus preparing him for his life as a crypto-Muslim. In the future, the young chronicler himself would admit to dealing a double life in Spain, this time in favor of his own Islamic community. He admits to a curious theological experiment in which he pretended to be a Catholic and confessed the same sin to 3 different priests, denouncing that all 3 gave him different penances. In all likelihood, the young man's whole life, as many of his fellow Moriscos, must have passed in a long act of taqiyya. In times of extreme distress, Muslims can pretend to practice a different religion while keeping Islam in their heart. Yet the Moriscos were not the only ones to protest the situation. There were eloquent testimonies from Catholics, even from priests, which show compassion for the plight of the persecuted Moriscos, whom they often kept very good relationships. Author Remigio, another author, paints an emotional portrait of his friendship with Carmelite friar Esteban Martel, who was beside himself when the Catholic king, decreed the forced baptism of the Moriscos from Aragon. They ate together at the priest's home and shared their indignation and their tears. And from then on, Martel personally argued the Moriscos case in front of the king. In the Tafsira, the mancebo also gives a detailed account of his close relationship with a Jewish friend. This friend had a fabulous library and lent the mancebo priceless books, and the young author admits with candor that he wished he had robbed one of them. Yo lo intenté, pero no pude. I tried, I just couldn't do it. These were in hard times. Well, this is the apparel of one Morisco woman from Granada. She's wearing the almalafa. This is a very old-fashioned apparel. Well, these were, again, hard times. Again, we are in debt with the mancebo de Arévalo's sense of history in the making. In one of his most dramatic scenes, he describes in detail a secret meeting of Muslims and sages in Zaragoza in which he participated, probably as a worried observer. He describes the desperation and anger of these Muslims, many of whom became very pessimistic about the difficulties involved in keeping Islam alive. I'm quoting now, of course, in translation, the first folio, Alhamiado folio, you saw before. The gathered Muslims began to speak of our sorrows, and each one gave his harangue. There was one who said that our loss was indeed great, and lamented at how little essence our work had. And another wise man said that the work which we had to do would be for our greatest merit. They repudiated his speech, saying that the work was to no avail because it was lacking the call to prayer and thus could not be acceptable to God. I'm quoting this manuscript now. And among all these disgusts, another wise man said another angry piece. In front of all, he said that every man should tie up his skirt about his waist so as to move freely in order to escape, and that those who desire salvation should go out and seek it, that is to say, by fleeing to Islamic lands. Everyone took his speech very ill, because it caused great sadness. There, many different sorrows were told, and as each one of those men felt the general harm as his own, I was not surprised that each one should speak his mind, because we were not in any mood to jest, nor to utter inconvenient, stupid words. End of quote. The Morisco situation also became so desperate that they recurred to prophecies or alhofores, false prophecies, of course. This is one of the most curious dimensions of Aljamiado literature, and a pathetic example of collective wishful thinking. Written in the 16th century, the predictions or prophecies pretend to be ancient manuscripts, which generally foretold a triumphant future for the Muslims of Spain. By means of these prophecies, the Morisco attempted to rewrite their history and to manipulate their future. The most spectacular example of the genre was the incredible affair of the books of the Sacromonte and the parchment of the Torre Turpiana in Granada. When the Tower of Turpina, the old minaret of a mosque, was demolished in 1580, a lead box was discovered containing prophetic, quote-unquote, inscriptions in Arabic dealing with the end of the world. 15 years later, in 1595, a much more remarkable discovery was made in Granada. Lead tablets or plomos were found in the Sacromonte of Granada, written in Arabic characters, angular, so as to look antique, and in Latin. The thin circular plates were made of lead and had been made to appear to belong to the 1st century. They include several books, The Great Mysteries Seen by St. James, Mysteries Seen by the Virgin, etc., attributed to Ctesiphon ibn Attar and his brother Cecilio Nalabi, who were supposed to be disciples of St. James the Apostle, patron saint of Spain. The Archbishop of Granada, Padre Pedro Vaca de Castro, ordered the plomos excavated, and the find caused, according to Harvey, as much uproar as the Dead Sea Scrolls have caused in our day. The plomos give us a physical description of Christ and the Virgin Mary, who is snatched up to heaven in a mare. This is a coarse version, of course, of the ascent of Muhammad in the Burak to heaven, and who replied in Arabic, imagine, to St. Peter's inquiries as to the importance of the last Muslims of 16th century Granada. A long theological dispute followed upon the discovery, and although the relics were authenticated by peninsular theologians, there were many objections. Rome declared them heretic and finally returned them to Granada a few decades ago. This hoax served the purpose for the Moorish population on the eve of its final expulsion in 1609, because they felt they could not be expelled after this discovery, because Islam was very old, and it was, of course, contemporary to St. James the Apostle, to Christ and the Virgin. The prophecies were a diplomatic attempt to reach a synthesis of both Christianity and Islam. For example, the Islamic phrase, "There's no God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet," became "La ilaha illallah wa Yasuh ruh Allah." There's no God but God, and Jesus is the Spirit of God. This is very Catholic, yet very Quranic at the same time. There's a strong suspicion that Alonso del Castillo and Miguel de Luna, who took part in the official translation of the tablets, were in fact their secret authors, aided in the theological adventure by the same Archbishop Vaca de Castro, because the Granada Church was exalted by this miraculous discovery. Now, the plomos are of interest to us here because they are the literary precedents of the genre of prophecy in Al-Hamiado. Some prophecies would have it that the fate of Islam was foretold by Muhammad himself, who bemoans the fall of Spanish Islam. I quote this prophecy. One day, Muhammad, the messenger of God, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, may God bless him and give him salvation, was praying the evening prayer, and he looked toward the setting sun and cried greatly. Ibn Abbas, may God have mercy on him, asked him, "O messenger of God, why have you cried until you have wet the hairs of your beard with tears?" The prophet then said, "I wept because my Lord has shown me an island which is called Andalusia, which will be the most distant island, which will be populated of all Islam and will be the first to be lost for Islam." But the Moriscos' predictions are also optimistic. In another prophecy, the Turks will come to the aid of the Spanish Moors, and the prediction ends with the final apotheosis of Islam. The first thing that will return to the religion of Al-Islam will be the island of Sicilia, that's Sicily, and afterwards the island of the Olives, which is Majorca, and the island of Salt, which is Ibiza, and then the whole island of Spain. And the triumph could not be more complete. And the king of the Christians shall be captive and be sent to the city of Valencia. There he would become a Muslim. And when the Christians see that, they will gather in the city of the river. Over them will come 3 Muslim kings. They will enter the city by force of arms. And when the Christians see that their king is captive, a large part of them will turn Muslims, and the Muslims shall be conquerors with the power of Allah. History, of course, proved this optimism wrong, yet it shows how fertile was the imagination of the Al-Hofor or writers who had to invent their survival as a people. But many Moriscos took their destiny in their own hands and precipitated their flight to Islamic lands even before the edict of the final expulsion was decreed. Some fled as secretly as they have lived in Spain. I have been able to document a guide to the road, a curious guide Michelin, avant la lettre, which guided the fleeing crypto-Muslims out of Spain. Look what the guide said. It's a small manuscript. Informations for the road. In Jaca you will show gold. If they should ask you where you're going, you have to say because of debts, and that you wish to withdraw into France. And in France say that you are going to Santa Maria de Loreto as a pilgrim. In Leon, you will pay 41 coins in silver and gold, and you will demand the road to Milan. And from there onward, you will say all the time that you are going to visit St. Mark's in Venice. Embark in Padua, and on a river with destination to Venice, where you will pay half a real per head. You will disembark at the Plaza de San Marco, St. Mark's. You will enter an inn, but before renting a room with a bed, you must arrange the price. You will pay half a real per day, or drink nothing from the inn, for you will have to pay 3 times the amount. It was very practical, you know. Go out to the plaza to buy whatever you need. There you will see men with white turbans. They are Turks. And those with yellow turbans are Jews, merchants of the great Turk. And from those, you should ask whatever it is you wish, for they will lead you right to it. Tell them that you have brothers in Salonika. Everything was a lie, of course, and that you wish to go there. Persians purchase provisions for 15 days, buy rice and vinegar and olives and chickpeas and other white beans and fresh bread for 8 days, and cake at 10 pounds per man for the journey. Now, to end, the Moriscos' bittersweet exile. Some Moriscos made it to the relative safety of exile in Islamic nations after the massive expulsion of 1609 decreed by Philip III. There, they tried to become full-fledged Muslims again. One of the most prolific survivors gives us a detailed amount of the generous reception he received in Tunisia. Our author writes for the first generation of Spanish Moriscos born already in exile. He does not want them to forget the debt of gratitude they owe to Sidi Abul al-Ghayth al-Kashash, the holy man who organized their arrival, and to Uthman Bey, Tunisia's Turkish regent, who also took special pains in helping the newcomers adapt to their new life as Muslims. Our Morisco writer also describes in detail his last days in the Spain of the Inquisition. His testimony is probably the first account we have about this feared religious tribunal, written from the point of view of one of his victims. I quote, "Praises be given our merciful Lord, who plucked us from the midst of these Christian heretics. We were taken to the Inquisition, wherefore following their truth, we were stripped from our lives, properties, and children. We were thrown into a dark prison, as black as their evil designs, where we would be left for many years, where our property was consumed. Some inquisitors said that we should all be put to death, others that we should be castrated, so that our nation would die away." The exile Morisco is referring to Obispo or Bishop Salvatierra's plan to exile the minority to La Isla de los Bacalaos, the land of codfish, that is to say, Terra Nova or Newfoundland, after castrating them. The group of Muslims arrived in the new homelands plagued with contradictions. One of Cervantes' characters, the Morisco Ricote, describes his experience as an exile who opted to return secretly to Spain. I'm quoting Cervantes now. A Morisco character in Cervantes, Quixote. "All of us were punished with exile, a mild penalty in the opinion of some, though to us the most terrible that could be inflicted. Wherever we are, we weep for Spain, in Barbary, and all those parts of Africa where we hope to be welcomed, we are worst treated and abused. For now I know, for experience, the truth of the saying, that the love of one's country is indeed sweet." End of quote. The Morisco writer, exiled in Tunisia, shows that the fictional Ricote's experience was often true to history. He silently weeps for Spain when he evokes the glorious afternoons when he attended Lope de Vega's plays in Madrid and enjoyed Spanish musical gatherings where the verses of Garcilaso and Góngora were sung and the gracious Pavana and Hacha were danced. The exiled Morisco cannot either seem to forget the violet eyes of the Spanish girls. In the meantime, he had a bittersweet attitude toward Tunisia, his new country. Even though he was received with great generosity, some Muslims mistreated the newcomers, and the author strives to explain the new trials of the Moriscos in their new adoptive homeland as, I quote him, "an atonement of our sins," and advises his fellow refugees to come to terms with their new tormentors as best as they can. Reading Spanish Islamic literature is a sobering experience indeed. Thanks to the clandestine Aljamiado manuscripts we have been exploring, the Islamic nation did not die away completely in Renaissance Spain. The testimony of these lloradores, or weepers, allows us to witness firsthand how Al-Andalus ceased to be in 16th century Spain. Every time we open one of these folios, the vanquished minority Morisco world comes to life again, with all the pain of the clandestine author's historical denunciations, and with all the passion of their feverish literary imagination. The Moriscos did succeed in saving the collective historical experience for posterity, and today we can learn both from their misfortunes and from their literary creativity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baralt.
Gracias.
This
Okay,
is-
Professor. No, because we don't know if you are going to finish the conference.
That's fine. Yeah, Amilcar can, I just wanted to, yeah, you gave us a remarkable picture of an aspect of Morisco life that has almost disappeared, the Al-Ajamiyya literature. And I know that the Morisco communities have survived in the Maghreb, in North Africa.
Yes.
I happen to know, in fact, a member of a family that was living there. They maintain their traditions and cuisine and so on. I was just wondering, did you get a chance to look at the I mean, there isn't much that's survived, I think, of this literature, if I understand you correctly. And I was wondering if you had a chance to look at what was still surviving in these communities or libraries, at least in the Maghreb, North Africa, and Egypt. You said you were in Egypt. Have you had a chance to look at any of that?
The Moriscos usually did not go as far as Egypt. They usually stayed in Morocco. They stayed in Tunisia, in Algiers, and of course, I did research there. I even, as you, I met Morisco's family in Tunisia. They were very fair, blue-eyed, and they remember, of course, that they came from Zaragoza, from Aragon, and they were very proud to be of Morisco heritage. But yes, manuscripts are usually extant in the libraries of Spain, France, Italy, even Uppsala, and in northern Africa. But as far as Egypt, at least I don't know. I haven't. I did research there and I lecture there often, but I have not seen any Morisco, let's say, works or manuscripts there. But perhaps, who knows? We are still
yes.
in the process of discovering them, in the process. And so much of this material has been lost. It's terrible.
Yes. You attribute to this literature, hold on a second. You attribute to this literature the creation of what you call a hybrid and open textual space, which I find an interesting concept, which in turn tends to create a third space where the monolithic national concepts dissolve in intercrossed spaces and fissures and uncertain frontiers. I'm just quoting roughly what you said. The Spanish language is often called the language of Cervantes, Miguel de Cervantes, who figures prominently in the modern debate on the Spanish identity and so on. You've written about him, I think, and you even recognize both a Muslim Cervantes and a Catholic Cervantes, which astonished me the first time I read it, because from my youth, we remember the novel Don Quixote is typically Spanish, and there's nothing more Spanish than that. But of course, there's Muslim and Catholic aspects to Spanish culture. Part of what has fascinated me and continues to fascinate me about philosophy in Latin America is that it's clearly present in its literary output. I can't help wondering what effect, if any, the open textual space you talked about has had on developing a new literary consciousness in Spain, or perhaps even more pertinently to the symposium in Latin America. I mean, has it had any effect on literature in Latin America? This literary
it's
genre.
To say, because it's difficult. Well, I'm quoting Homi Bhabha. He has studied post-colonial literature, and he's when I say this open space, the hybrid open space or third space. I'm quoting him. He's referring to other literature, of course, post-colonial in English usually, or even in French. We don't have that phenomena in Spanish literature. But however, I would say that even Cervantes could be read as a third space, or as Don Quixote, as the intermingling of hybridity and both the point of view of Catholicism, Christianity, and Islam. Because remember that the Moriscos were expelled before exactly in the middle, before when the first Quixote, the first tome of the Quixote was written, the Moriscos were expelled, and then Cervantes continued the second part of the Quixote. So he was very, very aware of the Morisco presence, and he has quite many characters who are Moriscos. And since he's under the Inquisition and under censorship, he cannot be open towards the plight of the Moriscos. It's obvious that he is very sympathetic of them, but he cannot be open. So it's very strange when you read Cervantes characters, Morisco characters. Also, you must remember that Cervantes was a prisoner in Algiers for 5.5 years. So he learned a bit of Arabic. Even a joke for posterity, I've written extensively on this. Cervantes, when he was in Algiers, had a, let's say, contradictory relation to this country, because he was a prisoner, all right, but then it was a very cosmopolitan country. It was open to religious practice, and that, of course, he admired all that. And when he was in Algiers, he changed his name. He was Miguel de Cervantes. And then he applied a second last name, Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Saavedra, of course, is a Spanish last name. It's very elegant, means Salavetera, or old lineage. But then Saavedra, when I was in Algiers, I learned that Saavedra is pronounced Shaivedra. Shaivedra is the last name in Arabic, but in the, of course, Arabic dialect just of Algiers. And you know what it means? It means Shaivedra. Shaibadra means in an arm that it's broken or that doesn't work anymore, that it's maimed. And Cervantes lost his arm while fighting. So he took that last name that could be read both in Spanish and in Arabic. So Cervantes is very complicated. He's quite hybrid, I would say also. That's why he loved the Morisco literature.
Yeah, I know there was a dispute a long time, if my memory serves me well, about the authorship of his novel Quixote. And whether he was a real author, or somebody else wrote it, or he was inspired by somebody. I don't know. Do you have any opinion on this?
Well, but first of all, he attributes the Quixote to Sidi Ahmed Benengeli, to a Muslim sage, a medieval Muslim sage. And he says, this whole novel was written by an Arab. It was written in Arabic. And so in the texts, someone has to translate it. And who translates El Quixote from the Arabic to the Spanish? A Morisco, one of the authors I was speaking about. A Morisco, an anonymous Morisco, translates the whole work. So tongue in cheek, he was saying, the best thing I can produce, it's really an Arab who is producing this text, who is writing this text. This is a joke also for posterity. But of course, the identity of Cervantes himself has been disputed. But now we are settled on the fact that he wrote it, but that he was a man immersed in Islamic culture. Not only because the Moriscos were expelled while he was writing, but because he was 5.5 years in Algiers. It's a long time without translators to be there.
Yeah. I know Amilcar has some questions. I just wanted to pass on a message from Professor Omnia Ayad. She says, Dr. Lopez, well, she's from Turkey. Dr. Lopez, thank you so much for such an amazing lecture. It is very enlightening, and I would love it if you kindly share your article with us.
Yes, of course. Of course I will.
All right. So, and I think there's another somebody wanted to speak. Professor Altun, are you there? She wanted to.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
No, actually, I'm only listening. I didn't ask for the
You didn't ask him. Oh, all right.
microphone.
Okay, that's fine. That's
Thank
fine.
you. Thank you.
Professor Cruz, are you there? Hello, Professor Cruz. He's gone.
Well, I should say perhaps, Tony, that I wrote a whole book on this clandestine literature called The Secret Literature of the Last Muslims in Spain, and it has been translated into Arabic, the whole book, in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh. That was last year. So maybe people who read only Arabic can get that book, the translation of the book, that edition.
Dr. Lopez, that's such an amazing news. So it is translated to Arabic. Is that correct?
Oh, yes. Correctly? 2 volumes. Huge work.
Oh
Yes.
my God, that's amazing. Congratulations. I really should order it. I would love to read it. Thank you so much for sharing with us such amazing news. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Well, some of my books have been translated in English. Brill Leiden, Las huellas del Islam en la literatura española, Islam in Spanish Scholarship was translated into English by Brill. But this one, well, about 3 books of mine have been translated into Arabic. In Egypt, in Tunisia, and now in Saudi Arabia. Everything that I was speaking about is in the book, but of course in much more detail, so you can get that.
Of course, yes, I'll make sure to do it. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thanks to you for listening.
Before I pass you on to Amilcar, I just something that's been swimming in my head for a long time. Can you tell us something about the Hello, Amilcar. Can you tell us something about the Christians who lived in Andalus? Because I understand that many Christians there adopted the Arabic language as their mother tongue. I don't know if you know anything about this.
Yes, well.
There are lots of Christians, adopted the Arabic language.
Yes, they were called the Mozárabes. They were the Mozárabes.
Yes.
And of course, they adopted the Arabic language. Islamic culture was superior, truly superior to Christian culture during the Middle Ages. So many sophisticated Christians adopted Arabic as a language, and of course wrote poetry and philosophy and all that in Arabic, the Mozárabes. And of course, after the Christians began extending the reconquest war of the Reconquista towards the south, they were the majority, and then the Inquisition came by very late in the 15th century. The Inquisition was established, and of course, by then, Islamic culture and Arabic language were prohibited. So that declined. But yes, it was an intermingle. All the 2 cultures intermingled, which is quite reasonable to expect. And of course, some Hebrew or Jewish authors wrote in Arabic also, because they were influenced.
Yes, of course.
The Arabic philosophers. So it was very hybrid. It was a mestizo culture with great tolerance during the Middle Ages. After the Inquisition came by, everything was changed.
Convivencia.
I'm sorry. Dr. Baralt, so you said Musaro is it the Arabic translation of the Nasara, perhaps?
I'm not sure. I cannot answer that to you. No, I'm not sure.
Because Nasara means Christian in Arabic, so I'm just wondering, it's very close. So I thought it might be having an origin or something.
I think
perhaps. Mozárabe and Mudéjar, but they were both terms to Arabs that turned Christians and Christians that turned Islamicized in culture. Yeah.
I think the word is Musarabi, right?
Mozarabe.
It's not the same.
They were both Mudéjares y Mozárabes.
Ah, yes.
Someone, Manuel, has a
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
as far as I know, Mozárabe in Spanish come from Musta'arab, Arabized.
Mhm.
From the root Ista'araba, which
Ista'arab.
means Arabize oneself.
Mustarab.
Yes.
That makes sense.
There you are.
From Musta'arab, Mozárabe.
Mozarabe.
That makes all the sense. Mustarab. He's not an Arab, but he's becoming an Arab, or adopting an Arabic culture. Of
Culture,
course.
yeah. Well, Arab
Yes.
is an ethnic designation anyways. It's not proper to say, for example, Syrians, Egyptians, they're not, Arabs from they're not peninsular Arabs, from the Gulf, Persian Gulf and so on. But I mean, the same process was going on all over the Islamic world. In Syria, in Lebanon was part of Syria, but Egypt, I mean, the Christians, in my experience, my family's experience, we have a very Islamic culture, and we identify with the Islamic society in incredible ways that people can't imagine here in living in the West where I live now. But I mean, I can imagine what was going on at the time, but I think it was much more spectacular. I think in Andalusia, it's something conviencia, something like that, intermingling of cultures. Yes.
Convivencia.
Yes. Amilcar, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. You have some questions.
No problem. No problem.
Amilcar, are you there? Okay. So
Yes.
so I don't see any more comments. Does anybody have any more questions to pose? I guess we can. And thank you so much, Luce, for a wonderful lecture. I think we learned quite a bit from it. I thought I knew something about Andalus, and no, your paper really enlightened our minds. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you from my heart. Thank you.
So, Amilcar, I wonder if we should take a break or we should go on. I think we should go on to the next speaker, who is
Professor
Jim
James.
Maffei.
Yes.
James Maffei, yes. All right. Let me see now.
You all want to take a break? Get up, stretch your legs?
No, that's all right, Jim. I think we can go on. I think now that, because we don't want to cause more confusion than we had in the beginning. I think we want to keep the momentum going.
Okay.
If you want to start, please go ahead.
Remember, you need to make me a co-host so I can
Yes, that's
screen
right.
share.
I'm doing that right now.
Okay. And let's see, screen share. And if I do slideshow home. Okie doke. Everybody with me?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks very much for having me. Thanks for all. Oops, I shouldn't have advanced that. Let's see, how do I make it go back? Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for all your hard work for putting on this conference. It's been a joy. It's very good. So I'll just jump into it. So what I want to talk about today is Aztec philosophy, or what they called themselves the Mexica. So I'll just jump into that. So I'm going to look at metaphysics. I think there's some interesting parallels between Islamic metaphysics and Mexica metaphysics. So I've written a lot of this out so people can read as well as along with me talking. So on this view, reality consists of a continuously moving sacred power, life force, or energy, what the Mexica called Teot in their language of Nahuatl. Contemporary Huastec Nahuatl speakers, Huastec is a part of Mexico in the northeast, refer to this as Totiotzin or Totsiotzi, a kind of power or energy that surges throughout the cosmos and within every particle and being. That's a quotation from a contemporary ethnographer named Alan Sandstrom. Contemporary Mixtec speakers who live down near Oaxaca, Mexico, refer to this same sort of power as Yi. I don't speak Mixtec, so I don't know if that's a proper pronunciation. That's a quote from a guy named Monahan, which they, along with contemporary Huichol speakers, liken to electricity flowing continuously throughout everything and the cosmos itself. So you have what we philosophers call constitutional monism, namely there's just one kind of stuff in the world. Everything's made up of one kind of stuff, and that stuff is Teot, this power, life energy, force. You have an ontological monism, namely there's only one thing that really exists in the world. So if you were to take an inventory of all the existence in the world, there'd really ultimately be just one thing, Teot. And everything else is merely a contemporary sort of aspect, fabrication, construction, or facet of Teot. So you have this monism, which contrasts, at least on the surface, with Christian versions of Abraham religion. It's a process metaphysics as opposed to a substance or entity metaphysics. Namely, processes are ontologically fundamental. To exist and to be real is to become, to move, to change. So there are two, in at least Western philosophy, we distinguish between two different basic kinds of metaphysics, process metaphysics and substance or entity metaphysics. Entity or substance metaphysics claim that the ultimate building blocks of the universe consist of things, tables, chairs, planets, dogs, cats. Process metaphysics claim that the ultimate constituents, building blocks of the universe, are processes and events in those processes. So you and I, although we may think of ourselves as objects in some non-creepy objectifying way, we're really processes. Tables and chairs are like clouds in motion. A fundamental intuition here, which contrasts dramatically with most Western philosophy, starting with Plato, is that to be real is to change and to become and to move, right? If you're starting with Platonic metaphysics, if you look at Plato's insight, and this dominates most Western metaphysics, that which is real is that which is permanent, eternal, and unchanging and immutable. Genuine love is love that lasts forever. It never changes, it never wavers, it never alters. And if love is temporary, a one-night stand, then it wasn't really genuine love. It was mere infatuation. So the Mexica, and I think generally Mesoamerican people embrace this idea that that which is real changes. Change is fundamental to the structure of the cosmos. So finally, reality is defined by ceaseless processing, becoming, transforming, and what I call motion change. That is physical and qualitative change. So you and I going through our life cycle from infant to young adult to old age, that's a kind of motion, a movement. So reality and everything in it is always moving, always becoming. Transformation and change are fundamental. They're not mere illusions. Okie doke. Let's see. So Teot, the sacred power energy, and assumes various forms, guises, aspects, facets in Nahuatl is called Ishli, that are both perceptible and imperceptible. Mind, body, spirit, matter. Just as Spinoza, I'm sure you all know Spinoza's metaphysics, is said to be a neutral monism, neutral between mind and body, both being mere aspects of the one substance, that's God. Just as Chinese philosophers' notion of qi may assume solid, liquid, and vaporous qualities. Teot coagulates or pools as several indigenous North American philosophers put it, forming concentrations that are more powerful, complex, and conscious than others. Personalized natural forces, as opposed to humans, dogs, plants, digging sticks, roads. So everything is animate in some sense, because everything is charged with this life force. And those things that we consider to be objects are mere temporary coagulations or congealings of this life force. So next, all things are energized, vivified, animate, and agentive. Statues, clothing, pyramids, houses, rain, water, wind, trees, animals, insects, plants, fire, tools, springs, earth, books, days of the year, places, and so forth. It's all there. It's all alive. It all has a personality, and it all is an agent to some extent or another. Some agents are more powerful than others. Those agents that we in the West may call gods or deities are way, way more powerful than humans, but they aren't made up of any qualitatively different kind of stuff. Everything's made out of teot. So you have a social or a personalized ontology. That is to say, reality consists a lot of persons or agents. We live in a social world, and that social world consists not only of humans, but of what an ethnographer named Holloway calls other than human persons. So my cooking pot, my digging stick, my computer, my car, my house, the temple, they're all persons and they're all agents. So one of the things in getting along in life that the Mexica have to figure out is, given that I live in the social world, and the only way I'm going to succeed in any of my practical endeavors is by gaining the cooperation of all the other people around. So it's just like you and your family, in order to get anything done, presumably you try to get everybody on board to cooperate, and you know how to get mom and dad or brothers or sisters or cousins. Everybody's different, and you got to appeal to them in different ways, but you have to do that in order to make things happen. And so for the Mexica, we live in this very, very social world, and you've got to figure out who to appeal to. Whose cooperation do you need to get? Whose opposition you need to diffuse? And this is how we get along, and we do things in the world by getting along with other persons, be they human or other than human. And the interactions between, so the world consists of all these interactions of persons. And this really goes down to things like insects, cooking pots, houses, digging sticks. There's a story that Mesoamericans tell, which actually parallels a story that Andean peoples tell as well, in which human beings abuse their technology, their tools, their cooking pots, their digging sticks, and at some point there's a famous moche, which is a culture in the Andes, pot that has on the side of it, it's called by us the revolt of the utensils, in which you see all these spoons and pots and things whacking the hell out of human beings who have abused them their whole lives. You got to get the cooperation and treat things properly. Okie dokie. Finally, the circulation of this life force, this teot, throughout the cosmos is largely interpersonal. It consists of the circulation of life force between agents. Okay, next. Oops. Okay, there's 3. So the metaphysics is cosmogonic. It advances no story of the ex nihilo creation of the cosmos. So there's no God who says, ba-bang, there it is, who creates the world out of nothing. There are no absolute beginnings, no absolute endings. There are only continual becomings and creative, destructive, and destructive, creative transformings. So for them, the world has just always been. It's just always been chugging along. It hasn't been anywhere. It's not going anywhere. It's just moving. Constant becoming, constant transforming, constant changing and processing. All endings are beginnings, and all beginnings are endings. Beginnings arise out of the ending of something else, and beginnings and endings always are the beginning of something else. So all endings are creative, destructive, and creative. Everything has this ambiguity packed into it. There's no overarching design or purpose, what the Greeks call telos, be it moral or otherwise, to the processing and becoming of teot and the cosmos, right? It's just this process. There's no deeper meaning. There's no divine plan for me. There's no divine plan for the cosmos. It just is. And if you ask them why, they'll simply say, we don't know. That's just the way it is. The metaphysics is non-hierarchical, or why would you could call horizontal. There's a scholar named, oh boy, what was it? Lovelace? It doesn't matter. He coined the term the great chain of being. If you think of lots of at least Christian metaphysics and Platonic metaphysics, there's this idea that God's on top. For Plato would be the forms, but then come angels, then come humans, then come animals, then come insects and plants, then come rocks. There's this hierarchy, and the higher you go up the hierarchy, the scale, the ladder, the more real you are and the more being or isness you possess. And typically the more moral superior you are. For them, everything's on a same level. It's horizontal. It's non-hierarchical. There are no higher or lower grades of being or existence. Everything is made up of teot. Some things are more powerful because they're concentrated, but they don't consist of a different kind of stuff, which brings us to the next one, which is there's no nature, supernature distinction as we understand it, right? The gods, in quotes, are not supernatural. There's no supernatural realm, and there's no natural realm. There's just what you see around you and what you have around you. I mean, I shouldn't say just what you see around you, because there are imperceptible, invisible parts of the world that you may need special help to access. But everything is just made up of the same stuff. There's no supernature nature distinction. There's no sacred profane distinction, right? A fundamental dualism, at least to Christianity, right? Influenced by Plato and Aristotle, right? Everything is made up of the same stuff. There's no distinct, ugly, yucky, profane stuff, no higher sacred stuff. So Mexica philosophy is neither monotheistic nor polytheistic, but I think it's ultimately a form of pantheism. Everything is part of the divine, of the sacred, and there's no qualitative distinction between any of it. There's a history of the worlds, but it's not a cosmogony in the sense of the beginning of the world ex nihilo. There are 4 or 5 suns, ages, or sun-earth orderings, and perhaps different from us, there's this notion of a participatory cosmos. Human participation in the ongoing processing of the 5th age, the one we live in, is essential to the renewal and continued existence of the 5th age. So human beings, the way the world, the future of the world depends upon human participation in the world. It doesn't chug along without us. And actually, we have a special responsibility as human beings to keep the world in balance so that it continues to exist. So we are essential to the ongoing existence and becoming of this 5th world. We're not certainly accidents. We're by no means the crown of creation. We're not made in God's image. We're not special in any way that gives us special privileges to trash the planet because it's there for our domination and exploitation. It's our responsibility, in fact, to take care of it and to keep it balanced. Okie doke. Here's a statue, jadeite statue of a deity named Tlazolteotl, and her name, it's a female, and here you have her giving birth. Her name literally means sacred filth, sacred derangement, sacred disorder. Or some people call her, sacred shit or holy shit. But basically, here she is, and she's giving birth, notice, to somebody, and that happens to be maize boy. So from filth, right, comes maize, the principal foodstuff of Mesoamericans. How does that work? Well, what's essential to good agriculture, to good horticulture? Humus, right? And what's humus but excrement, but stuff that's disordered. If you have a compost pile, that's like a bunch of filthy, deranged, disordered stuff. But from that stuff, you get good plants. You get regeneration. Here's another picture of her from a so-called book called the Codex Borbonicus. She's here on your left, and you can see her. She's giving birth. So sacred excrement, sacred disorder, right? Disorder is something that's essential to the cosmos. We don't want to eliminate it. One of the things that the Aztecs never try to do is eliminate the world eliminate filth or disorder, the profane from the world, because it's an essential part of regeneration and rebirth. Here she is, once again, she's giving birth, you can see, to Maize Boy, to Sinteo. Very interestingly, well, I'll just leave it at that. We can talk more about her. But she basically is the manifestation of disorder. Her headdress is unspun cotton, and unspun cotton, right, it represents or actually manifests disorder. It hasn't been spun yet, and it hasn't been woven into fabric yet. So right now, it's just more evidence of her, basically, this disorderness. But disorder is sacred, because you need disorder in order to generate order. Okie dokie. So this gets us to what I call agonistic enamic unity. Teot's ceaseless becoming is characterized by the cyclical struggle, this agon, that's Greek, between paired complementary polarities, or what in Nahuatl are called enamic pairs. Enamic pairs are matched or paired forces that are mutually complementary, they're mutually competitive, and they're mutually completing. They're mutually arising and mutually interdependent and alternatingly dominating, but never extinguishing. So I'm sure maybe this has occurred to you. This strikes you very much like Taoism's yin-yang, right? And so examples of these enamic pairs are male-female, night-day, life-death, hot, cold, wet, dry. And the idea is that these things are interdependent and they arise out of one another, and that there's agon, the struggle going on between them. But neither side ever tries to eliminate the other side, to kill, extinguish the other side. Why? Because you need the other side in order to continue existing. So the notion that you get out of some Abrahamic religions of an eternal life where nothing ever dies, by Mexica lights is fundamentally, logically, conceptually incoherent, because life requires death, right? You and I, every day we live, feed off the death of other things. That's just how the world works. You can't have life without death. So life requires death. Life emerges from death. Life needs death. It rises from death. And death needs life, because without something alive, you don't get death either, right? But you have this struggle, this back and forth, death, life, death, life, death, life, death, life. And together, they compete with one another, but they never try to extinguish one another. There's no, what's the word I'm looking for? Life or death struggle between the forces of good and evil, life and death, and so forth. What's the philosophy out of the Middle East? My brain just went soft. Well. At any rate, so there's no idea here that like God or the forces of good and light are going to triumph over devil and the forces of evil, or vice versa. Both there, and they, right, compete with one another. They're also mutually completing, in the sense that if you think of the struggle between, let's say, two tennis players, there's a competition there, and I bring out the best in your playing and you bring out the best in my playing. We help complete one another and perfect one another, but we never try to extinguish or kill one another. So neither partner, complementary, polarity, or enamic is ontologically, conceptually, or temporally privileged or prior to the other. So life is not superior or does not occur prior to death. Light does not occur prior to darkness, day prior to night, right? They're always there. Right? If you imagine that yin-yang teardrops, right, interlaced, you just put that teardrop, yin-yang figure on wheels and just have it roll along. Life, death, life, death, life, death, life, death, winter, spring, winter, spring, winter, spring, hot, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry. That's just the world just keeps on rolling along. But none of them is better than the other. Enamic pairs are neither contraries nor contradictories as Western philosophers understand them. They're not mutually exclusive, right? In fact, they're coexistent. And everything, it turns out, enamic pairs unite to form a dynamic and ambiguous singularity, a dual singularity and unified duality. That is to say, a tertium quid. Being and non-being unite to form becoming. Creation and destruction unite to form transformation. So reality at bottom is inelimitably ambiguous on this view, right? All of us are both male and female, hot and cold, wet and dry. Down to our sexual members, we are ambiguous, both male and female. So in the Western philosophy, you have this idea that if there's ambiguity out there, it's an epistemological problem. We just don't understand the world because God created, or the world is such that there's a single way the world is, and any ambiguity is a function of an epistemological shortcoming on our part. For the Mexica, ambiguity is woven into the fabric of the cosmos. It's there, right? Everything is ambiguous. It's both always, already, hot, cold, wet, dry, male, female, and so forth. The key, of course, is then to be how do you balance those properly? So Teilhard's dual facets or aspects or guises include male, female, life, death, hot, cold, above, below, light, dark, dry, wet, order, disorder, feeding, being fed, gifting, receiving a gift. Neither good nor evil per se appear among these enamic pairs. So there's no good versus evil stuff. Manichaean, that's the word I was looking for. There's no Manichaeanism going on here, no Manichaean struggle between good versus evil. None of that's there. And there are good actions, good food, good houses, and there are bad food, bad houses, and bad people, but there's no abstract notion of goodness as such or badness as such. So you don't have evil deities or all good deities, right? The deities, right, do good things and to do bad things vis-a-vis human lives. One of these is very nice, is that it involves gifting and receiving a gift. I gift you and then you gift back to me. So there's always, ideally, there's this reciprocity and balancing between gifting. As facets of Teilhard's energy, these are perhaps more aptly characterized verbally or adverbally. So rather than male, we should say mailing or processing male, and femaling or processing femalely, warming, cooling, ordering energy, disordering energy. So the idea here is just to think of these dynamically and not as statically as adjectives of nouns or as nouns. Some enamic processes generate new enamic or complementary relationships. A donor's appropriate gifting and recipient's accepting of that gift generates a tertium quid, a new nepantla, I'll define that term in a minute, defined enamic relationship. Obligating, obligated, or obligation creating, and obligation incurring. On this view, I give you a gift, and if you accept that gift, you are now obligated to re-gift towards me. We've established a reciprocal relationship between one another, and it's a new thing, right? Male-female sexual interactions and generate a new tertium quid, a baby, okay? So there's this idea that's this going back and forth in the interaction between these polarities or enamic partners generates things. And fundamental to this is going to be gifting and being gifted or receiving a gift. I obligate you by giving you a gift. You feel obligated. You have to return the gift. Then I return the gift. Then you return the gift. The fundamental relationship between human beings and the Mexica deities is one of gifting. The deities create human beings so that we can nourish them, so we can feed them. They're exhausted after having created the cosmos, and they say, hey, we're really tired and hungry. We need someone to feed us. Let's create human beings. And they do so out of maize. And then that's our duty, is to feed them, right? And we can feed them all sorts of things: maize, copal incense, butterflies, quails. We can feed them our own flesh and blood. We feed them our flesh, but then they're obligated to feed us back, and they feed us their flesh. So as it turns out, we eat the gods and the gods eat us. We feed the gods and the gods feed us. So it turns out that, right, we're eating God stuff all the time, and therefore divine, godly, and they're eating human stuff all the time, which makes them humanly, right? So there's no ontological qualitative distinction between us. It's all this circulation of teot, this life energy. Okie doke. So teot's economic processing is characterized by cyclical, dynamic, and diachronic balancing, right? So there's a cyclicalness to this, and it's diachronic, and it's dynamic. So the best idea of getting this balance is if you think about walking. And walking, you're always going like this slightly, right? If you look at little kids, they don't have that. And they go, rah, they crash. They crash one way or the other. You and I have it figured out. We're always weaving. I mean, if you ever want something fun to do, watch people walk upside down and they walk like this, or watch people riding a bike. It's always this sort of like wavering. So it's this balancing is this diachronic and active dynamic process, and that's what they're trying to achieve. The cyclical struggle between economic pairs is non-eschatological, non-teleological, and wholly amoral. So it hasn't been anywhere, and it's not going anywhere. It's totally amoral. Once again, think about the seasons. For them, there are only two: winter, summer, wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry. The seasons just keep chugging along. They're not going anywhere. They're not going towards salvation. There's no purpose. It's just winter, spring, summer, fall for us. Winter, spring, summer, fall, winter, spring, summer, fall, winter, spring, summer, fall. And life is going to be a matter of trying to get yourself in tune with that. So balance and imbalance, center and periphery are not economic pairs. I'll skip that. So the ceaseless becoming, changing, and transforming of reality, teot, the cosmos, consists of the ceaseless struggle between being and non-being, order and disorder, creation and destruction, male, female, and a constellation of aligned economic pairs. So that's the cosmos, is just this constant cyclical alternating between male, female, male, female, male, female, hot, cold, wet, dry, right? Order, disorder, being, non-being, non-being, non-being. So here's some nice examples from the art world. This is a life-death mask. It's Zapotec, not Mexica, but here you have this notion of life and death. They're unified, so you have a unified duality, and yet you have a singular duality at the same time. It's one thing that's both alive and dead, and yet it's neither alive nor dead. It's ambiguous. That thing is neither dead nor alive. It's both at the same time, right? So, but it's one thing. It's unified duality, a unified duality that does not extinguish duality, does not extinguish difference. Difference is embodied in this unity. But it's also a dual unity, right? So it's a unified duality and a dual unity. This one is also interesting because some art historians want to claim that the death side over here is really, this side is really in the process of disintegration. It's not just static skull, it's a disintegrating face. Here's one from a place in Mexico called Tlatelolco. Once again, you've got half flesh, half skeletal. The skeletal part, you might go, well, that's death. But of course, things aren't that easy with the Mexica and Mesoamericans generally. Bones, skeletons contain seeds within them, right? Think of hard, like a maize kernel. It looks like a dead skull, but it's got a seed inside of it. So skulls, even though they're in a sense dead, they also have this germ of life in them. They contain semen by Mesoamericans' life. So the skeletal side of this is both dead and alive. The fleshy side, of course, is alive, but we all know that life is characterized by expiry, by short-livedness. Yeah? And so it also is alive and dead. So you have this duality going into the parts of the mask. Here's a Mexica jadeite figure. Once again, life, death, unified duality. On the dead side, you've got a snake. Snakes, of course, represent transformation and becoming. This is from the Huasteca culture that in the eastern Mexico. On one side of this statue, you've got life. On the reverse side, you've got death. This is in the Brooklyn Museum if you ever get there in New York. But it's one thing, right? Two faces, both life and death. Here's a depiction of two deities. On On the left, the skeletal one is Mictlantecutli, Lord of Death or Lord of the Underworld, and on the right is Quetzalcoatl, Lord of, excuse me, life. They share a common spine. They're unified duality and dual unity, and they're doing this dance of life and death. Over on the below, you see down here, these are the teeth, these are the eyes of Tlaltekutli, Earth Mother, who's ready there to eat the results of their life-death struggle. So the Mother Earth is not only the womb of all life, but also the tomb of all life. She gives us birth, she suckles us, and yet at the end, she eats our flesh. Here's another, this is Quetzalcoatl on the left and Tezcatlipoca, their partners dancing. Okay, this is more abstract, but it gives you the same idea, this notion of back and forth reciprocity between economic partners. Same with this, warp and weft turn out to be economic partners, complementary partners. They are in tension with one another, and yet you have this unified duality and dual unity when you weave them together properly. Okay. Balancing, this notion of equilibrium is neither harmonious, static, nor peaceful. It's not a state of unchanging, timeless, peaceful cooperation, agape, idle, or quietude. So here's this notion that you're looking for this balance, but balance isn't this state where everything's, copacetic and everybody's lovey-dovey. It's not, it's not a place where nothing ever changes, right? Some characterizations of heaven is that it's a harmonious, balanced place. Nothing ever happens there. It's so perfect. It's, well, for the Mexica, balance it requires struggle. It requires back and forth movement. It's not peaceful. It involves war or agon and struggle. It's not lovey-dovey filled full of love. It's this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's a process. It's a balancing. It's achieved dynamically, diachronically, and dialectically, and agonistically. Sexual coupling is another example of this, where you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth in sexual copulation. Neither side tries to kill the other unless you're involved in a snuff film. You just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And that's how sexual copulation works. Sexual copulation is just like weaving. When weaving, you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And the other similarity, which you might find far-fetched, is in fighting, sparring, thrust, what is it? Thrust, parry, thrust, parry, thrust, parrying. These are both these actions of back and forth, back and forth. Gifting and gift giving. I give you, you give back. I give you, you give back. There's always this motion that's involved in creating balance. And that's the motion, like I say, if you look at somebody walking, if you look at them riding a bicycle, that's what's involved. So balancing is this emergent and imminent process. It emerges like tree rings emerge within a tree. It's not top-down imposed. Nothing is top-down imposed on this view because there's no top. Okay, so you got this teot, and these processes, teot just circulates throughout the cosmos all the time. And the three patterns, they're called Olin, Malinali, and Nepantla. And they're sort of like, this is like the physics of the Aztec cosmos. They're different shapes or patterns of teot, how it circulates, how it moves. They're all creative, destructive, and destructive, creative. They constitute three different ways of ordering life energy. They're emergent and they're imminent. They emerge from bottom like tree rings or like the waves on an ocean. They're not different kinds of energy. So here's the first one. There's Olin. Here I'll show you. This is how Olin is typically depicted. And it's depicted like this. And it's depicted like this. And it's depicted in the ball game. And it's depicted this. Okay. So let me show you how that. So Olin is a particular kind of movement. It's pulsating, undulating, oscillating, and centering. It follows an arced, curved, or rounded path. It's exhibited by bouncing rubber balls. As you know, the rubber ball comes from Mexico. The ball in the Mesoamerican ball game, beating hearts, respiring chests, earthquakes, labor contractions, the sun's diurnal nocturnal motions. So there's this kind of motion that's a particular pattern of motion. It's called olean. It involves horizontal motion change of fourfold cyclical completion and transformation within and across life-death cycles. It's the shape and the motion of beating hearts. It's the biorhythm of the fifth age and all inhabitants. So this is that shape. You have fourfold, but then you have a center to it, right? And this, they believe, this represents the pulse, the biorhythm of our heart. This is how our heart pulses. This is how the biorhythm of all living things in the cosmos. This is the way that energy looks like, this pattern. And so these are other ones. And this from the ball game from Teotihuacan, the circulating. This is the ball game, right, in the bubble bar, and it's this sort of you have four sides to it, and the ball bounces along within the ball court, right? And it exhibits this pattern of motion. Here, this is a ceremony, don't need to worry about the name, but it also has these four things. You have basically, it looks like on this, I guess it's a Maltese cross, this cruciform, but it's the same cruciform you see here, here, and here. So this notion of a cruciform, right, or a quincunx, as scholars call it, is indigenous to Mexico. So when the Catholics pull into town, and they pull out their crosses, Mesoamericans go, yeah, we know what that is. It's a quincunx. That's the basic pattern in the shape of the cosmos. It's nothing new to us. Here's the so-called calendar sunstone. It's got that same four-leafed or petaled shape. This is an image that depicts the fifth age. Once again, you've got the fourness, that quincunx with a center. It's well-centered motion. This is a space-time map from a book called the Codex Verheerveri Meyer, early post-conquest book. East is on top because that's where the sun rises. West is on the bottom. South is on the left, and north is, south is on our left, and north is on our left, and south is on our right. And this is the sort of shape of both time and place. It's not just a map of place, it's a map of time, because times are always placed. Right? Dawn is not just a time of day, it's a particular place. It's a quality of time place. And the sun then goes, this is a map of what's called a 260-day calendar. And the sun goes through this and it goes counterclockwise. It doesn't go clockwise. Right between equinoxes and solstices. It's the same sort of basic pattern. It's all olean. Oops, did I miss something? No, there we go. And there you have the quincunx again, mapped out by the motions of the sun. So the sun literally orders the structure of the earth. It doesn't have space-time isn't like a graph paper and then things happen in it. The sun makes the earth and space. It orders it and arranges it the way it is. And there you had that. Okay, more of the same. And then you have warp weft back and forth. Okay, there's a second kind of pattern. It's called malanali, and it's basically spinning and gyrating. So it's not this boom, 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 boom motion. It's like this. Malanali is related to words that involve twisting, twinning, spinning, curling, gyrating, whirling, revolving, circling, winding, coiling, wrenching, and double helical spiraling, right? It's exemplified by spinning thread, right? Digesting food, blowing life-giving breath, human birth canal, blowing into wind instruments, drilling a fire into newborns, wrenching heart out of people, burning food, blood, food, and incense. So this is the second pattern, and it involved in the right? So Olin is the pattern of energy through a life cycle within each one of us. But across life cycles, you've got Malinali. So it's involved in the transmission of energy between life cycles. For example, sun to grass, grass to rabbit, rabbit to humans, and then humans to sun. This is how his energy is transmitted between grass and to rabbits. And then when we eat rabbits, rabbits to humans. And then when the gods eat us, humans to gods. Or earth to corn, corn to humans, humans to earth as the earth eats us, and then back to corn again. So a particular pattern of motion characterizes the transmission of energy between kinds of things. These are vertical layers of the cosmos and different conditions of the same thing. So I get disordered cotton, right? It's all yucky, got seeds. When I spin it, I turn it into something different. I turn it into spun thread. I've ordered it, right? I get disorderly enemy combats, and I order them by spinning them. And so Malinali initiates, nourishes, and feeds and fuels other people's life cycles. It's an energy conveying, life sustaining bloodstream and food stream of the fifth age. This is how energy circulates between levels of the cosmos and between organisms in the cosmos. It's this sort of spinning and gyrating. Okie doke. And it gets things and it spins them together. So here you have, there's some nice raw cotton, disorder, derangement, right? And you spin it, right? With a spinning whorl, and you end up with this really nice stuff, right? And from that, you can make cloth, right? Fabric. The energy, this is the tree, a cosmic tree, and within the cosmic tree, you can see these double helixes. Double helixes are the spinning, and the winding, and the gyrating of life, death, male, female, above, below. And that's how energy circulates between the various levels of the cosmos. This is another one. It mixes water and fire. It's a symbol for war, but it's also a symbol for slash and burn agriculture. From water and fire comes maize, right? From water and fire come human captives who you then gift to the gods. Here's, right, a shell, but it's a spinning, right? As a birth canal, the baby gets spun out of the mother's womb and gets generated into new life. Here's another one, a cutaway of a conch shell, another one. It's very, very common. Okay, here's an Aztec warrior seizing the hair tuft of an enemy warrior, and he's in the process of getting this guy, and he wrenches his hair like that, and he's in the process of spinning this guy. This guy is basically disorderly cotton, and you want to spin him into thread. Here's a depiction of, right, a fire drill. You're spinning this fire stick in order to generate fire. But these figures also have this spinning motion. So they also are representations, or actually manifestations, of this energy. If you paint these things or carve them on the side of a building, they're actually generating this energy in the building. This is a feather shield from the Mexica, the same sort of pattern, basically telling your enemy, I'm going to seize you and spin you and feed you to the gods. Another example, more examples. This is obviously post-conquest. It has a cross on top of a pyramid. Of course, what the Christians usually did was come in and lop the temple off a pyramid and put a crucifix on top, and now they turned it into a Christian temple. But you've got the spinning going on here. So basically, I mean, it's a hybrid notion, but you've got this is all Malinali here. These are maize kernels. And here's more Malinali. So you have this notion of this kind of energy being transmitted throughout the cosmos, and it's been hybridized. Okay, the final one, called Nepantla. And it's mutually and abundantly reciprocating, back and forthing, middling, and balancing, motion changer, transforming. It's exemplified by mixing or shaking things together, creating bonds of friendship, arriving at mutual agreement, joining things together, intersecting things, reciprocal greeting, commingling rivers, weaving, and male-female sexual commingling. So there's this back and forth, 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 right? And in making this, we create a new space of friendship or sexuality, right? Something new happens. When two rivers come together and they commingle, they form a tertium quid, a new river. A and B come together, and river C is both A and B, but yet neither A or B individually. You have a new thing there. And this is what we're looking for. Motion change that's involved in the creative destruction come destructive creative transformation, right? And those two rivers coming together, A and B are destroyed, and yet they are destructively created into a new river C. So you have creative destruction and destructive creation, right? In weaving, I middle warp and weft to create a well-ordered woven fabric, right? My shirt, the shirt is really warp and weft, but warp and weft are in constant tension and agon with me, right? Warp is pulling upon weft and weft is pulling upon warp. And that makes a good, well-balanced fabric. There's struggle going on in this shirt. If it's imbalanced, then we've got what we call a warp shirt, and it looks like all cockamamie weird, right? But a fabric it's an example of Nepantla. So what's neat about this is that one of the paradigmatic kinds of motion and becoming for the cosmos is weaving, and weaving is a female gendered activity. Right? So you think of the Aztecs, of these bloodthirsty cannibals ripping the hearts out of everybody. If you got this, take the Europeans' view of it, and then you look at it, a female gendered activity is at the heart of this, weaving back and forth and back and forth and warp and weft and warp and weft and warp and weft. From this reciprocal ordering and unifying emerge a Nepantla-defined activities. Nepantla unifies and orders these complementary pairs by middling them and reciprocating them, right? You and me, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? In that exchange, right, that reciprocal back and forth, we create a bond of friendship. And with gifting and reciprocal gifting. So Nepantla, ends up being appropriated by Victor Turner and lots of Western anthropologists, and they misunderstand it. It's Nepantla. It's not a static state of being. It's not a static state of liminality or being betwixt and between, being neither fish nor fowl, syncretism or hybridity. Contra Victor Turner, Mary Douglas, Diego Duran, Miguel Leon Portilla, Jorge, and our own Walter Mignolo, who's not here to find himself singled out. The crossroads is a well-middled, well-shaped, well-ordered, arranged, and well-balanced time-place. So the crossroads, that quincunx in the center of that, which is the center of the universe, remember those pictures, which is where Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, is located, that's a well-arranged, well-balanced place. That's where you want to be. That's a sweet spot in the universe. So unlike the crossroads in European philosophy or folklore, right, in where crossroads are places of witchcraft, sorcery, satanic activity, they're where people who commit suicide go, and I don't know what happens to them. But it's not that at all, right? It's this balance process. It's this going on. It's where you want to be. You want to be in this dynamic middle. So reciprocity, as Catherine Allen, an ethnographer of Quechua speakers in the Andes, puts it, reciprocity works as a pump at the heart of the cosmos. Both human and non-human action processes of reciprocity and reciprocal interaction. This reciprocity, the Nepantla-defined reciprocity, is what keeps all this going. It's what keeps going a healthy relationship between you and your partner, you and your children, you and your friends, you and your relatives. Ideally, you and the environment. And if that breaks down, things get mucked up really bad, and disorder doesn't give birth to order again. You just get stuck with disorder. So here's, warp weft. We've got them going together. More depictions, warp and weft, weaving patterns. This is from Codex Vaticanus 733a. Post-conquest, obviously, but here on your right, you'll see you've got a male and a female covered by a blanket. That happens so often, and their legs are intersecting like this. This is their way of depicting sexual intercourse, right? It's important, and it's a well-balanced sexual re-engendering of human beings. These woven things are very powerful. Here's a ruler who's called a Tlatoani, and he sits upon a woven throne, which is a powerful. There's juice, there's power woven into this thing. This is our quincunx friend. We've seen it. We've got the 5 directions. They can be the cardinal or the intercardinal directions plus the center, but it's there on an incense burner. We've got this again, once again. We've got this balancing of opposites. And in the middle right here is the sweet spot. In this, they're recreating the universe. This is an artist's depiction of the island of Tenochtitlan. This is the Aztec capital in the center of a lake. And you can see this right here area is called by us the sacred precinct. It's dead center of the cosmos. And it is the most powerful place in the cosmos because it is the most well-middled, Nepantla balanced spot there. And it's the place where you can gain access. If you want to feed the gods, that's where you do it, right? So all important ceremonies, festivals, rituals take place here because this is the place where you can generate Malinali style energy, give it up to the gods so they can give it back down to you. And it's a quincunx, right? It's that Maltese cross. And it's also a 4-sided figure, right? And it's also arranged with the cardinal and intercardinal directions. Once again, same thing, repeating. A lot of these are polysemous. They have more than one meaning. Here we have this once again, centers the sweet spot, and you've got the quincunx, you've got the cardinal directions, the intercardinal directions, and they're interacting with one another in a Nepantla style. Okie doke. I don't know what my time's like. If you're starting to burn out, starting to look tired. But basically,
That's all right, Jim. Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay.
No problem.
We've got the universe is defined by these two called Ome Teot, which is a male-female. Teot takes one particular form, which is Ome Teot, who is a combination of Ome Tecutli and Ome Sihuat, 2 lord, 2 lady, or Tonaka Tecutli, Tonaka Sihuat, our sustenance lord, our sustenance lady, who resides in Omeyokan, a 2 time place of unified duality and dual singularity. So this Ome Tecutli, Ome Sihuat generates the cosmos out of him herself, because he, her is always having sexual intercourse with him herself. And they are producing the cosmos. And they are depicted as a cosmic weaver who continually weaves the cosmos out of him herself. So the Ome Tecutli, Ome Sihuat are these divine weavers, and they weave the cosmos out of themselves. They merge out of themselves. They don't do it top down, right? They are the cosmos, all right? And they are doing this like the tree rings. Tree ring are the waves on the ocean. It's immanent and emergent, not transcendent and top-down imposed. So I'll skip. Here's some weaving. Weaving's very important, right? There's the loom. We've seen this. And basically, so how this works is that the sun acts as the weft, going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, or above the earth, below the earth, above the earth, below the earth. And the sun distributes various energies to the world and weaves the structure of the world, right? There's a little picture. So, Teot, call Ome Teot, Ome Tecutli, Ome Sihuat, Tonaka Tecutli, Tonaka Sihuat is simultaneously the weaver of reality, the process of the weaving of reality, and the woven product itself. Teot is the doer, the doing, and the done, right? There's only one thing, and this is all Teot as the agent, as the acting, and as the act, and the consequent of the act. All right? So there isn't God here and the world over here, and God's doing that to the world here. It is just Teot And all of this is this emerging and unfolding weaving of teot. Human existence is in and of nepantla, those crossroads, and so takes place in the crossroads. So we don't want to get out of the crossroads. The crossroads are the sweet spot. The importance of time, place, we got to be there. So unlike, I suspect, some Abrahamic religions, Christianity, which is utopian, you can be a good Christian anywhere in the world. For the Aztecs, you can only be a good Aztec in Tenochtitlan. It's a utopian religion, a utopian philosophy. You've got to be there. That's the balance spot. So Teot Koya Nepantla process serves as the ideal, normative ideal. So our ethics and our morality is going to be modeled upon this idea of reciprocity, of maintaining a dynamic, diachronic balance or equilibrium with other human persons and with other non-human persons. Okay, and that's the end. I'll stop screen share. Oh, how do I stop screen share?
I can do it from here.
Okay, yeah, just cancel me out. There you go. Okay.
Thanks, Jim. That was a wonderful expose of Nahwa philosophy. I can't think of a better person to do it, frankly.
Well, thank you.
Well, there are some questions that I wanted to ask you, but if is there anybody else who wants to ask or comment on anything? I don't know if Amilcar is here. If Amilcar, you want to say something?
No.
Abril up here.
Hi.
Hello, go ahead.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, thanks a lot, Jim, for your presentation. It was very interesting. And I wondered whether you have an article or a book in which you present all these more in detail. It is I am working on my dissertation, my PhD dissertation.
There you go.
On the origin of life and on the notion of life. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it.
There it is, Aztec philosophy by yours truly.
Okay.
On the origins of life.
Yeah, I'm working on the notion of life and the origin of life in biology. But specifically, I've been researching the work of 20th century scientists that are not mainstream scientists and that have delved into the question. And I find striking similarities between these notions that people from Anahuac had and the notions that these scientists that they studied in Europe in the 20th century and they were putting forward answers that are very, very coincident with everything you have just
yeah. I mean, I think you're right. There are a lot. I mean, even more recently, there are people arguing, defending sort of animism for microorganisms and even smaller things. I can't think of the authors offhand, but yeah. I mean, I think maybe the philosophy of Henri Bergson may have influenced some of these people, early 20th century European scientists. And
actually, people that were influenced by Bergson. But the thing is, Bergson was, in the end, one could say, idealistic, whilst all these other scientists were materialistic. And that's why I find it really, really interesting, like the similarities between this materialistic explanation of the origin of life and your presentation. Yeah.
Well, yeah, good. Yeah. Well, please send me a copy or drafts when you write it. I'd love to read it.
Okay, will do. And there's something else I'd like to add.
Sure.
You remarked a lot this aspect of reciprocity. And I find that to be also not only interesting and beautiful, but rather very important, as it is linked to their social organization. And in this, or regarding this, I know that history has it that there was an empire in Anahuac when the Spanish came. I'm from Mexico, so that's why I say they came. And the interesting thing, and there has been research that, well, first of all, the official narrative has it that there was an empire here, and that, you know, the emperor was cruel, that Tlatoani was just equivalent to the emperor, and so on. The thing is that recent research, and not so recent research, has proven or has shown that the Tlatoani was not an emperor, that there wasn't an empire here, and that on the contrary, the social organization was closer to some sort of communism, which implies relations of reciprocity. So that's why I find it really interesting how all these presentation and these emphases that you have made on this aspect or of the notion of the world, the cosmos, is linked, or can, I mean, what this notion, as much as it is linked to their social organization, confirms or can be used or contribute to this narrative history. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, two things. One, I suspect that the Mexica did not worry about maintaining reciprocal relationships. Well, no, let me scratch that. I guess we need to be careful how we define communism, because it can't be sort of defined crudely in terms of everyone gets an equal share, because reciprocity, say, between parents and children, parents put out a whole lot. And, you know, children give back, in at least early on, very, very little. You know, there you are, you're a mom, you go through labor, you go through pregnancy, you put out a lot of life energy, what they call chicahualitzli, and put into that kid. And Mother Day come around, do we expect your child to give her mother back an equal amount? No, I mean, that little hand-drawn card, Happy Mother's Day, Mom, or maybe a little fuzzy thing, that's enough to constitute reciprocity. So it doesn't have to be, sort of strictly speaking, sort of quantitatively identical, but there does have to be reciprocity, or the child is a little shit. Yeah. Or, you know, a brat. So, yeah. So, but there is this notion that we're all in it together, that the disorder of anyone, I mean, disorder, imbalance, dis-ease, be it mental or physical dis-ease, they're contagious for the Mexica. You can't, right? I mean, so they don't have a notion of what you do in the privacy of your bedroom or closet is your business. It doesn't matter, because if that disorders you or disequilibrates you, when you go out of your house, go to the marketplace, you bring that dis-ease with you, and it's contagious. It spreads. So they're very, very moralistic in that sense. But also in that sense, they got to make sure that everybody stays well balanced, because, right, one person's disorder or affects us all, can pull us all down. So there's that notion. So yeah. And yeah, I'm not sure they had a formal empire, but
it's really interesting. There's a research, the most recent one from Jorge Veraza. He has been showing with his research that there there are many elements to doubt whether there was an empire. And mostly that, Cortés he needed to create that narrative in order to save his head because he had killed the Tlatoani, and that was something forbidden by the Spanish crown. So since he had broken the law and the punishment was to kill him, then in order to save his head, he had to resort to this narrative of...
Oh, well, I'd love it for you to send me the citation of that. I'd love to read it. I haven't come across it.
Okay, will do. I'm going to send you. It is in Spanish.
Okay, I can read Spanish.
Okay, great. So I'll email you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Thank you very much for the organization of this presentation.
Sure. Yeah, my pleasure.
Thanks, Omnia. I believe we have a hand raised by Ibril, but just to follow up. Oh, go. You want to say something else?
No,
Omnia?
sorry. Sorry. I'm just okay.
Just to follow up, Jim, I tend, I have the impression that you're kind of categorizing so-called Abrahamic religions all in the same basket, or you're speaking mainly about religion, which is, anyways, in Islamic culture, it's considered or Islamic philosophy and culture, I suppose, considered the exterior of the human being, which by means of which people create relations, communities, and so on. They form each other into communities. But that's religious practice, basically. It doesn't even correspond to Western religion, Western conception of religion. But maybe you're kind of mixing apples and oranges, because to be frank with you, I don't see much that's inconsistent with what I know of Islamic philosophy. I don't know. You want to call this Nahwa philosophy or something else? Because the two philosophies, they're not all that inconsistent, as Omnia noticed. It's Islamic philosophy is very dynamic. And there's even the notion. I mean, there is a concept of mizan, but mizan is a sort of it's a balance, and it's based on scales, weighing things and so on. But it's also a moving balance. So or rather the equilibrium, or also the sense of the concept of justice. It's always a moving thing. It's never stationary, And I think it's not necessarily the case in other in theology. Let's say in theology is defense of faith. So that's I thought I'd throw that in because
I'm happy with that.
Inconsistent, I don't see that much.
Yeah, I mean, I've had people point out that the resonances between Islam and Mexico or Nahwa philosophy. Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't think I ever mentioned Islam. I mentioned Christianity, didn't I? Because I didn't want to step on any toes there.
No, that's all right. It's a free discussion.
No, I've taught Islamic philosophy, and I see the resonances there. But what about things like sacred profane distinction, nature supernature distinction?
These are sort of modern derivations of things or sacred and profane is very modern in fact. It's, yeah, well, in my opinion, well, it ever since the separation of church and state, this is something, but of course it translates into intellectual debates and so on. But I see there's not much even notions about you talked about a lot about opposites. The only thing that I find distinctive in what you described is that opposites in Nahwa philosophy tend to be of equal force. So that one is not more dominant. And that's the only thing that I find really different.
One dominates, but it's only temporary, right?
Yes.
The sun temporarily dominates the moon, but then it declines, and then the moon. So you have there's a temporary dominance, but then it declines, right? think of that yin-yang teardrops, right? Just as the white teardrop reaches its maximal strength, its fullness, you have the little black circle inside of it, and the seed of its opposite emerges, and it goes into its opposite.
Yeah.
So there is, but the strength is not permanent. It's always waxing and waning.
Well, they tend to be more defined in Islamic philosophy. One is speaking of realities. This is a very philosophical concept. Realities are never equal. When they enter into a relationship, they're never. Although they do, there is one suddenly becomes subordinate also. But even you mentioned disorder and filth. Where out of filth comes life, and so on. I tend, my impression is that now our philosophy is very attuned to life, and it doesn't want to step beyond the processes that see, which is really an incredible feat. But even in the subject of sexuality, sexual relations, for example, nikah in Islamic philosophy, which translates as nuptial or wedlock or something. In this relationship, there's separation and union, but a constant one. A constantly moving one. Especially, the most fundamental one is with God, but God as God appears to the human being and so on. So there's always this constant processes, and there's the same kind of wariness about fixing things when you're trying to relate them to life processes. But I think maybe Nahwa philosophy is more attuned to life itself. They were really focused on what is going on around them, and life is filled with contradictions and opposites. And that's really distinctive. It's really impressive. Sometimes it sounds a little grim that everything you say everything's horizontal, but I think it's very dynamic, and there's a lot of forms.
So yeah, okay. What I suspect they may also share in common is sort of a praxeological approach to religion.
What approach?
Praxis Talal Assad talks about sort of like practice-based religion as opposed to intellectualist conceptions of religion, and how Christianity, religion's a matter of belief, what's going on up in here, but praxis-oriented religions are a matter about how you act or behave in the world.
Islam, is pretty much a practice religion.
And so is the Nahwa. They're not, right belief isn't right. Orthodoxy isn't important. Orthopraxy is important.
You don't have a detailed description of the supernatural and so on that becomes, dogma and so on. There are, five articles of faith, which are very basic, very, very general, which sort of help the whole Islamic world to be homogeneous at that level. That you don't find many, fundamental distinctions between Muslims because of these five articles of faith. Belief in God, belief in, and so on. Five articles of faith. So you don't find the same detailed description, metaphysical description inserted inside the religion, where you sort of don't know what a common person doesn't exactly know what they mean. So yeah, it's practical. It's practice. It's a practice religion, praxis. So, well, I think where is Abril? I think he wanted to.
There, but quiet.
No, Abril, I'm still here, but I don't think that I wanted to add anything
You raised
else.
your hand, right?
But
No,
that was
but
a long time ago.
it came down already. Is it still up for you?
No, it's not still up.
Okay.
All right.
Dr. Shaker, if it's okay, I have one question I would like to
Yeah,
ask
of course.
too.
Go ahead.
Please.
First of all, I'm very impressed by the presentation and the how comprehensive it was. So thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
sharing it with us. And I can't help but having some comparisons in my head between Islam as a religion, between the Aztec civilization and its ontological beliefs, so to speak. And I was struck when you mentioned that when it comes to where the universe was coming from, we don't know, and they don't actually have information, and they don't care to know the information about the universe. It was just there, and it continues to be there, if I caught you correctly. And it struck me that they did not think much about what we know today as the three existential questions about where we were going, or where were we heading, where have we been, and what are we doing here? And if I understood correctly from your presentation, I believe what they care about is what are we doing here? How can we benefit from the universe in a reciprocal pattern? And how can the universe give back to us? So, I mean, does it strike you in any way that what they care about is right now, is this world, and they don't have much saying or they don't even wondering about what happened or what is going to happen? Didn't it strike you at all while you're studying their own culture and civilization per se?
I mean, it's not exactly sort of totally present oriented, because they're always concerned with making possible the rebirthing, the regenerating of the cosmos. So it's not just I'm here in the now, I don't think about the future kind of thing. They're always worried about keeping the thing going, right? Because
So
if
they're
they
all
don't,
worried about keeping the present going.
well,
So
not well. I mean, the now as it moves along from time T1 to time 2 to 3 to 4, yeah, they're worried about, I mean, they're concerned with keeping the whole cosmos going and all the organisms and the persons in the cosmos. So it's not sort of anthropocentric in that way. What was I else gonna? Oh, dang it, I forgot. But I'm sorry, I had an idea and I lost.
it's all right.
So let's see. I'm trying to remember all these. So yeah, we're trying to keep it all going. Yeah, I'm sorry. I brain fart. I partially answered your question, but then there was something else I was going to say, and this happens sometimes when you start answering a two-part and then you lose the one part.
Yes.
Maybe it will come back to me. Yeah, I mean, they're very concerned with how things end. This is what I was going to say. I mean, there is a sense of sort of life after death. So there's a place called Mictlan, the underworld, or the place of the dead. Whether or not it's under or not is sort of debatable. Some people think that the notion of it being under is sort of a Christian imposition. And then there's a place, basically, where you end up after life is wholly independent of the moral quality of the life you lived. So you don't live a good life in order to go to heaven. You don't avoid a bad life in order to avoid going to hell. There is no heaven and hell, for starters. So it is sort of this life, the here and now oriented, and keeping this thing going. But I mean, where you end up after death depends upon how you die, regardless of the kind of person, the kind of life you live. So everybody who dies by water-related means, dropsy, drowning, you end up in a place called Tlalocan. If you die of natural causes, you end up in Mictlan. If you die in battle as a man or as a woman in the battle of childbirth, you end up helping the sun in its daily course. Dead warriors died in battle or on the sacrificial stone help the sun get born every morning and rise till noon. And women who die in the battle of childbirth, because childbirth is like seizing a warrior on the battlefield, they help the sun die every night. But yeah, you can be horrible or good, and it has no bearing upon where you go after death. So it is kind of a, I don't know, I mean, here and now, presentist kind of, I worry that it's just too narrow, but I mean, it doesn't have the sense of salvation in the future. That's what we're looking for. It's not that sort of way. It is like right now I need to feed you, or you need to feed me. I need to keep these relationships between my family and me and my trees and my maize plants and me and the gods. I need to keep all this going because I mean, there is some personal motivation, because if I don't, I end up with typically sick, right? Because my bodily, no mind body distinction, but the balance of my mind body is in the well orderedness and the ease of it is dependent upon how maintaining all these well balanced relationships. And if I don't do it, I then personally become diseased. There's a passage from one of the what were called Tlatoli that moms and dads used to tell their sons and daughters when they each reach the age of reason. And one of them, there's a mother saying to her daughter upon reaching the age of probably menstruation and womanhood, my dear, we walk upon the earth. The earth is a very, very nasty, very dangerous place. It is a place of pleasure with pain, of happiness with sorrow. There's always together. We walk upon this earth, and as we walk upon the earth, we're walking down this narrow, jagged, harpoon, sharp blade-like path between two mountain peaks. And on one side, there's an abyss, and on the other side, there's an abyss. And our whole point is to sort of keep our balance walking down this very treacherous path. Those abysses represent disorder and dis-ease and disequilibrium and unhappiness, right? So we're always balancing. So, I mean, I don't know if Islam characterizes this, but in keeping with this notion that it's sort of praxis-oriented, I think it's what people call a path-oriented philosophy as opposed to a truth-oriented philosophy. Most native North Americans refer to their philosophies as sort of path-oriented. They refer to the good red road. There's a way to walk upon the surface of the earth. And it takes into account all these things, but it's a walking down this path. South American philosophy, native philosophies talk that way. I think Taoism, according to scholars that I tend to respect, treat Taoism and Confucianism both as not truth-oriented. We're out to find the truth and to pursue the truth, but we're here to walk down this balanced path. And they see truth. There's this, famous allegory from Buddhism, the parable, not allegory, of the poison arrow. The Buddha's walking down in
I love that, Jim.
and he comes across a guy with a poison arrow, and he goes, "Hey, I know how to pull that arrow out of your back and save your life." And the guy goes, "Yeah, great, man, save my life. But before you do so, tell me more about the guy who shot it, what he looked like, what language did he speak? I want to know the truth about the poison and the stick and the feathers. Tell me the truth about all these things before you act." And the guy dies, right? And what's the moral of the story? Truth is a fatal distraction. You got to act. Action comes first. And truth, right? So Greek metaphysics and most Western metaphysics is characterized by the pursuit of truth. We've got to get to the truth first, and then we decide what to do. Truth, 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 truth. And for path-oriented people, it's like, yeah, maybe if you get it along the way, but what's most important is extending that path down that jagged, crooked road between two mountain peaks. It's getting down, keeping it going. So yeah, I don't know if that's presentist. I don't know how that sits with your intuitions and that motivated your question, but that's my response.
I love your answer. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Jim, you mentioned, the whole point is keeping life going and so on. But there's also this thing. They had this notion of communicating with higher beings or other non-human beings, rather.
Not higher; they're just more powerful than.
Yeah, sorry. And they also have sages, so there were these knots in life that serve as guideposts or something like that. They're not fixed, but they're maybe like knots.
Well, then, yeah. What do you think are going to be guideposts?
Well, the sages. I don't remember the
Oh,
exact term for
yeah,
sages,
the sages
and non-humans.
But I mean, the gods aren't moral exemplars for us. We don't try to model our lives upon what they.
Hello?
Direction. I mean, I think it's got to be sort of history oriented. What keeps us balanced and what hasn't kept us balanced.
Right.
That's the whole idea, is maintaining balance, reciprocity between everything. And you have you have like weaving. You have this great example right there. These women weaving right in front of you. They're doing it, and there's your example.
No, I thought of that because I read it. I believe in one of your articles they have these sages also that have a function in their society and so on.
I mean, what the sages will, I mean, but they'll tell you how to act, right?
Right.
I mean, I guess one of the ways in which they can tell you how to act is that there's these books, quote unquote, that model one of this 260-day cycle called Tonopohuale. So there are two different sort of time life cycles. There's the 365-day cycle, solar, but then there's a 260-day cycle, which is, depending upon the scholar you read, maps the path of Venus. It corresponds to the gestation of a baby in the highlands of Guatemala, the gestation of from conception to birth of a human child, or it maps the gestation of maize from sowing to ripeness. But it has no it's not an astronomical map. So that thing acts like what we think of as astrology, but what that thing does is tell you who are the principal players on any given day of the year, because they change. And you go to this sage, and the sage is able to, typically with the help of psychotropic substances like psilocybin mushrooms, peyote buttons, jimson weed seeds, gets into what we would consider an altered state of consciousness, then communicates with those people, asks them, what should we do? What should my client do? What should I, as Tlatoani, as the ruler, what should I do? And then he communicates with them, and this functions as an oracle, oracularly. They then communicate to him and tell you, this is what you ought to do. Here's who's on your side, here's who isn't, here's who you need to gift and propitiate, who's who you don't. And then you get that advice, and this guy will tell you who to go to war with, when to go to war, who to marry, when to marry, what to name your child, how to run the state. So you're always consulting these powerful persons who are operating on any given day of the year. And the sages play that role. They help you communicate with them.
Right.
They give you advice. Yeah.
Can
And
you
they
take
help
another?
organize the festivals and the celebrations and the rituals, which keep the whole ball going.
Can you take another question?
I'm here forever if you guys want. I can talk about
I
this.
think Manuel Carrasco has raised his hand. Go ahead,
Okie
Manuel.
doke.
Yeah, I did. I thank you for your presentation. And I have a couple of questions, because at first I thought it was a presentation of the metaphysics of the Aztecs, but from your presentation, I get that there is, I wouldn't say there is an actual metaphysics, since even the gods are part of this process kind of world, part of this world. So I assume that there is no sources that can show us if they are questioning themselves about the reason, not the creation, because the world can be eternal and even need a source of its being. So it's not a metaphysics, actually, is it? That's the first question. And the second one is, so being I don't know what's the time frame of this culture up until the creation of Mexico, of Nueva España, which was the part of the Catholic monarchy that was after that, and that culture disappeared. But how long did it last before, and when it started, and if, in your opinion, after your studies, because that's a question I wonder myself in every kind of religious world frame, is, in your opinion, would it be possible for the Aztec philosophy to develop a scientific, technological world frame, a scientific, technological, such as in Western culture or in Islamic culture, which is in some way that a culture that developed a scientific worldview?
Yeah, good questions. Thanks. First, I mean, I don't know how, maybe we're defining the term metaphysics differently. I define it as your theory of the nature, structure, ultimate constituents of reality. It's what there is, how it works, how it's put together. And I think it's that. It's just a very, well,
but I would call that a cosmology.
Leaving Tony's comments about Islam to the side, it's a very different metaphysics than what you get in mother's milk growing up in Western philosophy, than you get from Catholicism, that you get from Protestantism, than you get from our Platonic Aristotelian heritage. This sort of horizontal that is just one thing. I mean, it kind of resembles, process metaphysics of Alfred North Whitehead. Sometimes it looks a lot like, Deweyan metaphysics, Deweyan philosophy, and Bergson, and some other folks. But yeah, I think there's a metaphysics. I don't think that they devoted themselves to metaphysical speculation, unlike, Western philosophy rooted in Greece. I mean, for at least up until the time of Descartes in the West, the first question, I mean, metaphysics was first philosophy. First principles are God and metaphysics, and right. And then with Descartes, it becomes epistemology. But they just never worried about it. I mean, my sense from the East Asian scholars I read is that Confucianism, in particular, for example, is like that. Confucius assumes a metaphysics, but he devotes very, very little time to metaphysical speculation. He just doesn't care. It's there, and now I'm going to tell you how to live a good life. And by a lot of Western philosophers' lights, that means you're not doing philosophy, because philosophy is metaphysics. So, but I think there's a theory of the world there, what it's made out of, how it's worked, what exists, how, causality, how things interact. So I do think it's a metaphysics. So, second question, how long were the Aztecs around? Being a philosopher, historical questions don't always get my principal focus. My sense is that they come down from Aztlan, right? Northwest Mexico, southwest USA, mid-14th century, 1350s. They come down to the Valley of Mexico, and they're there. I mean, I don't know to what extent you know the stories, right? But, they're there. They're, kind of an outcast group. They kind of, sell themselves as mercenaries to various more powerful, the Tepanecs, as I recall, who are more powerful in the Valley of Mexico. But eventually, they do some rebelling, and, they piss off the wrong people, and they have to flee to the island, where they then, form Tenochtitlan and become very powerful. So I think you know, when's the conquest? The official date is 1519 or is it 1521?
1521.
1521. Okay, so they're there less than 200 years. You know, it's a civilization cut short. So can they develop science? I mean, you know, they have technology. They don't have bursts of burden, so they don't have, you know, at least working wheels, but they have toy wheels. I mean, the Mayas were along a lot long. I mean, they're good astronomers. I think they're good empiricists in terms of knowing how the world works, observing the seasons, observing the, you know, the cycles of the heavens, being, you know the story about Netzahualcoyot building this dike, you know, through the, you know, there how many, 6 lakes in the lakes originally? Or was it 5? Basically, you know, separating the fresh water, potable water from the brackish water. You know, they built the causeways. They seemed to be very good engineers. So could they have developed science? I don't know. Here, the Islamic's going to challenge me because I'm inclined to say that unless.
What about astronomy?
But it's not astronomy. It's observing
Yes.
humans.
But it's very
observing
precise.
persons.
Very precise.
What?
It was very precise.
Oh yeah, very precise. But they're not inanimate objects. They're persons. But yeah, they're very empirically oriented. But and you know, I think they're tinkering around with things experimentally. But are they gonna? Well, I guess one of the problems I'm having in fully answering this is I'm not sure how we want to define technology, science, because that gets dicey because I'm not sure I want to attribute an essence to modern Western science. I don't think it's a natural kind or that has a metaphysical essence. I don't know if having a Protestant Reformation is necessary condition for having modern science. In the disenchanting of nature, right, that Max Weber talks about. I don't know. I mean, I guess they could have. I don't, you know, it's really hard.
Actually, sorry, that's the
Yeah.
disenchanting of nature, in my opinion, which didn't take place with the Protestant Reformation. It's something that's biblical. It's of Jewish origin and also in the historical churches, Orthodox and Catholic as well. But that's the point. Either we agree on when the disenchantment begins. I think that's the point for science to develop, because you are not really an astronomer if you think that you have to disembowel people in order for the sun to rise. You may know that the sun rises and you know the cycle of sun, but there is something not scientific in the way I think about science, about needing to do human sacrifices for the sun to rise, or needing women to die on child labor for the sun to set, since I've heard now.
Yeah, okay. But if you think all of that is magic, then yeah, I don't see them doing it. I think they're much too closely wedded to horticulture, to maize agriculture. And I think that keeps them very attuned. So I don't know. Well, we could talk about this a long time, whether or not I could. So in order to be a proper scientist, I have to disenchant nature. I got to make sure that nature consists of no non-human persons, that it's just a bunch of billiard balls, matter and motion, that it's a machine basically, and that all qualities have to be stripped out of it and put up here, right? It has to be, magic has to be thrown out, all of that stuff. Okay. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, I don't see them doing that it didn't happen with the Incas. It didn't happen with, you know, Moche in the Andes, Huari in the Andes. Didn't happen with the Maya, with the Huastecs, with the Zapotecs, with the Mixtecs. Yeah, it never happened in North America with people, you know, like Cahokia and the Temple Mount. So yeah, there's something, yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, good question. I don't know. I mean, ask the Islamicists here, right? Can you be a good scientist and be a faithful Muslim at the right time, at the same time? Don't you have to divorce reality and how explaining and understanding how the world works? Do you have to say, we got to throw this God stuff out, right? But I mean, that can't be true because Newton was a theist, right? Newton was an astrologist, right? So, yeah, when does this disenchanting happen?
Well, I mean, maybe.
What's that?
Go ahead,
Manuel. According to the theology I've studied, it starts in Genesis 1. When they say, yeah, because they say in that passage, they say that they even don't mention the names of sun and moon. They say the great light and the lesser light, and that there is a word logic in the world for it to happen, and the world is not God. So I think that the world not being God, being something different and organized by a logic by God, maybe it's not an accurate historical account of how it was created, but the logic behind it, I think it's a disenchantment logic. Not that I think I haven't discovered it. I've read it in some theology of the 20th century.
I mean, I don't know the Judaism here, right? Don't moral qualities exist in the world? Isn't adultery and murder objectively wrong, and the wrongness of property of those actions? But that seems to me something you want. If it were generally disenchanted, there would be no moral quality in the world either.
No, disenchantment is not the same as atheism or not moral law. Actually, moral law can be if
science is all about there being no moral law, right? Science is all about that's all gobbledygook.
No, but if there is a law that by which the cosmos abides, also there is a law by which human beings should abide. I think I should think a little bit more about the connection, but forgetting about morals, I think that disenchantment takes place when you see the cosmos as something which is not divine.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, interesting. Yeah, I guess, yeah, interesting. I mean, yeah. Oh, well, I don't know how much longer people want to listen to you and me. I guess I see it as that, but also part of what's enchanting about the world is it's a world full of qualia, that the sweetness is in the apple, the redness is in the apple, that the moral qualities are in the world out there. Everything Aristotelian metaphysics that's deep, right, that Catholicism adopts ends up getting flushed out and made subjective with what I think of Weberian disenchantment. The world becomes tasteless, colorless, soundless, right? The beauty is not in the music, the beauty's up here. The sweetness isn't in the apple, the sweetness is up here. Why? This wants me to confirm my language. I just got a message. They think I'm speaking Italian, which is interesting. I mean, I am Italian descent. I don't think I speak with an Italian accent.
Well, I mean, why, if I may interject, why, I mean, what we find in Genesis or the Bible is not typically biblical. I mean, it's part of the cultural fabric of the region since ancient times. And it doesn't even have anything to do with Judaism and the Old Testament. We talk, the Israel, the children of Israel, which is a title of a person, but I mean this disenchantment. Maybe we're talking about two kinds of metaphysics. I mean, science is one thing. Empirical science is maybe lots of people possess some degree of scientific understanding of things, explaining how to explain things and so on. But I think what we got into is a a contest between two kinds of metaphysics, religious and scientific metaphysics. Scientific metaphysics is not actually science, it's not empirical science, and it developed scientists get into metaphysics all the time. They want to explain the whole universe, sure, but but when you look at the world, when you look at what not just the Nahua, but Mayan civilization, they produced incredible varieties of vegetables. Half our vegetables originate from the Americas. It wasn't just a rule of the thumb sort of thing.
Yeah,
it takes a lot of reflection and a lot of not scientific why do we have to put a label of science anyways in all these cultures? I don't know, maybe you agree with that.
I don't know. Ask Manuel. He's the one who started talking science. I didn't.
Just because it struck me, that it always struck me about the Aztec culture, that they had like some hints, not hints, big hints of technological advancement, especially in agriculture and astronomy, astronomy. But besides that, they had like this enchantment kind of worldview. And well, my assumption here is that you need for the world to be disenchanted in order to have what we call science, which is like a world of the view in which we assume that there are rules that we can discover. And that's since I didn't see that in your presentation, I saw that train of thought just resonating with me. I wanted to ask whether you ever thought about it.
There are rules there, right? Those 3 patterns of energy, Malanali, if you want to order things or you want to transmit energy between things, that's how you do it. That's sort of a physical.
Other arbitrary rules, personal rules, or logical rules?
Logical rules.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rule. I don't know. The laws of science aren't logical rules. They're nomological, right? They're laws of nature, but they're not logical in the sense of formal logic. So yeah, it seems to me some of those is basically physics. They're saying this is how energy goes between levels of the cosmos. This is how energy is transmitted when I digest, how blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I see those. If you want to order things, you have to spin them, gyrate them. If you want to balance things, you need to reciprocate. Yeah.
All right. Jim, I think we've taken a lot out of you. I just one thing that you didn't we'll finish after this that you didn't touch on is can we project all this to pre-Columbian philosophy? Just if you can just satisfy me on this point, because I'm really curious. What you've described, do we have any knowledge of pre-Columbian philosophy that can justify speculating about it? Because we don't know all that much. Because what you described is post-Columbian, right? After Columbus.
Actually, what I described is era of the conquest. So it relies. So all our evidence is going to be post-conquest, but it can be closer or farther away. So yeah, I think what I'm talking about characterizes pre-contact, pre-conquest philosophy.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and it's speculative, but there are a variety of sources of evidences. You have, the testimonies of the Franciscans and Dominicans. You have contemporary ethnographies. You have archaeology. You have linguistics. You have, a menu of different sort of evidential sources, and you try to put these together to, portray a picture I mean, post-conquest, it's going to be thoroughly Christianized. Early on, it starts getting, those nature, supernature distinction, notions of heaven and hell, all of that is going to start polluting it. So yeah, I think it is pre-conquest, but I mean, it's safer to say era of the conquest because your sources are post-conquest.
Well, who knows what the future will bring? Maybe we'll discover a lot more things.
Or time travel, even better yet.
Thanks so much, Jim.
Thank you
been
for
a real
everything.
pleasure listening to you.
Oh, sure. Well, thank you all for attending, and I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess.
Great. See you
All right.
tomorrow.
Toodaloo.
Amilcar, yeah, sorry.
All right. Toodles.
Amilcar, I think
Yes.
this is the last lecture, so we'll meet again tomorrow at 9 Montreal time. And have a good evening, everyone.
Oh,
Take
Thank
care.
you.
you.
Bye. Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Professor.
Take care.
Yes,
Okay.
I hear.
Bye-bye.
I hear. Bye-bye.
You want to talk to me?
No. For Eamon. For Eamon.
Salam.